because there's a multi-guest function for where anybody could request to join, and we debate them. We try to change their mind. We drop the truth nukes, and we critique their arguments. Now, if you are not a Trump supporter, there's still a lot of value in these live streams, not just because of the back and forth, the discourse that I do have with MAGA, but as I already pointed out, the knowledge that we discuss here. I mean, we try to get pretty in depth with these topics, at least to the level that Trump supporters can handle, and we try to spread awareness about what's important. And there's maybe talking points or particular truth nukes that you might hear on this stream that you could then take and turn around and use on your MAGA friends or your MAGA family members. So super duper useful. But without further ado, I'm actually going to stop wasting your time. We are going to go ahead and hop straight into the debate. So if you are watching over on TikTok and you would like to come up and have a conversation with me, just please make sure that you're following the rules. Those rules are simple. There's only 3 or 4. The first rule is to be an American. The second rule is to be 18 plus. And the third rule is to be MAGA. And of course, the fourth rule is to be ready to debate. Now, if that's you, go ahead and hop in the guest request. I'll have you up. But like I said, when I first started the stream, it is so good to see everyone. So once again, if you're tuning in on TikTok, make sure to tippity-tap away in that phone screen. If you're joining us over on YouTube, it is good to see you. Now, I don't know what it is, but I am feeling really, really tired today. I hope that won't impact the quality of the stream too much. I think I overslept, funny enough. But let's go to get that very first guest up. We're already having the chatters coming in on TikTok spamming, fuck you, Steve. Oh my God. You guys are killing me. What's up, Truth? Do you support Trump?
No.
Okay, well then unfortunately I'm going to have to ban you. We're going to move on to the next guest. Guys, don't hop in that queue unless you're following the rules or else you will be banned. Yeah, we got that next guest loading up into the stream right now. Here we go, you guys. Everyone on TikTok is still spamming F Steve. So fucking real. Fuck Steve. Listen, if you don't know who Steve is, you're actually one of the lucky ones. We're going to move on to the next guest. Here we go, you guys. What is up? Do you support Trump? Or are you banned? You have 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Banned! Moving on to the next guest, guys. Only hop in the queue if you are an American adult that supports Trump. How many times do I need to repeat that? Quite frankly. Hello, do you support Trump?
I love you. You're my fan. I love you so much.
I really appreciate you for your kindness, but unfortunately you are banned just because we're looking for some Trump supporters. What is up? Are you MAGA?
Yes, I am.
And how old are you?
I'm 20.
Okay. All right. What year were you born in?
2005.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. Let me thank the very first 4 donors of the stream. Then we'll hop into a conversation. Layla, thank you so much for the $5 over on PayPal, who says, "Hey, Dean, I've been watching you for weeks. I've already sent before about debating my dad soon. Soon I will make that happen." Dude, Layla, make it happen. Hop in that queue whenever. If he's down to debate, I'll bring you up here and we can have that convo. As well as Avril, thank you so much for the $5 over on Venmo. Atlas, thank you so much for the $5 on PayPal. Atlas, I just read your message. That's really funny. Matthew, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal, who says, day 4 of donating to Dean. Matthew, I remember you from the last 3 days. Matthew also says, fuck you, Steve. So fucking real. And then 2 big ones here. Oh my God, dude, we literally just started the stream not even 5 minutes ago, and we haven't even started the first debate of the night, and you guys are already going crazy. Rascal, thank you so much for the $50 super chat over on YouTube. Thank you so much for the love, Rascal. Rascal with the $50 says, "Hey Dean, extremely new fan and not a troll, but I got a lot of flack for being black and supporting you. Why, if I may ask? Keep it up." Rascal, I'm not so sure what the answer to that question would be. You should ask the people that are giving you flack. You know, the same way I'm asking, Trump supporters for an argument on live, ask them for a reason, because it just seems kind of absurd. But I'd also like to thank Trevor. Thank you for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat. Lady Teapot with a 10 says, "Coracle arrangement is finished. It's about the voice of the people." Well, I appreciate you for the $10, and it's good to see you again. As well as Philip with the $10, who says, "Super excited to watch you debate again today. As always, thank you for what you do." Thank you, Philip. You know what? Thank you, everyone. We just read through a bunch of donations just starting the stream. That's phenomenal. I appreciate you guys so much for the love, and I apologize to you, T-Alt, for keeping you waiting. Go ahead and take it away. Tell us why you support Trump as president.
I actually got a question myself. Can I ask that?
You whatever. Why not?
Do you forgive the covenant?
I'm not sure I know what the covenant is. Now, go ahead and take it away and tell us why you support Trump.
Does the covenant glass like all of our planets? And like you say you're not answering it.
I don't know what
they killed trillions of humans.
Okay, there's only 7 billion humans alive.
Well, yeah, because all the rest of humans are on Earth. They either were glass or killed by the covenant or turned into flood.
Okay. We're going to go and move on to the next guest. You know, that was the very first guest of the stream. And I think that was quite symbolic, okay? I think that was quite fucking symbolic, all right? I think he symbolizes, right, like how my day feels, right? How I feel leaving these conversations after 4 hours, okay? We're gonna move on to the next guest, guys. If you find yourself in that queue, make sure that you are an American adult that supports Trump as president. If you break the rules, I'm gonna ban you. Quite frankly, it's gonna be a very fast ban too. I'm gonna ban you. I'm gonna ban you. Quite frankly. Hello, do you support Trump? You have 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and ban. Moving on to the next guest, guys. If you are not coming up here and ready to debate, I'm gonna ban you. Alma, thank you so much for the $50 donation over on PayPal. Holy fuck, Alma. Alma says, thank God you're here. I have to see my Red family later today, and I was watching your TikToks to prepare myself for talking points. When I got the notification that you were live, I just clicked right on in here. Dude, all right, listen. We are going to prep the hell out of you, Alma. You are going to be ready to go. You are going to eat them up. Quite fucking frankly, you are going to do great. I want y'all to show some love to Alma down below in that comment section, not just for the $50 donation, but also in, preparing Alma for her sit down later with some of her MAGA family members. Good luck, and thank you so much for the 50. What is going on? Do you support Trump?
I love you!
Guys, I'm very, 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 very politely asking you to only join the queue if you are MAGA. Like, please, guys, we did just start the broadcast not even 10 minutes ago, and we are still kind of just looking for a very first debate. Please, just please follow those rules, everybody. Please, what is up? Are you MAGA?
Yes.
Okay, how old are you, Freezy?
I am 18.
You're 18, and what year were you born in?
2007.
Okay, and what time is it?
24 October.
Oh, no, like the time.
Oh, for me right now?
Yeah.
It's 11.
Okay. Well, I'm just going to go to repeat this one last time, guys. We are very specifically looking to talk to individuals outside of America. So if that's not you, just stay out of that queue. Quite frankly, the rules are simple. You just got to be an American adult that supports Trump as president that is at least 18 years old. What is up, Matthew? Are you MAGA?
Hello?
Are you driving? Are you the one behind the wheel?
Oh, yeah. Why, is that like that or what?
Yes. It's even worse that you turn your camera on than started looking at your phone. Okay, right? So I always kick people when, they're trying to talk to me and, they're driving. It's just not too safe, and it also is violating TikTok TOS. But I gotta say, you specifically made it like 10 times worse by turning your camera on and acting like we're on a FaceTime. Like, dude, focus on the road. What's up, Austin? Do you support Trump?
6'7".
Okay, very nice, Austin. We're just simply not finding any Trump supporters, guys. If you want to know the truth, I just think MAGA's gone. Okay.
Hey, hello, puta. Hello, putito. Hello, puton. Hello, putote.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Potito.
So you support Trump. How old are you?
I am. My neck hurts.
Okay, you actually do not support Trump. We are going to move on to the next guest. Guys, 10 minutes into the stream, still looking for the first guest. Shit. Just what's going on? What's going on, guys? It's just unbelievable. We're going to move on to Brando. Here we go, folks. Scott, thank you so much for the $10 over on the YouTube, who says finally caught you.
Nigger.
Scott with the $10 says, finally caught you at the start. Get after it. Dean, I appreciate you so much for the love, Scott. That is incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much for the love. I took my headset off to, fix my hair, and I could still hear that. They were screaming that very, very loudly. We did get the ban, though. We're going to move on to the next guest, Troy. Here we go, everybody. Just do be patient while we're working on getting the next guest up. What is up, Troy? Do you support Trump?
Honestly, I don't even live in America.
All right, then you're breaking the rules, guys. We're going to go to put the rules up on screen because nobody could follow them. Only join if you are 18 plus American MAGA and ready to debate. We're going to go to get that next guest, Clover, loaded up right now, guys. Take a good look at the rules if you're over on TikTok before you join. What is up? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I'm 23, by the way.
Okay, don't believe you. Nice troll, though. Moving on to the next guest, Larry. Here we go for the 11,000 people hanging out with us on TikTok. It's been 12 minutes. We still haven't been able to find a single Trump supporter. So if that's you, go to
I'ma shoot your ass, nigga.
And, I mean, we just have a bunch of, like, very small children coming up here, like, saying the N-word. I don't know, that, too, violence. Listen, guys, if this is, like, all that's left of MAGA, you know, I wouldn't be surprised. Is like everybody, you know, with like over 3 brain cells and over the age of like 13 and a half, like no longer a Trump supporter. Like, I'm pretty sure that's what it is. That's a trend that we're seeing. What's up? Do you support Trump, Jay?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, how old are you?
18.
And what year were you born in?
2007.
Okay, and how does it make you feel that the only people that agree with you out of a crowd of 12,000 are like 3-year-olds screaming the N-word, threatening to shoot me?
I don't support that.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, we have 12,000 people in here. Like, those are the only people that we could find that agree with you. I mean, doesn't that tell us a little bit about, like, about your views here? I don't know. How about this? Tell us why you support Trump. You got my attention. Also, you said...
I just like his domestic and foreign policies.
Wait, what year did you say that you're born in?
2007.
Okay, I heard that too. People in the chat are spamming 2010. I thought I heard 2007. Okay, so you said you like his... Yeah, you said that you like his domestic policies. Which one?
Like his immigration policies.
Okay, yeah, which ones? Let me tell you. Okay, every single Trump supporter I've talked to about mass deportation always fails to answer one really easy question. Would you like to know what that question is? One positive outcome of mass deportation on this country.
I just think over like when Kalama or whatever her name is,
Kamala,
was vice president.
Well, you're not answering
like,
my question.
When Joy,
You're already not answering my question. The question was, I'll repeat it.
I just think like when Joe Biden was president, like so many immigrants came into the country.
Yeah, man. That's
as soon as Trump came in.
Not an answer to my question.
Okay, Dean, can you fuck me? Dean, fuck me, please. Dean.
God. Oh my God. I don't think I've ever been caught off guard to that extent. Jesus fucking dude. Wow. Okay. I feel like if we were to all pause time, like be given a notepad and then write down what we think that guest would have said next. like all 13,000 of us on TikTok, all like 3,000 of us. We were to pause time and just write down on a notepad, what will the guest say next? Okay, I'm positive that not a single person in here would have guessed that. Okay, wow. Really thrown me for a loop there. Moving on to the next guest, we got Caleb loading up into the box. Hello, Caleb. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
And how old are you?
I'm 18.
Oh, year were you born in?
2007.
Okay. All right, Caleb. Listen, are you going to be like the first serious Trump supporter of the day? I feel like we've had a bunch of trolls. Okay.
I am, and I wanted to back up Jose's claim about the mass deportation, and I think I can actually answer your question on that one.
Okay, before you do, let me thank a couple people here. Leo, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. I appreciate you for that, love, Leo. Leo with the $10 says, won't be able to watch the full stream today, but I hope you actually have a smooth rest of the stream. I appreciate that for the love, Leo. So far, we're off to a pretty bad start, but you know what? We'll have to wait and see. Thank you, Leo, as well as Katie. Thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. Appreciate you for that, love, Katie. Katie says, I hope you had a great day night last night. Oh, dude, we had a great night. Thank you so much for the $10, Katie. And then M, thank you for the $5. Sasha with a 2 and Elizabeth with a 5. Not to mention Rascal with another $10 on YouTube Super Chat who says, how do you have the patience for this? It is a learned, developed trait, not a born skill. It's something I had to learn. Appreciate you for the love. And go ahead and take it away, man. Just to catch you up to speed, catch everybody up to speed. You're saying that you support Trump because of Trump's mass deportation. I asked the last guest a question about it that he couldn't answer. You say you can. I'll go ahead and repeat the question just to make sure that we're all on the same page here. Okay, what is one specific positive outcome of mass deportation on this country?
And I think it's more jobs for the Americans.
Mm-hmm. All right. And could you give an argument for that?
Listen, so all these immigrants, they come in, no papers, no nothing, right? And they start working the jobs people need after COVID. A lot of people lost their jobs after COVID. They're trying to get back on their feet, find new jobs. And then here comes these immigrants working for less, right? They're working less, making less money. And I think these American peoples want their jobs. They want their jobs to make money to provide for their families. And I think the only way that this can happen is we kick these immigrants out of our country and provide more jobs for the Americans.
Yes. Okay. All right. Well, you're wrong. And it's because you're thinking about things.
Whoa, that's crazy. I want to hear, though. No, keep going. I'm listening.
It's because you're thinking about things very one-dimensionally here. So, in a nutshell, your argument is if we make our labor force smaller, then that labor force will have more job opportunity. But what you're forgetting...
Wait. How would we make our labor force smaller? That doesn't make sense.
Because when you're you'd be deporting the undocumented workers, therefore making the labor force smaller?
No, but then we would get new workers, such as American workers who are looking for those jobs, back into that labor force.
Okay, well, I'd say the labor force would be individuals that are working or like want to work. That's the way that I'm using the term.
Okay, all right, just keep going.
Okay, so you like want to make the labor force smaller by doing a mass deportation. See, the only issue with this is it's actually the opposite that occurs. So when we do a mass deportation, we don't create more job opportunity for Americans. We actually create less job opportunity for Americans. Just give me 1 second here. Can you like... mute your mic? I'm sorry, I just hear like you whispering and it's kind of like throwing me off. Thank you. I appreciate you for that. Thank you so much. So the issue is there's 8.4 million undocumented immigrants that are working in this country today, not to mention the 11 million undocumented immigrants that are consuming goods bought by American companies in this country today. When we remove them all, according to the American Immigration Council, our GDP will go down by 1.1 through $1.7 trillion per year, not to mention the $100 billion per year that undocumented immigrants pay in taxes that we'd be losing out on if we were to remove them all, and the $1 trillion cost to remove them all to begin with. All right. And the total net impact of this would be the forceful expulsion, as I already said, of 8.4 million of our workers and 11 million of our consumers, downsizing the economy as a whole, thereby shrinking job opportunity as well. Now, if you want to account for the fact that undocumented immigrants are getting lower wages on average compared to American citizens, then the way to do that is just to simply offer them a pathway to residency or citizenship so they can have more bargaining power in the labor market, and then they'll naturally get higher wages. And I could explain to you why if you want, but I'll keep it more concise. Go ahead and respond.
You faggot, nigger, looking nigger.
All right. So, yeah, I mean, that's a pretty expected outcome. There's a lot of people in this country that like will say that they support Trump, and they'll try to come up with like some good reason for it. You know, they'll say, well, maybe it's because I care about the economy and I want there to be more job opportunity for American workers, right? But then when somebody with like half of a brain just describes to them how they're wrong, okay, is able to point out how they're thinking one-dimensionally about the subject, and now mass deportation would actually downsize our economy and result in less job opportunity, well, then that's what happens. That's MAGA. I mean, if you want a really compelling reason to leave MAGA, if you are MAGA, if you want a really compelling reason to stop supporting Trump, if you are supporting Trump, it's because those are the people that support him. You know what I mean? Nobody supports Trump because they have a good reason to. I think I prove that on my life every day. People just support Trump because they're misinformed, they're ignorant, or like the last little guest and his 6-year-old brother, very like hateful, very, very hateful. So let's go to move on to the next guest right now. We're going to go to get the next guest loaded up and connected to the live stream right now. Guys, go ahead and hop in that queue if only if you are an American adult that supports Trump as president. By the way, guys, that is the second or third guest of the day that's done that. I think so far we've had like, no, that is the third. We've had like 3 guests come up here and just, you know, start screaming slurs when they didn't have an argument. That's MAGA, you know, if you're curious. And next time, you know, maybe if you're on the left, next time you're having an argument with somebody about the existence of racism, of anti-black racism in this country, they'll say it doesn't exist. They'll say, well, I mean, there's just racism against everybody at low levels. I want you to point towards the behavior of the Trump supporters on this live stream as your argument next time you get into that conversation, because it's incredibly compelling. What's up, Steve? Do you support Trump?
I love you, Parker.
Okay, well, first, my name's Dean. Second, you're underage. Third, your name's not Steve. And fourth, you're not MAGA, so I got to kick you. We are now 20 minutes into the stream without a genuine debate. Folks, I mean, I think I've proved it. I think I proved it. MAGA is scared of me. Republicans, they just simply don't possess the spine to talk to me. Like, isn't that crazy that, like, one 21-year-old can effectively scare the totality of MAGA away? One 21-year-old could, like, just shut them all up. And if it's like, if you're a Trump supporter out there, if you're watching this and you disagree with me, just hop in that queue. Prove me wrong. Come on, have a conversation. What's going on, Brazilian? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Oh, so the rage bait worked. Let's fucking go. Awesome. How old are you?
I'm 35.
35. Go ahead and take it away. Tell us why you still support the worst president of your life as president today, Mr. Donald J. Trump.
Well, I mean, for me, there's been a couple things. I came to this country. My family came here as immigrants. Came to this country the right way, legally. Worked hard. Went through years trying to get my citizenship. Became a U.S. citizen, and so I understand both sides of it. But when it came down to voting, it wasn't a lot of great options for me. I felt like both weren't adequate. And honestly, to me at the time, Trump was the better decision. Over this past 6 months or so, honestly, I can't say what I would have done looking back.
Well,
but
that's actually
I do know that the military.
It's a very relevant question, right? Knowing everything that you do now, like if you were teleported back to November of last year, would you still vote for Trump?
Honestly, I don't know. I mean, honestly, yeah, just because, I see a lot of family members who go both ways with this whole immigration thing going on in this country. I have family who've been affected on both sides of it.
So could I get like one specific reason out of you here why you still support Trump as president?
Well, my dad, he worked 40 plus years on a farm, to earn the livable wage for our family, to support our family, and went through all the right channels.
And why does this mean that you are a Trump supporter?
Well, because why should people be able to come over here illegally, not go through the proper channels, not be patient enough to work for their visas, going through the process? I know it's a process. I've been through it personally. Go through that process to be able to become a U.S. citizen. Everybody here has the right to do those things.
So are you saying that you would still vote for Trump? You still support him today because he's cracked down on undocumented entry?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
So what good policies he implemented in the last 8 months to really crack down on undocumented entry?
Well, I know we have more budget for, the National Guard and other military personnel down at the border. I know we've been going after the cartels, things that haven't been done under previous administration.
Okay, so you're just saying like more of a military presence at the border. So that has been done under like...
Well, more on the cartel side, yeah.
Okay, then what is he doing to the cartels? Like what specifically is he doing to the cartels that's cracking down on undocumented entry?
And out there, I couldn't hear you.
Okay, what specifically is he doing to the cartels that is cracking down on undocumented entry?
Well, he's making it harder for fentanyl to get into the country. That's huge, right? That's a big thing.
Sorry, man. Got to kick you now. Feel free to hop in that queue again if you have another account or whatever. But you can't say the names of any DRUGS on TikTok. I know it's a really shitty rule, but it is what it is. I will go ahead and just respond to that nonetheless. So even the Department of Homeland Security reports that 80% of the DRUGS as a whole that are brought into this country over the southern border are brought in by citizens. So there's actually a really big problem with the Trump administration. That problem is that they've never actually focused on the vast majority of citizens that are bringing drugs into this country. And the reason why they won't focus on that is because, well, they've always told their base that it's the immigrants that are the problems, not the citizens. So if they switch up now they'll look really hypocritical, but that's where the problem really lies. So I'd say that the Trump administration is actually really inefficient at cracking down on the drugs coming into this country over the southern border. What's up, Justin? How old are you? All right, we're going to move on to the next guest here, you guys. If I'm really hoping that these debates can get back on track here soon. I'm really hoping that they can. I'm not having too much fun right now. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box. Iris, thank you so much for the $10 over on Super Chat saying it's my B-Day today. Happy birthday, Iris, and I appreciate you for the $10. Good to have you here. As well as Ty, thank you for the super chat with the $10 over on YouTube as well, who says, this was a bad time to forget my headphones and listen to your live stream on my phone speakers during my gym session. I'm really sorry about that, Ty. I'm really sorry about that, man. As well as Barbara, thank you so much for the $20 over on super chat. Thank you, Barbara. Barbara says an ICE raid in Nebraska led to them losing more than half of their workforce. They pay above minimum wage and are struggling to replace the workers. Nebraska has 52K open jobs. Maybe MAGA can move there then. Well, we're actually having job shortages all around the country, okay? Right? They're really struggling to fill these roles. It's terrible. As well as Mary, thank you so much for the $20 as well, who says, thank you for educating those of us who didn't get through school/parents. Well, thank you so much for the $20, Mary. Thank you so much for your kindness. If you're watching right now, show some love to Barbara, Mary, and Ty, and Iris down below in that chat. And if you're watching and you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok, and that can be found in the pinned message over in that YouTube stream. What is going on? Welcome in, Caden. Do you support Trump?
Fuck you, nigger.
All right. We're going to go to get the next guest loaded up in here, guys. Definitely a Trump supporter, but, came up here, said a slur, so we got to kick him. We're going to go to move on to the next guest. Definitely a Trump supporter, though. 110% a Trump supporter. Everyone, just do be patient while we're working on getting that next guest loaded up into the live. We got that next guest connected. We got James Hard loading in. Hey, what's up? Do you support Trump?
Oh, by the way, I'm 23. I can be here.
All right. Yeah, I don't trust that. Moving on to the next guest here, you guys. I think that we're going on 30 minutes right now of just straight trolls, except for that one guy that said the name of the DRUG. 30 minutes of straight trolls. Yeah, dude, literally 12,000 people, not one Trump supporter that wants to come up here and debate me. I got to say in like one sense, it's annoying, right? Obviously, but like in another sense, it makes me feel like really good and confident in like what we're doing here. Because if we're like sitting in a room of like over 12,500 people here on TikTok, and there's not like one person that's willing to come up here and give an argument, like logically speaking, for why they think that Donald Trump's a good president. What does that say? What does that say about these debates? It says that these debates are fucking steamrolling right over the MAGA worldview. And there's just not a possible argument to justify that this bullshit is true. And everyone in the chat spamming do a 5v1. Before we try to do a 5v1, we'll need to get a 1v1 first. Welcome in, Kazi. How old are you?
19.
What year were you born in?
06.
And you said shut up to me right there. So I'm guessing you're a Trump supporter?
Yeah, bro. Y'all just talk a lot.
Well, I mean, yeah, sure. We definitely don't do crayon on paper in less than 5 words. We do add a little bit of nuance, but I'll see if we could find a good medium for this conversation. Take it away, Kazi. Why do you support the worst president of your life, Mr. Trump?
Oh, because he don't support y'all trannies and shit.
Ah, all right. Well, first thing that they say when they come up here, once again, is a slur for trans people. Moving on to the next guest. We got Mark loaded up into the box. Guys, it is every single person today. Every single person. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Mark.
Hello, I'm an American, and yeah, I support Trump.
Okay, what time is it?
4:42.
What state are you in?
The one on the east.
Okay, all right. You're not from America. We're going to move on to Jar. Here we go, guys. Go ahead and hop inside of that queue. If you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump, we're going on 30 minutes without a debate yet. I mean, like, Trump, like, MAGA's, like, seriously, like, super fucking sad. Like, there has to be, like, a couple thousand Trump supporters in here watching. We have 13K people on TikTok. Not one person. You guys are fucking sad. Listen, MAGA, I want you to prove to me that you're just not sad and unintelligent by just having like one person from your group hop in that queue to debate me. What's up, Jar? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay, how old are you?
Old enough for you to clap my cheeks.
Okay. All right, another troll. We're going to move on to the next guest, you guys. Like I said, seriously, super fucking sad. Super sad. Kai, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo, who says, I think that they're struggling to find arguments, so they just say racial slurs. Yeah, no, that's a strat. Appreciate you for the $10, Kai. Show some love to Kai down below in that chat, as well as Claire. Thank you so much for the $8 and the 88 cents over on Venmo. Appreciate you for that love, Claire. And then Junie, appreciate you for the $5 on Venmo, says, fuck Steve. Super real. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
How old are you?
18.
What year are you born in?
07.
Okay. And yeah, how do you feel about the fact that I've been live now for 30 minutes with over 10,000 viewers on TikTok? Right now we're at near 14,000. And nearly, apart from one, every single Trump supporter that's come up into this live has just ended up exploding and saying racial slurs like the N-word, F slurs, so on and so forth. Like, do you guys have brains? Or is it just like all hatred and slurs?
I mean, yeah, I was just watching it, but I really was going to hop in the live and just say the reason why I support Trump. I mean, obviously my family does, and it's just I like the way he implicates
You went on pause. I can't hear you when you're on pause.
Oh, sorry.
You're good. Go ahead.
I'm sure you know the First Step Act, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like that's just one of the big reasons why I like it.
So it's prison reform. So he's actually already contradicting the First Step Act by calling for DRUG sellers to be sentenced to death in America today. That's actually one of the things that the First Step Act had reversed, not to mention that the First Step Act was pushed through Congress under the end of Obama's second term, but then Republicans failed and refused to vote for it until they had a Republican in the White House, which they then got with Trump, and then they passed it.
Yeah.
So this had nothing to do with Trump. It had all to do with Republicans wanting to make a Republican president look good, and Stalin and refusing to pass it when Obama was in office during the second term. And Donald Trump has already contradicted the First Step Act, as I already said, by wanting to put drug sellers to death.
Yeah. No, I mean, I just...
He left. All right, guys. All right, dude, I don't know what it is. It's like, I guess MAGA's just not having it today. Dude, MAGA is not having it today. Holy fucking shit. You know, and I'm starting to get a little bit energized. Dude, like, MAGA's just not doing it. They're not doing it today. They're all like, fuck no, I can't do it. What's up? Do you support Trump, Emma? I mean, you got 5 seconds before you're banned.
I love Trump.
And how old are you?
19.
And what year were you born in?
6.
6 is, you mean 2006, Emma?
2006.
Okay, all right. And why do you love Trump, Emma?
I think something is probably immigration.
Okay, you love Trump because immigration. I mean, I'm going to need to say more words here. Can you say more words, Emma? Okay, I don't know what the fuck's wrong with Emma. We're going to kick her and move on to the next guest. We got Isaac loading up into the box, guys. Here we go, everyone. Just looking for some Trump supporters over 30 minutes in. What's up? Do you support Trump? Hello? Okay, all right. I mean, you're on the live. Are you going to talk to me? Nope, Isaac's going to leave too. Oh my God. You know what, guys? We're going to go for the new record today. We've already been live for 33 minutes. Haven't had a single fucking Trump supporter last longer than 10 seconds. I mean, shit, at least they last longer with me than they did their ex-wives or girlfriends. But I wonder if we could go all 4 hours like this. I think if we could have a 4-hour stream like this, where MAGA's just completely lost, they literally can't even make a single argument that's worth more than 30 seconds of discussion before they run away for 4 hours straight, then like we've officially won, okay? We're already 1/8 into that. Let's see if we can make it for another 30 minutes without a single Trump supporter being able to give a single coherent argument. What is going on, Draco? Do you support Trump?
All right, I do support Trump.
And how old are you?
I'm 19.
Okay, I think that you're a troll.
Oh, no, I'm not a troll, buddy. I support Trump. I'm all about Trump.
Okay, and why do you support Trump?
I support Trump because I feel like he protects us from other countries.
Okay, like which ones? Which other countries is Trump protecting us from?
Russia. Fuck Russia.
And how is he protecting us from Russia?
Because Russia's a hoe, and they just, they just bad.
Okay,
they bad.
So Russia bad, therefore Trump is protecting us from Russia. That doesn't follow.
Oh, my bad, buddy. I just think he's a protector, you know what I mean?
All right, and the question, the question couldn't be more clear, okay? How is Trump protecting America from Russia?
Because he hates the blacks, and I don't like the blacks either. So.
Okay, and we're going to move on to the next guest. We got Tyler loading up into the box. Everyone just do be patient. Ashton, thank you so much for the $5 over on Venmo, saying after Trump sues the DOJ, we should all sue him. Yes, class action lawsuit with every American ever. Appreciate you so much for the $10. Thank you, Ashton with the 5. As well as Amanda, thank you so much for the $15 over on Venmo, who says 9 out of 10 times the reason why they support mass deportation is racism. They're just too chicken shit to say it out loud. Your flood of slur trolls is evidence of it. I am actually inclined to agree with you there. Thank you so much for the $15, Amanda. That's incredibly kind of you. Show some love to Amanda down below in that chat for the 15. What is going on, Tyler? Do you support Trump?
Yo, Dean, what's good, twin?
What's going on? Do you support Trump?
Hey, I ain't gonna lie, Trump.
You're 16. I gotta kick you. Moving on to the next guest, guys. If you're in that queue, just make sure that you're following the rules. The rules are very simple, guys. You just got to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. I mean, we're already over. We're close to 40 minutes into the stream now. We haven't had one debate. It's just getting a little bit annoying at this point, guys. Please follow the rules.
On debate. It's just getting a little bit annoying at this point, guys. Please follow the rules. On debate.
Crazy Echo. What's up, Blazing Fire? Do you support Trump?
No, I just want to say I love you.
Okay, well, I appreciate you for that, love, man. However, I will ask you to just not enter into the queue. Like I said, we're close to 40 minutes into the stream without a debate, so we're just specifically isolating for Trump supporters, but I do really appreciate you for your kindness. We're going to move on to the next guest right now. Erica, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. Appreciate you for that, love. Thank you so much. Show some love to Erica down below in that chat for the $10, as well as Jennifer. Thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo, who says they're getting scared. Dean, these snowflakes out here fear you? Bro, I think that, like, what's the other explanation of what's going on? I think that's the only option left. Appreciate you for the $20, Jennifer. Show some love to Jennifer down below in that chat. I seriously really do appreciate you for your kindness. Massive W fucking Jennifer's down below. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, how old are you?
18.
Okay, and what year are you born in? Everyone's 18 today.
11-7.
Do you have like anybody that still supports Trump that isn't like an 18-year-old? I don't know. 2007? All right. So go ahead and name 3 policies that Donald Trump has passed that you like.
Nigger, 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 nigger.
Okay. All right. We're going to move on to the next guest. It just keeps on going, guys. I mean, I don't know why they're doing this. It's just bad for them and bad for their side, right? I mean, like, holy shit. You know, it's like, I don't know why. It's kind of just taking
it's like, I don't know why. It's like, I don't know why. It just.
What a fucking echo. It's just them kind of like taking the mask off and exposing, you know, MAGA for who they really are to the world. I mean, like, we've seriously had 10 people come up here and just spam the N-word. We haven't had one person come up here and say, here's a good reason why I support Trump. What's up? Are you MAGA?
Yes, I support George Floyd.
Okay. All right. We're going to move on to the next guest. Everyone just do give us a minute. We are now officially 40 minutes into this stream and haven't had a single debate. We got that next guest loading up. All right. We got Asher connecting into the box. Here we go, guys. Okay. Asher automatically left. Moving on to the next guest, Michael. Hey, what's up? Do you support Trump?
Hey, yes, I do.
Okay. How old are you, Michael?
I'm 18.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Everyone is 18 today. Everyone. What year were you born in?
2007.
What month?
I just turned 18 the first.
So what month?
It's October.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. So, yeah, man, go ahead and take it away. Tell us why you support Trump.
Well, first off, I just want to say, first of all, that it's insanely immature and just disrespectful what people have been doing.
That's your side, man. Yeah, that's your side. I just want you to understand that is your side. Okay, we have over 15,000 people in this live. We've been live for 40 minutes. We haven't been able to get a single Trump supporter to come up here and have a conversation with me, just to debate. Right? Every single person has been coming up here and spamming slurs. That's your side. Okay, so just keep that in mind.
Oh, 100%. I get that. People are immature as shit, especially on TikTok. My point of view, just wanted to get that out there. But really, the reasons that I've supported Trump in the past, I haven't really been following too closely as of late. Ever since, like, the assassination on Charlie Kirk and all that drama and all that, I just kind of haven't been following it too well.
So what year did you say that you were born in?
2007.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Everyone in the chat is saying that you said 2010. I heard 2007. Go ahead. Just tell us why you support Trump.
So I support his policies more so on immigration, not entirely, but I do support deportation.
Okay, man. Yeah, okay, listen, I've been having the same conversation for the last 40 minutes, and I've been asking the same question that nobody's been able to answer for the last 40 minutes. I'll ask the same thing to you, telling us that you support Trump as president because you support his mass deportation. Here's the question. What is one specific positive outcome of mass deportation on this country?
Well, it kind of helps the economy, does it not? It keeps better, it keeps jobs towards Americans that are here legally, I guess.
So it helps the economy. It kills the economy. Undocumented immigrants contribute $1.1 through $1.7 trillion to the economy per year, according to the American Immigration Council. You remove them, we are also removing their economic contributions, not to mention the over $100 billion per year that they pay in taxes. The economy will get worse with the more undocumented immigrants we deport.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, like I said, I'm not really following it too well currently, so I haven't done a lot of research. I really just wanted to get on here and say that that's immature what they're doing. And
well, I mean, so like, so you didn't come on here for a debate because, like, matter of fact, right? You know, like now, like I feel like we're kind of at a point where you can't name like any positive outcome of mass deportation. I mean, I just named a negative one, right? It's a detrimental impact on the economy, and I could, you know, name any more, right? But matter of fact is, right? So far, we haven't been able to identify any positive outcomes, any benefits of mass deportation, but we have been able to identify a negative outcome, a detriment of mass deportation. So why would you support it if we could only name bad outcomes?
I really just want stuff to be done the right way. Like whatever they do, I don't really want people to be separated from their families or anything, you know. That is another downside of it. Sometimes that happens. It's part of it.
So you're saying that, so I just don't feel like I'm getting a clear answer to my question. Why did you support mass deportation if we could only name negative outcomes of mass deportation and we can't name any positive outcomes of mass deportation? Isn't that a really compelling reason to not support it and to look for an alternative instead?
You know, I honestly don't disagree with you, but I also just currently I think we need to put our country first because I don't think it's in a place that we can take in a bunch of refugees.
Okay, but listen, all the negative outcomes that we just agreed on, you know, like mass deportation, reducing our GDP by 1.1 through $1.7 trillion per year, it costing $1 trillion over the course of the next 10 years, as well as the opportunity cost of the $100 billion per year that we'd be losing out in government revenue, right? The economic instability that would set forth, right? The shock to our manufacturers that they would experience in producing less goods because we're forcefully expelling 8.4 million of their laborers and 11 million of their consumers, selling less goods to them, right? These are all like ways that our country would be hurt. So when you're telling me that you support this policy that would only hurt our country because you want to place our country first, right? It just seems like really backwards and twisted. Twisted as hell.
When I said I support his policies on immigration, I didn't necessarily mean or to refer to mass immigration itself. I just don't want any more people coming in illegally. If they're here already, I wouldn't be impartial to them going through the proper channels and becoming illegal immigrant.
Okay, so then so you did specifically name mass deportation when I asked you to name a Trump policy that you support. Right, and now you're saying it's not necessarily that, but it's rather just cutting off new undocumented entry. Okay, so what good policy has Donald Trump implemented in the last 10 months to like slow new undocumented entry into America?
Like I said, I haven't been following it all that well. I just kind of wanted to say I've had a few discussions with like classmates. I'm in college and all that stuff, and I really don't follow it as well as I should be. So honestly, I'm going to just kind of hop off here and let you get someone that's a little more educated. I just wanted some stuff that I could research.
Yeah.
So that's something that I could do. So I appreciate you.
Yeah, you take care, Michael. Guys, we are 50 minutes into the stream now. And like MAGA isn't coming here to debate. And listen, guys, it's actually like a good thing, right? You know, like, fuck. I think we won. I think we won. Like, I'm pretty sure we won. Like, maybe this is like the inflection point. I think that we might be at the inflection point, chat. You know, like over here, you know, here I am, like a little bit annoyed, you know, like frustrated. But should that be my reaction? Like, I think like my reaction should be a big old fucking smile, dude. I think my reaction should be a big old fucking smile. Like, I think that this is actually a really good thing. Like, I guess we're gonna keep going, but like, I don't think that we've ever had it like this. 50 minutes, no debates, okay? We have like the few MAGA stragglers that only support Trump, not because of anything rooted in reality, fact, reason, or logic, just because of hate, okay? That would account for the 10 people that came up here and said slurs, okay? And then we had like one or two people that came up here, right, like trying to make a pro-Trump argument rooted in reality. What happened to them? They just either said, I'm not educated enough, I gotta leave, like that last guy, or, you know, dip down 5 seconds in like a guy, you know, 3 guests before him. Like, wow! I think that people in this country are finally starting to wake up, okay? Right? The moment these streams become boring, the moment these streams become dull, is the moment this country is like heading in a direction that is good. There's a moment this country is heading in a direction that we support, right? Because support for the president is non-existent, dwindling, or just very, very minority. You know what I mean? So I don't know. Let's not celebrate too early. I'm gonna go to get that next guest up in here, but we're gonna keep going. But matter of fact, guys, we're just not seeing any Trump supporters. I don't think we've ever had it like this. Okay, we're close to an hour into the stream, and we just don't have anyone. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Bro, go listen to the new Playboy Cardi album.
Okay, guys, just make sure if you're in that queue that you are at least 18 years old. You are American, you are MAGA, and you want to come up here and have a conversation with me about why you support Trump. I'm going to go ahead and put the other topic just on that screen. How do you still support Trump? What is up? Are you MAGA?
To an extent.
Okay. Knowing everything that you do now, if you're teleported back to November, who'd you vote for?
Trump.
Okay.
I've already voted for him.
Okay. All right. All right. So then why do you...
20.
Yeah, how old are you?
I was born in 05.
20, born in 05. So why do you support Trump as president?
I support him for a lot of different reasons, but mainly because he's going to stand for America. Like, he's going to stand on business in those type of terms.
Okay, you think he's going to stand for America? I'm so sorry, man. Yeah. But I mean, just like looking at, the tyranny of the Trump administration in the last 8 months, I feel like it's become evidently clear that he's not going to stand for America. I mean, on November 1st, 42 million Americans are going to lose their SNAP benefits, okay, that keep food.
Oh, yeah. See, I don't really care about that because when I mean stand for America, I mean he's going
that's a quarter of America.
No, but I mean he's going to fight for us.
Listen to what I'm saying. Yeah, and he's not fighting for those 42 million Americans that are going to lose SNAP benefits. When the White House was asked about what their response is going to be, if they are going to pass, if they are going to pass emergency funding in order to keep those SNAP benefits alive, you know what they said? You know what they said? They said, we are not going to pass emergency funding to fund those SNAP benefits. In fact, if a state wants to pick up the bill and fund those SNAP benefits, right, while the government is shut down for the next month or so, until whenever it reopens, we're not going to reimburse you either. Okay, so how can you say, right, that Donald Trump wants to fight for this country when he made it explicitly clear yesterday that he's not going to fight for a quarter of this country?
No, I mean, when I say fight, I mean like go to war for this country. That's what I'm saying. Like, you said Trump is terrible for America. Okay, I'm not saying he's perfect. We all know there's ups and downs to it. But we're not going to make it seem like he's terrible for America. Like, and it's like people like you're just going to sit there and debate about it. But me, I'm going to actually go do something about it. And I'm going to make America great. You feel me? You're not doing anything but talking about it.
I've absolutely no clue what you mean, quite frankly.
No, you do. And another thing is the whole immigration thing.
Could you tell me how he's going to stand up for America?
What do you mean?
How's he going to stand up for America?
You do way more research than me, so you should know. You should know how deadly it gets.
Listen, I don't know what's going on in your mind. I don't know what your claim is. Like, keep in mind here, like, you are the one trying to make an argument for why Donald Trump is a good president. Why is Donald Trump a good president? How is he going to stand up and fight for this country? Please tell me.
He took rights. He took specific rights away from women. Okay. And I feel like that's good. I feel like there's nothing wrong with that.
Well, I don't think that taking rights away from women is good, but go ahead and tell us how.
Is it the AB rights, right?
Abortion rights? So how's banning abortion like good, fighting for America?
Because, I mean, how can you, like, let's put it in the R word terms too, because that's what they always resort to. But what if I get R worded and da-da-da? Okay. Do you think, if you're a believer in the Holy Spirit, right? Do you think God is going to look at you and say, just because you got R worded, I am not going to judge you because you got R-worded. And I'm not going to, you feel me? He's still gonna judge you. You killed the innocent soul because you got R-worded. Because a person, a physical being made a bad offense upon you. So you just killed the innocent soul for no reason because that's selfish. Okay. I understand you're living your own life.
So you just think that abortion is wrong, including in circumstances of rape, because it's killing an innocent soul. Got it. So let me ask you a question here. I would actually argue that you could be pro-life. You could think that a fetus is an innocent soul with its own right to life, and still believe that victims of rape should be able to access abortion. And here's why. Let's go ahead and just imagine a little bit of a hypothetical real quick. You make just enough money to buy just enough food to feed yourself. Okay. And you live alone in a cabin in the middle of the woods, okay? But you know for the next 9 months, somebody's going to be breaking into your house in the middle of the night and taking half of your food to feed themselves, to keep themselves alive, all right? And at any point, you can stop them from stealing your food. All that you got to do is lock your front door in the middle of the night. But if you do stop them from stealing your food, obviously they will die from starvation as a result. Do you think that you should maintain your legal right to lock your front door at night, stop this home intruder from taking half of your food, even if they inevitably die as a direct consequence of that because they no longer have resources to sustain their own life?
Okay, Dean. Say the last part again. Just the last part. That's all I'm asking.
Do you think that you should maintain your legal right to lock your front door in the middle of the night to stop that person from stealing half of your food, even if, in cutting them off from access to your resources, they die as a result?
Yes.
Okay.
What do you mean? That's not my fault.
So you're saying that you don't have any obligation. You're saying that you don't have any obligation, right, to maintain this third party's life, right, by allowing them access to your resources. Okay. So you think that you should be well within your right to deny them access to your resources, even if they die. So why can't we just say the same thing about victims of rape? Okay. They were forced into sex. They were forced into pregnancy, and they were forced into giving their resources to that fetus against their will and consent. So using your logic, okay, they don't have any obligation to continue to give that fetus access to their resources and domicile in their uterus, and they should be well within their right to cut off that fetus's access to their resources, even if that fetus dies as a result.
Okay, well, that's not... You literally just put it into terms like... Come on now. That's not even reasonable.
That is reasonable. In fact, that's how we use analogies, right, and logic here to dispute the credibility of your view here. Now, if you'd argue, right, that these two situations aren't comparable, then feel free to point out the symmetry breaker. But you won't be able to point out the symmetry breaker because the conceptual takeaway from that analogy is you should be well within your right to cut off access to a third party to your resources, even if in doing so it causes that third party to die. That is exactly what a victim of rape is doing when they're getting an abortion. They're cutting off access, right, from the fetus to their bodily resources, causing the fetus to die. What's the goddamn difference?
Bro, we're not gonna make it seem like this is not a human life. Okay. This is literally what you're portraying.
Listen, in the hypothetical, the person that's like breaking into your house and stealing half of your food is definitely a unique human life. Definitely has a right to life. Definitely has a soul, is morally valuable. Okay, right? Assume all those things to be true of the fetus, and guess what? You still have no argument to demonstrate why that victim of rape shouldn't be able to access abortion, for the same reason why you should be able to lock your front door at night to prevent that person, that human life that's unique and valuable, from being able to come into your house and get access to your resources.
That's different from being my child, though, in a regular human life. You're putting it in completely different circumstances. This is just...
Okay, so you're saying the reason why the victim of rape shouldn't be able to cut off access to her resources from the fetus is because the fetus is her biological child?
That and like I said, the religion part. Well, I mean, like, let's just be honest.
You're saying that your religion would dictate that the life of the fetus is morally valuable. Wouldn't it, like, your religion dictate that the person stealing into your house and taking half of your food is like also morally valuable?
All right, can we stop talking about the guy stealing in the house?
No, because it's an analogy that we're using to dispute your view here, right? Because your religion would dictate that that person that's breaking into your house to take half of your resources is morally valuable, has the right to life, is unique, so on and so forth. But you still think that you should be well within your right to lock your front door at night, preventing them from gaining access to your resources, even if they die as a result. Okay, that's not a difference between the two situations.
Locking my front door at night is not the same as me preventing and killing my child.
Well, it is the same as preventing that fetus from accessing your resources, yes.
It's literally not.
How is it different?
Locking a front door at night is not the same
as like cutting off the supplies of progesterone, right, to the fetus, causing it to starve to death. What's the difference?
This is illogical.
What's the difference? What's the logical difference here? Let me know.
So, Dean, if we're being honest, right?
Please tell me what the logical difference is.
No. Let's be honest.
Oh, you can't tell me what the logical difference is. You're fucking scared.
Than me, right?
Hey, man, I'm happy that you admit it.
Oh, of course, I can admit that any day. This is your game. You do this, so we're not gonna make it seem like I'm more educated than you, or I'm gonna have the upper hand. In feel me? Let's just be realistic here. But we're not gonna make it seem like that is okay. Okay.
Well, I mean, actually, we are going to make it seem like it's okay for the reason that I just gave, right? That woman was forced into sex. That woman was forced into pregnancy. That woman was forced into her bodily resources, keeping the fetus alive. And that woman has no obligation to continue to exist in that state of affairs where she's being forced into that thing. She should be well within her right to say, hey, I do not consent to my resources going to that fetus. And she should be well within her right to cut off that supply of resources. Okay, I mean, that's common sense. Okay, that is exactly what you agreed to. That is exactly what you conceded to in that hypothetical that I gave you. You said if somebody's taking your resources away from you without your consent, all of a sudden you should be within your right to cut off access to those things. But apparently a victim of rape shouldn't? So why do you think that victims of rape, why do you think that victims of rape, right, have more of an obligation to provide their resources to those around them than you? Oh, is it because maybe in the hypothetical, it's something that personally impacts you as a man, but as soon as it's a real world conversation about victims of rape, it doesn't, because that can only happen to women?
Dean, I have a question. So, shit. Bro, why is everybody saying Elvine? Everybody has their own opinions.
So now if you're just saying, well, everybody has their own opinions and you should have a right to that, then victims of rape should have the right to the opinion that they should be able to access abortion, but you want to deny them that.
No, that's another thing. The question was, you said Trump is terrible for America. Can we at least both agree that he's not completely terrible? No. Like, he's not just all in all wrong?
Yeah, I think that he is absolutely terrible.
Okay, so there's nothing right about Trump.
Dude, okay, was Hitler absolutely terrible?
Well, how are we comparing Hitler to Trump?
Don't worry.
This is not realistic.
Don't
we are in modern day.
Listen, was Hitler absolutely terrible?
Yes.
Oh, but he was really good at art. Oh. See what I mean? Okay, right? So, like, obviously, we would still say that Hitler's absolutely terrible, even though technically every single aspect of Hitler wasn't absolutely terrible. Like, he could put fucking paint on a paper, okay? That doesn't matter. We're still going to say that he's absolutely terrible. So, I mean, listen, I could agree that, like, in some senses, Donald Trump hasn't made the worst decisions in every single scenario, right? Like, Operation Warp Speed, it wasn't the worst, okay? Operation Warp Speed helped people. But that doesn't change to the fact that he fulfills all 14 tenets of fascism. That doesn't change the fact that he's been held civilly liable for rape. That doesn't change the fact that he's an adjudicated 34-count felon. That doesn't change the fact that he went on Howard Stern's podcast and boasted about perverting the naked bodies of teens. That doesn't change the fact that he's now passing economic policy that's taking healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans, food stamps away from 3 million low-income Americans, and redistributing wealth from 156 million Americans making at or beneath $151,000 per year to the top 1, 2, and 3% of income earners in this country. And it certainly doesn't change the fact now that because of Donald Trump's shutdown, 41 million Americans are going to lose access to SNAP benefits in less than a week from now, and the administration has already said that they have no intention to allow emergency funding to keep those food stamps going, but then they will give emergency funding to ICE.
I mean, but if some Americans got off their ass and worked jobs, they wouldn't be worried about EBT and food stamps.
Okay, well,
I mean,
so you're operating on this false dichotomy of assuming that if you're low income,
no, I'm not. No, I'm not.
Okay, yes, you are. You're operating on this false dichotomy of assuming you're operating off of this false dichotomy of assuming that if you're low income and you don't have enough money to provide food for you and your family alongside all of the other bills that American families have, that therefore you're lazy and you're sitting
whose fault is that though? Whose fault is that?
If you're gonna let me finish here, did you know that you actually have to be working a job in order to get food stamps? You fucking silly goose.
Yeah, obviously.
Oh, yeah, there's a work requirement on food stamps. So you're like, oh, get off the couch, go work a job. They have to work a job in order to receive the benefits in the fucking first place. So how about instead of you responding, right, to 41 million Americans potentially starving, okay, children going days without meals because now the Trump administration has shut the government down and they're not allowing any emergency funding going to funding these benefits, instead of you just blaming it on those low-income Americans, saying like, oh, they just got to stop being lazy and go work a fucking job. Okay, get off of your ass, right? You get off of your ass. You start, how about getting a fucking education, turning around and criticizing those in power that are causing these conditions to be the case to begin with.
I'm past
and
education
also,
at this point,
we don't have a problem with low-income Americans in this country, right? Like draining public resources, draining the American tax dollar, draining the American taxpayers' expenditure. Okay, the average American pays $36 per year into food stamps. Do you know how much the average American pays into corporate subsidies per year?
No, because I'm not doing as much research.
$700. So the $36 to food stamps is an issue, even though it keeps families alive, it keeps children healthy, it keeps children performing well in school, but then the $700 going to the corporate subsidies per year, that's just going back into the pockets of the richest among us, right? Like the billions and billions of dollars of corporate bailouts for SpaceX, making the richest man on earth even richer, right? You don't care at all. In fact, you'll actually vote for and support the administration that had him on as a special advisor.
See, the thing is, I'm not going to be where you are when we go to war. You know, like you're literally sitting on TikTok live smoking a vape. with 14,000 people watching you.
Yeah, better than
debating
sitting on
how
TikTok
our
live and saying that
president-
9-year-old victims of rape should be forced to maintain pregnancy for 9 months.
9-year-old victims. When did that come out of my mouth? I said women. I said women who should hold themselves accountable for their actions.
You
That's
think that
what I
victims
said.
of rape should hold themselves accountable for the action of being raped?
You just said 9-year-old girls.
Well, I mean, obviously earlier when you said victims of rape shouldn't be able to access abortion, right? You weren't just talking about women, you were also talking about minors. Unless you'd like to clarify and argue that you weren't. But then if you are arguing that minor victims of rape should be able to access abortion and adult victims of rape shouldn't be able to access abortion, I'd simply ask you, why do you hold a different standard here?
Bro, what do you mean? It's a child. What do you mean?
What's the difference? What's the difference between a child getting raped and pregnant and an adult getting raped and pregnant, insofar as saying it's okay to deny the adult access to abortion, but it's not okay to deny the child access to abortion? What's the fucking difference makes that shift?
What do you mean? What is the difference?
What's the difference?
In what case is a fucking child having sex? A 9-year-old? What do you mean?
I said, what is the difference between you saying that if an adult is raped, they should be denied access to abortion, but if a child is raped, they should be allowed access to abortion? Like, what is the relevant difference that makes you hold a different standard dependent on the age of the victim of rape?
Can I cut my camera on? Is that all right?
You don't have an answer to the question, do you?
No, you lagged at the end, and I wasn't gonna ask you to repeat it.
Okay, well,
It's kinda repetitive.
I'll go ahead and repeat it. The only reason why it's repetitive is I repeat it every time you can't answer, and you can't answer every time. So let's just do this one last time. Let's stop the repetition.
Okay, so say it again, jackass.
Okay, you apparently think that victims of rape that are children should be allowed to access abortion, but victims of rape that are adults shouldn't be able to access abortion. So what is the relevant age? What is the relevant difference in the age of the victim insofar as you believing if they should or shouldn't be able to access abortion if they are raped and then become pregnant?
Because if you're anybody, woman or man, and you're raping a child, I mean, like, come on, like, I mean, rape in general is wrong, but we both know that women, especially in society today, you know, they used to be, you know, real modest and things like that. But now, in today's society, it's cooked. They're wearing a lot of revealing clothes. And I'm not saying that, like, oh, nah. Bro trying to get me smoked. I ain't doing it. Yeah. They wear a lot of revealing clothes. And I'm not saying that they're the reason, but they provoke it, for being quite honest.
Are you a rapist?
Definitely not.
I wouldn't doubt it if you were. I wouldn't doubt it if you were.
You
a
wouldn't
rapist.
doubt it?
No, I would.
Why is that?
If you answered yes to that question, I wouldn't doubt it at all. I would totally believe that you are a rapist. I would totally believe that at some point in your life already, you've abused a woman, you've raped a woman, or at some point in your life in the future, you will abuse a woman, you will rape a woman.
Boy.
Okay? Right? Because you think like a rapist. Okay? Only rapists think, right, that women and girls cause themselves to get raped. Okay? Only abusers think that it's the victim's fault. Okay? Right? Because the thing about you and all of the other shitty rapists that think like you, all right, is you all think the same way. It's anybody's fault but your own. Okay? Even when you are infringing upon some of the most fundamental core rights that humans possess. Okay? You will violate the bodily autonomy. You will violate the personhood. You will violate the will, and you will violate the wishes in such a fundamental way by abusing or raping somebody. And yet, even in that scenario, you can still find a way to say it's that victim's fault.
Dean, if it's a debate, how are you going to mute me, buddy? I mean, that's not fair, is it?
I'm sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry. I muted you? You know what? I think it's actually your fault that I muted you. I think that you provoked me muting you. I think that you provoked me muting you. In fact, you now complaining about me muting you is just absolutely absurd to me because obviously, right, you provoked me muting you by what you said. I personally possess zero culpability nor responsibility for any of the words I say, nor the actions I take towards you, since you provoked all of the words and actions I have taken towards you based upon what you have said. So I have a question. Why are you complaining about something that I've done to you as if it is my fault that I've done it to you, when in all reality it should be yours in accordance with your own logic?
Because your whole live video is about how we
wait,
are.
Wait. You're not answering my question.
Not a debate.
Are you saying that it's my fault when I muted you?
Yes.
Why?
Because
why? Because it's an action that I did. Is it
live
rape an action that rapists do? So then why wouldn't rape be the fault of the rapist? Oh, no response there, kid? Oh, I'm so fucking sorry. I'm so fucking sorry that your 4 brain cells couldn't handle that one. Yeah, you put it on the fucking rape victims, bro. You're absolutely goddamn disgusting. You should be ashamed of yourself. You know what? I'll say this with my full chest. Shut the fuck up. Pipe down. Hey, little bro, pipe the fuck down. I'll say this with my chest. You are an excuse.
Shut that shit up.
You
can't even fight.
Oh, wow. Somebody's getting really mad now, threatening physical violence. I bet I'm not the first person you've done that to, right?
You just told me to shut the fuck up.
Oh, wow. The guy that said rape is the victim's fault is now threatening physical violence. Everybody acts shocked.
I never
everyone acts shocked. Everyone acts shocked, dude. Get the fuck off my life. We're gonna go to move on to the next Trump supporter, dude. I mean, yeah, of course. And the mask comes off. He's really sick. He's a really sick person. Super duper sick person. Just absolutely insane that people like that still exist in society. You are such a problem with this world. You are such an inconceivable problem with this world. Moving on to the next guest. If you're in that queue, just make sure it's because you are an American adult that supports Trump as president. And we'll get you loaded up in here. Yeah, everyone acts shocked. The guy that said rape is the victim's fault asked me if I knew how to fight threatening physical violence. Jesus fucking Christ. Could have seen that one coming from a mile away. We're going to move on to the next guest here now. Hop inside of that queue if you support Trump. What's up? Do you support Trump? Child.
Yes.
John, appreciate you for the motorcycle. Appreciate you so much for that love. Thank you so much for the motorcycle. Thank you so much. We're going to move on to the next guest right now. Go ahead and hop in that queue if and only if you are an American adult that supports Trump. We'll happily have you up here. We'll happily have you up here. All right, guys. Also, in the meantime, guys, make sure that you're double tapping away on that phone screen, sharing this live out with a handful of friends as well. We'll happily get you up here for a conversation. All right. We are going to go and get that next guest loaded up in here right now. We got Michael connecting to the stream. Hey, Neo, appreciate you so much for the $10 over on Super Chats. Saying that's like saying a person was murdered for asking for it instead of the serial killer being a killer. Yeah. Just violent crimes are not the victim's fault. Cornell, thank you so much for the 10 Canadian dollars over on Super Chat, saying that blaming great victims is despicable, shameful. Keep up the good work, Dean. I appreciate you so much for your kindness. Yeah, dude, and like the sad part about it is like I wasn't even shocked hearing that, you know? I didn't even go, oh my God. I'm just like used to it. I'm actually used to hearing that shit from these people, right? Like the fact that in order to like mentally prepare myself for a sit down conversation with a bunch of Trump supporters, right? I have to like check the box of expecting them to say that rape is the fault of the victims, right? And like prepare myself to hear that. It is like very telling about the state of the political movement. We're going to move on to the next guest, guys. Make sure that if you are in that queue, you are an American adult that supports Trump. What's up, Blake? Do you support Trump? Blake? Are you here? I guess not. We're going to move on to the next guest. Everyone, just do be patient. We got Rational Rogue connecting. Still looking for the next guest. What's up? Are you MAGA?
I am indeed MAGA.
Okay, how old are you?
I'm 29.
And what year were you born?
1996.
Okay. You have already been up here.
I have. We had a really good conversation a number of weeks ago.
Awesome, man. Unfortunately, we do just talk to one guest one time, but I do appreciate you for coming up. We're going to move on to that next Trump supporter right now. Only hop in that queue if you are a Trump supporter. All right, guys. We're going to get that next guest connected right now. We got them loading up. We got MAGA 2025 connecting. Sierra, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. Let's get 200 Sierra W's down below in that comment section. Appreciate you so much for that love. Sarah with the $20 says that guess is absolutely disgusting. I appreciate so much that you called them out on the perpetuation of grape culture. Dude, that was more than just the perpetuation of grape culture. Like I said, I wouldn't be shocked if that guy himself is a rapist. Okay, that's not just a perpetuation of grape culture. That is an active engagement like with it. All right, guys. Like I said, right now we have 16,000 people hanging out in the live with us, and we can't find a single Trump supporter to debate us. Geez. Shannon, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo, who says thank you for always defending women regarding SA. I appreciate you for the $10, Shannon. That is incredibly kind of you. What's going on? Do you support Trump?
What's going on, Dean? Yeah, I do.
Okay. Do you want to keep your camera on?
Did you turn it on for me?
No, it just came on. Do you want me to turn it off?
Yeah, I don't know why it was on.
Okay, I turned it off for you. There you go. So quickly before we hop into the debate about why you support Trump, I just want to thank a couple more people here. Nevea, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. Nevea, I'll try to get your account unblocked. Appreciate you for the 10. Show some love to Nevea. As well as Kaylin and Jay, thank you so much for the 5. And Megan, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. Saying, when I was assaulted, I was wearing baggy sweatpants, and a baggy shirt. So, Luz, you couldn't even see that I have any sort of curves because I knew I'd beat around guys. Yeah, dude, Megan, like shitty men, like that last guy, will rape like the bodies of dead animals. Okay, it's not about attraction; it's about power. Okay, it's about control. PETA, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo, who says, please tell this guy Vaughn that he's a smelly POS and I hate him. Well, I mean, I bet he's still watching and fuming. Thank you so much for your kindness. As well as Christiane, thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Christiane. Thank you so much, dude. Show some love to Christiane down below in that comment section with the $50. Let's get 500 Christiane W's. Christiane says, I think it'd be very beneficial to have a woman up to give a perspective on the issue of abortion when discussing it. No, I agree. I love having a woman up on the panel. The only part is that we can't always like project when like we'll be having those abortion conversations. Therefore, like I won't always have like a woman that's like one of my friends that I trust to like come up here and like be on the panel with us at all times. But thank you so much for your input and thank you for the $50 as well as Avril. Thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. And Jasmine, thank you so much for the 15. Show some love to Avril and Jasmine. Thank you both. Thank you both. As well as Sydney. This was 25 minutes ago, but I still really want to thank you. Thank you so much for the $25 over on Venmo. Who says, did you hear Donald Trump saying, I quote unquote think that we're just going to kill people, end quote, when asked about needing congressional oversight to commit acts of war? Yes, he did say that about the leader of Venezuela. Yep. Appreciate you for the $25, Sydney. Let's get 250 City W's and then 150 Lars W's for the $15 over on Venmo, who says you're doing great. I'll always tune into the debates. Thank you, Lars. And then Yvonne, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you, Yvonne. Yvonne says, I'm truly depressed with the state of the world. Thank you for helping me every single day. You are so important. Yvonne, you have been watching since literally before the election. I love you. Parker loves you. You're such an integral member of the community. Thank you so much for the $50. Show some love to Yvonne down below. Thank you so much for the love. That is so much. As well as, let's see here, one last donation over on Venmo for now. Jennifer, thank you so much for the $20. She says, they're getting scared. These snowflakes out here fear you. Thank you so much for the love, Jennifer. And then Christopher with the 10 as well. Thank you guys so much for all the love over on Venmo. Show some love to our donors. Go ahead and take it away, man. Tell us why you support Trump.
I think he's a no-nonsense type of guy. You know, I think he has his flaws, yeah, but I think he truly does care for America and the best of it, even though his views may be a little flawed at times and his ego's, you know, kind of in the way at times.
Okay, I mean, I don't know. I think I see like a lot of nonsense from him. You know, like denying the outcome of the 2020 election, then trying to steal and rig it back, and then like still yet until this day saying that it was rigged. That's like total nonsense. It's like most recent comments on it saying that like, oh, Biden's DOJ helped steal the election from him in 2020, even though when the election took place in 2020, Biden wasn't president yet, so he didn't control the DOJ yet. Total nonsense. I mean, same thing with like saying that, oh, like there was like 274 like plainclothes like FBI agents that were in the crowds on J6, right? And there was Biden's FBI. That was also total nonsense, considering the fact that Biden didn't become president until the 20th, meaning that he didn't like make his FBI until then. Total nonsense, guy. A lot of nonsense.
Yeah, I think his ego gets in the way a little bit. He's got a little bit of a victim mentality, but regardless of that fact, you know, I think he does care for America and wants the betterment of it. I know you talked about, I listened to a little bit when you talked about funds getting cut for SNAP, food, stuff like that.
Yeah, if he cared about America, then why wouldn't he allocate emergency funding to fund SNAP benefits for 41 million Americans starting November until the end of the shutdown?
So I don't know why he wouldn't do that. I don't know. I know that there's families, that truly need it, but I also think it's abused a lot.
Okay.
I've seen that.
Dude, I'm so sorry. Just pulling the "but it's abused" card is not doing anything here, because this isn't some like legislative push, right, to make like food stamps better. This isn't some like legislative push to like cut abuse to the program. It's just literally completely ending it until the shutdown is over. You understand that, right? Doesn't change it. He is still personally responsible.
Yeah.
Talking about a Democrat in Congress just being like holy shit, like we need the Republicans to agree to this fair funding bill. Estimated $16,000 over the course of the next year per year. Okay, the average household making at $130,000 per year in Maine that's on Medicaid is going to have to pay an additional $16,000 in Medicaid premiums if the Republicans get their way with this funding bill. Okay, that is what the Democrats are trying to prevent. And then the Republicans' response is to say, I don't care. We need to defund Medicaid so we could spend even more money on the richest among us. So we could give, $230 million to Donald Trump in his personal bank account through the DOJ. So we could cut taxes on the top 1% and give them an additional 3% in purchasing power per year, right? And then the Democrats' response is, no, we cannot allow that. So therefore, we're not. November, and Trump's response to that is to say, I don't care, we're not going to help. Okay, I think we see where the very obvious issue lies here. It's within the Trump administration, and it's within the majority Republican, upon the Republican majority in the House, and upon the Republican majority in the Senate.
So, and I would agree with you there a little bit, but I believe it's both sides. Both sides need to come together. So it's hard to pick that it's just saying, oh, it's one person's fault and it's because of this. They want to do tax cuts. I think if the Democrats and them wanted to open the government, they need to come to terms and agreements on stuff, maybe cut stuff out.
I'm so sorry. Explain to me how it's a bipartisan issue that the Trump White House will not extend emergency funding to SNAP benefits.
Say it again?
How is it a both sides issue that the Trump White House will not extend emergency funding for SNAP benefits?
Well, I believe that both sides need to vote on it, and for the government to open back up, both sides need to.
We're not talking about the government opening back up. We're talking about the Trump administration not extending emergency funding to cover SNAP benefits while the government is shut down.
I'm not sure why.
Is that a both sides issue, or is it a Trump issue because it's his White House?
Well, don't they need to vote on it to pass it for a temporary? Correct me if I'm wrong. You may be more educated in it.
So the president has been able to find a way to extend certain slosh funds to cover particular things, like emergency funding. Like they said that they wanted to extend it to WIC benefits, which they haven't yet, which is not something that needs to be voted on in Congress and can just be delegated from this emergency fund through an executive order. I'm not so sure about the specifics of how they can do it, since Congress does carry the power of the purse. But I mean, Trump's administration has done it, and they say that they can do it again. So.
It just seems like they're not going to.
They said that. It's not what it seems like. That's what they said. They said they're not going to.
Just like, how could they get that money if the government shut down, sent to Argentina, that billions of dollars or whatnot?
Exactly. Executive order.
How did that get
Great counter argument. Yeah, Donald Trump sent $40 billion through an executive order to goddamn Argentina. So then why couldn't he fund SNAP benefits for a month for the 42 million low-income American citizens that now don't have SNAP benefits because of the shutdown? Isn't this just evidently proof that Donald Trump literally cares about the economy in Argentina more so than about a fourth of American citizens that are now going to potentially starve because of the government shutdown and the fact that the Department of Agriculture is no longer getting the funding they need to give SNAP benefits to close to a quarter of this country?
Because if you're coming up with an executive order, doesn't it have to be passed through the Senate?
Oh, no, the executive orders laying on the president's desk, he puts the signature on them, then they're law.
and then it just makes it law.
Yeah.
So is the big beautiful bill, is that not an have executive orders in it, or is that just a bill that he's got?
There's a policy sent through Congress, not an executive order.
Okay, I got you. Yeah, I don't know. That's some things to question.
Right. I mean, that's a really damn big question. Okay, like during the government shutdown, sent $40 billion to Argentina. Right, is starting to break ground on building a $300 million ballroom. Wants to prosecute his political opponent, so on and so forth. But apparently, he's not willing to send money to the 42 million low-income Americans that are now going to potentially starve because of lack of access to food stamps. I think that this proves that Donald Trump is not America first.
I think in parts, yeah, I would agree there.
Awesome, man. So then how could you still support him, even though you agree that he's very obviously putting this country last right now?
It's hard to tell who to support anymore because you vote for somebody, they run off all these promises and everything like that, and then ends up once they get in, they make a complete 180 and turn around and start doing this or doing that. And it seems like it's been that way with many presidents. I'm so sorry.
Just not at all, sir. Not in the same sense that Donald Trump is today. Like, for instance, the one promise that Biden legitimately failed to deliver on was, I think it was increasing the corporate tax rate. That was the one promise that Biden made before the election that he failed to deliver on. And his 4 years were spent passing some of the best domestic policy we've seen in modern American history, like the PACT Act that gave the VA nearly $1 billion to expand their eligibility to over 1 million new veterans that weren't covered before, the CHIPS and Science Act, the American Rescue Plan, the Infrastructure Bill, the Inflation Reduction Act. Meanwhile, Trump, on the other hand, he promised the Epstein files. Now he's calling them a Democratic hoax, right? He promised to reduce prices of your groceries on day one so fast your head would spin. Now the price of groceries today is significantly higher than it was a year ago. He promised to end Russia's invasion of Ukraine on day one. Now we're 10 months into his term, and now Putin is literally canceling peace summits with him because Putin doesn't think their goals are aligned. He promised to, give tax cuts to the working class. Now, according to the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities, the big beautiful bill is going to reduce the purchasing power of the middle class and 156 million American citizens. What else did he do? He promised no tax on Social Security, and then even when the big beautiful bill only gave a little bit of a deduction, he just still lied and said it was no tax on Social Security, even though it wasn't. Shit, dude. Nobody's made more false promises than Trump. This is a really big reason why you shouldn't support him.
True. Yeah, and one thing that's weird too is they had the Epstein files when Biden was president. Now a lot of people, run off Trump's in them. Wouldn't you think that if Trump was in them, that the Democrats would have released those files to show before he ran for president? Well,
so they were actually sealed in Ghislaine Maxwell's case until 2024. So they actually couldn't have for the first 3 years of the administration. Now for the last year, I think that there's two running hypotheses. The first running hypothesis is that, the Biden administration let the DOJ operate as they should have, which is independent of the presidency, and didn't want to reach into the DOJ and unseal these records to release the American people for, a potential abuse of executive overreach. And then the second potential hypothesis is that there's just also Democrats on the list. Right? And I agree those Democrats shouldn't be protected, and any Democrat on that list should go to jail, just like Trump if he's on that list. But seemingly, right, the right can't agree to even vote for their release as is today. And my evidence would be the fact that now we even have the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, delaying the swearing in of Adelita Grijalva, a new congresswoman from the 7th District of Arizona that pledged to be the last and final vote to get the Epstein files released. She was elected over a month and a half ago, and she's still not sworn in. The 7th District of Arizona has no representation in our House of Representatives because they have denied to even give her seat that she won in an election. How insane is that? Obstructing on the official process of the swearing in an election of a congresswoman just because that congresswoman wants the Epstein files to be released. I think that is very telling about what is potentially in those files if the Speaker of the House is willing to break the law and obstruct this process just to prevent her from releasing them.
True. I believe a lot of them are on there, and I believe if we do get the list, it's going to be redacted.
Of the naked body of like a girl, in my mind, in the statement, may every new day be another wonderful secret. And then this letter came out. Trump denied that it was his, but then it got like verified by independent, multiple handwriting experts about his signature saying, yeah, this is his. Like, point number one, how do you feel about the contents of that letter? They're very, very incriminating. And point number two, right, if the contents of this letter were not incriminating, then why would he lie about ever writing it?
I believe, honestly, in my opinion, I believe that he was possibly involved too, with his ego, his power, stuff like that, the things he talked about on What's-His-Face's podcast. Who was it? Howard Stern's podcast.
Howard Stern.
I believe it.
So now you're saying you think that Donald Trump was possibly involved with Epstein, and you know that Donald Trump went on Howard Stern's radio show and boasted about perving on the naked bodies of kids. How could you possibly still support him as president, even though these things are true? Isn't it a fair line to say that if my president is a predator, I'm not going to support them as president?
I agree.
You agree? So then you don't support Trump, right?
The thing is, I support some things,
but
some
like
things that I see that
overall,
are good, but it's like
overall. Overall, man, just overall. If you went back to November,
but in the point, it's like you're negating all this negative stuff just to look at a few positives, which in the long term is probably not good, because it's like a dysfunctional relationship. You're ignoring all the bad stuff just for those few good things,
Right. Yeah, if you actually, yeah. So if you were actually, it's very wise of you to say. Usually you don't have Trump supporters say such wise things. So knowing everything that you do now, if you were teleported back to November, would you still vote for him?
I believe so, because I don't believe that Harris would have been a good pick. I honestly don't think she got a lot of support from, the Senate and everything.
Off of what Harris ran on, what was like so bad that it is justifying you supporting somebody that you think is a predator, that was best friends with Epstein, that has sexually exploited little girls instead? Like, what did she run on that was so bad?
The thing I didn't like about her is I felt she was fake, pretending to be this or that, to sympathize with whatever supporters or whoever she's trying to get to vote.
Are you kidding me?
So
I'll take a performer over a predator any day. All right. I don't think she was a performer, but I'll certainly take a performer over a predator any day.
I agree. But that's my thing. Like, you'd be worried that she's going to pretend to do this or pretend to do that, or you'd just be a pushover, just trying to do whatever to get votes. So that's what, made me worried about her.
So, like, what did she run on that was so bad here? Like, give me an argument that if Kamala Harris had won the election, things would be significantly worse off than they are today.
Well, I can't really debate that, because she's not in, so you don't know what she would have
So
done.
the reasons why you critique Kamala Harris has nothing to do with the policy that she ran on.
No, not really. Just that I believe that she was a fake person.
Okay, then why do you think she was fake?
Just all the pretending, as her
point me towards the
it didn't
pretending.
seem like she did much. It seemed like she was just a female to sit in there, to be that.
Okay.
And I'm not trying. No, I'm not. What I mean is, they had a female vice president stuff. I believe that helped Biden win, but I believe that she was just a seat to sit in there, and I don't believe she did much as vice president.
Okay, so now you're saying that you want the predator, the sex offender, the rapist, that you think was possibly personally involved with what Epstein was doing, and who you know went on Howard Stern's radio show and boasted about sexually exploiting little kids, because like during Biden's term, you don't think Kamala Harris did enough as VP. Really? Listen, if Kamala Harris did nothing over the last 4 years, right, I'd still say that considering the agenda that she ran on and all of the facts we just discussed about Trump, she would have been an infinitely better candidate, even if what you're saying here is right. But it's also wrong. She was the most effective vice president we've had in like all of American history in some senses, actually. She passed the most tie-breaking votes in the Senate compared to any other VP this country's ever had, and she worked alongside Biden to pass some of the most monumental policy this country has had in modern American history, like the PACT Act, the Chips and Science Act, the American Rescue Plan, the infrastructure bill, so on and so forth. In fact, I would argue here that she was more productive as a vice president of this country than Donald Trump was as president in his first 4 years. So I guess in short, my argument is, even if you were right, she would still have been infinitely better, right, than Trump. But the fact of the matter is that you're wrong, and I just told you why you're wrong.
I get it.
Right? Just listen to yourself, man. You're like, no, there's just something about Kamala Harris that I didn't really like that had nothing to do with her policy. Therefore, I'm going to support the felon, sexual exploiter of children, rapist, that is taking healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans and is now refusing to spend emergency funding on the food stamps for 41 million American families. You know?
Right. I know I see the comments saying I'm a misogynist or nothing. I don't mean to be one. I don't know why they said that. It was just the fact. It's not that she's a woman or nothing. I just believe that she was fake. I don't believe that she'd have got,
So
anybody to work with her.
Why do you think she was fake?
Just the pretending that she pretended to be.
Can you give me an example?
Where she dumbed down her language or something like that, depending on what minority she was talking to, trying to relate with that minority.
I have no clue what you're talking about. What the fuck are you saying?
Where she talked about making a mean pot of greens and stuff like that in a bathtub and trying to sympathize with, minorities like that or somebody like that. So
because she talked about like her personal experiences in life, right? That makes her worse than the rapist sex offender.
No, just the way she would talk. Sometimes she'd talk proper, then other times she wouldn't. And
sometimes you talk proper, and sometimes she. What do you mean? Are you talking about like code switching? Well, I mean, the reason why like black individuals code switch when they're speaking AAVE in front of a predominantly white audience or not in front of a predominantly white audience is for the reason that you just gave, because you just said that AAVE isn't proper. That's why. That's why people code switch. AAVE is a perfectly proper and valid dialect and vernacular of English. Okay, just as proper as the English that you're speaking, just as proper as the English that I'm speaking. But a matter of a fact, there's racist stigmas surrounding AAVE that say it's not proper, say it's uneducated, saying that it's ghetto and bad. And in response to that, many black Americans that do speak AAVE will not speak AAVE when they're in front of a predominantly white audience. But it's crazy because not only are you blaming that on that black American Kamala Harris, you're saying it's her fault that you think AAVE is improper, therefore she will code switch. But you're saying that it's actively worse to code switch than it is to like sexually exploit children, right? Because keep in mind, this is the reason that you're giving insofar as why you would still support Donald Trump as president, even compared to Kamala Harris, while knowing that he's sexually exploited children, while knowing that you think he was possibly involved with Epstein, while knowing he was held civilly liable for rape.
I get it. And I don't support that at all.
Like, would you rather have a president that code switches or a president that like rapes women?
I'd rather have somebody that's real and
answer my question. Out of the two options, would you rather have a president that code switches because of racist stigma surrounding AAVE or a president that rapes women? Which one?
I definitely wouldn't want one that, rapes women or nothing like that.
Okay, so then you'd say the one that code switches would be better from your perspective, right?
I don't think. I wouldn't trust that one either.
Well, I'm telling you, you got to choose one. Which one? Do you want the person that code switches because white Americans think AAVE is bad, including yourself, you said it's not proper, as a response to that racism, which is perfectly valid. In fact, in that situation, they're not the bad person. They're not doing anything wrong. You're doing something wrong by calling it improper. Or do you want the president that rapes women, was possibly involved with Epstein per your own admission, and boasted about sexually exploiting girls to Howard Stern? Which one is better? Answer my question. It's a true dichotomy. Which option are you taking?
The code switcher.
Okay, so it sounds like what you're telling us now is, in consideration of all these facts, if you were teleported back to November, you'd actually vote for Kamala Harris.
I mean, if going really truly back, I wouldn't vote for either, I don't think, because I wouldn't trust either.
Okay, I'm not going to be able to make any more work on you. Today's insufferable, guys. We're an hour and 36 minutes into the stream, and I'm close to giving up. Dude, oh my God, we're going to go and move on to the next guest. If you want to support me, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio over on TikTok, as well as you can find it in the pin message on that YouTube stream. I'm just like, I'm really like over it today. I'm really over it today. These people just haven't been fun. What's up? How old are you?
19.
What year were you born in? Okay, he's gone. We're going to move on to the next guest, guys. Only hop in that queue if you are an American adult that supports Trump as president.
Oh, I'm in.
Hey, what's up, Age?
Hello?
Oh, that's a child. Moving on to the next guy.
Am I in?
Yeah, it's a child, though. Yo, hey, I really appreciate you for the $20 over on Super Chat. Daydream with the $20 says, hey, Dean, longtime lurker, first-time Super Chatter here. Had a hard couple of days with my quote-unquote independent mom recently who's been espousing Republican talking points, especially on Snap. Thank you for not making me feel insane. Listen, Daydream, how about this? Go make her feel insane, all right? Next time you're sitting at the dinner table with her, right, start talking about the left-leaning talking points, about how beneficial Snap is, how great these social programs are, okay? Right, flip the script on her. Okay, Elijah on the keys is on the keys, so we got to kick him.
And your ass was out a lot.
I don't give a fuck. How about that?
Hello? Oh, no? 1 second, guys. Where's that coming from? I don't have anybody in my live.
And then we got Ben in front. I'm sending that to
Do you guys hear that voice? I don't have anyone. I don't have anyone in my live.
Hey, Savory.
What the fuck? Who's this child? Listen. I'll show you guys. This is what happens when it adds somebody to the live. I'll show you what it looks like. That's what it looks like. See this person?
Hey, Savory.
See that chef person? That's what it looks like. And then you kick them from the live, and then it looks like that. What the fuck was that? Who's like that random like 7-year-old screaming, "Hey Siri"? It sounds like they're gone now. Luckily, I don't have to like restart the live or anything. We're good now.
Playing that music, so I was just like,
What the fuck? They just came back.
Can you see it? Oh, I don't want to get my pants wet.
Let's see. You can't really see it with the sun, but
yeah. So,
do you know? I don't know why he battles people that have no.
Like stinky dog smell, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he just went to the groomer yesterday, but I was like, I don't care.
I know, and they're never allowed down.
Dude. What is going on? Bro. Okay, it's gone now. I think it's gone now. We'll see. We will see. I don't know. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm 18, 2007, February.
Okay, and are you MAGA?
I'm actually not sure. I'm kind of in a weird in-between right now.
All right. Well,
it's okay if you don't need me on here. I can jump off.
Well, knowing everything that you do now, if you were teleported back to November, who'd you vote for?
I want to say Kamala. But at the same
Awesome. So then what I recommend is, just hanging out with us, watching the live. So hopefully I could change your mind on more things. But like, I'm just going to be honest right now. I'm looking for somebody that supports Trump just to come up here and have an engaging conversation with me. I just feel like...
Hey guys.
They're back.
I high-five Shingy. What was his name? I forget all their names. Who? Those men outside of us. Marcus. I high-fived Marcus, and he fucking sat there on that fly like backwards and goes. I hit his...
I'm like so disheartened. I'm so confused. Listen, Sadie, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. I appreciate you for that love, Sadie. Sadie with the $20 says busting MAGA's chops all day. Thank you so much for your kindness, Sadie. Let's get 200 Sadie W's down below for the $20, as well as Jamie. Thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Says for all of your hard work, keep it up. Thank you so much, Jamie. And then Cassidy, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Thank you, Cassidy. Dree, Hello. Okay, somebody.
Do you support Trump?
They kind of sounded like the British child saying "Hey Siri," but they weren't. But Dree, that is DREE. Thank you so much for the $10 as well. Show some love to Dree down below in that chat. Holy cow! And then Emily, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Emily with the $20.
Oh, Dean.
One moment. It says anti-abortion, Christian, Trump supporting woman supporting you. Emily. 1 second. Yeah, what's up, man? Just give me a second. I need to read that message again. Emily with a $20 on Venmo says, anti-abortion Christian, Trump supporting woman supporting you. Is this a troll? I don't know. I guess we don't know if it's troll. Mora, thank you for the $10 as well on Venmo, who says you are the loveliest human. Thank you so much. From your friends from Panama. I appreciate you for that love, Mora. And then Abby, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. And Melissa with the $10 as well. Thank you so much, Melissa. What's going on, man? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I support Trump.
Okay, and how old are you?
19, 2006.
Okay, all right. I got a couple of people to thank over on PayPal. I'm just going to try to go ahead and like split them up.
You remember you falling in heel?
That's at British Child again.
Well, you twisted your ankle, babe, so it went right.
Oh, you're a British Child.
Do you hear that?
No.
Apparently the guest doesn't hear it. Okay, how old are you?
I'm 19, 2006.
Okay. All right, so why do you support Trump?
Personally, there's some parts of him that I disagree with, but I agree with him on a lot of things, especially his Epstein parties, because I'm a hardcore pedophile.
What is your information here? King _out.
Oh yeah,
underscore
man.
Laster.
Yeah, but Dean, why are you a nigger?
What? So their username is King _out _Laster. We're gonna go to get that next guest loaded up into the box, guys. Hop in that queue if you support Trump. We got Jerry loading in. Hey, what's up? Do you support Trump? Hello? Okay. All right, everyone. There's a handful of people that I'd like to thank over on PayPal.
Hey, Dean, what's going on, brother? You doing all right?
Yeah. Do you support Trump?
I do, sir. I do, and I'm looking forward to having a conversation with you. Having a good day so far?
Yeah, just having a great day. It's been a super engaging stream.
It's been kind of nuts, man, listening to this chat. I ain't gonna lie. But yeah, I do support Trump. I am a Trump supporter.
Awesome, man. Before we hop into our debate, I actually do have like quite a bit of people to thank on PayPal. Just because of like the nature of like the guests that have been joining. I've been like really distracted like for the last like literally all stream, I think, since the beginning of it. So I have quite a few people to thank. Let me go ahead and quickly thank them. Then I will happily pass you the mic. But just let me make sure we could get caught up. Brad, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. Thank you for the love, Brad. Show some love to Brad. And then Cordelia, thank you for the $10, saying some appreciation, help you try to help you keep trying, my friend. Well, I appreciate you for that, Cordelia. Thank you for the $10 on PayPal. Kiana, thank you so much for the $6 on PayPal, who says, I know the trolls are frustrating, but trying to let them not work you up. I think I'm doing all right at that. Janice, thank you so much for the $5 over on PayPal. I did see the ad. Shout out to Canada for that. Thank you for the $5. Beacon of Dice, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal, who says, here's $10 for your tireless work and patience in your debates. Thank you for the love, Beacon. And then Stacy, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal as well, who says, surrounded by MAGA, thank you for reassuring me that there's other out there who think like me. Yeah, man, this stream's a great place to come when you want that reassurance, because you got me and the whole chat. Thank you for the $10, Stacy. And then Brooke, dude, let's get 250 Brooke W's. That is BROOKE down below in that chat for the $25 on PayPal, who says, love your work, Dean. Keep it up. Appreciate you for the love, Brooke. You were awesome. And then Jamie, thank you so much for the $20 as well on PayPal. Thank you, Jamie. Show some love to Jamie. Mel V, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. This came in when that guest literally said that it's a woman's fault if they're raped. She said victim shaming. Wish I could say I was shocked. Yeah, man, I wasn't shocked at all. And then two big ones here. Holy crap. Cordelia and Michelle, thank you both so very much for the $50 over on PayPal. Cordelia and Michelle, you guys are fucking awesome. Thank you both so much for the love. Just like absolutely insane. Cordelia's $50 donation came through when we were talking to Vaughn. She said, Dean, I've seen you deal with these men before, but thank you for doing what you have to do to sit them down. Well, Cordelia, I really appreciate you for the $50. That is just an insane amount of money, as well as I appreciate you for the message. And I'm sorry that you had to hear that shit too. Show some love to Cordelia down below in that chat. Then Michelle with a $50 says, I want you to know how much we all appreciate you. Keep up the amazing work. Well, thank you so much for the love, Michelle. To both of you guys, that is just way too much goddamn money. I just thank you guys so much for your generosity. Show some love once again to Cordelia and Michelle for the $50 down below in that chat. And then Isabel with a $15 on PayPal saying, fuck Vaughn. He's absolutely disgusting. He was so disgusting. I appreciate you for that love. And then Michelle with a $20 as well on PayPal. Let's show some love to Michelle 2.0 down below in that chat. Thank you for your kindness. Haro, thank you so much for the $10. Who says you're doing a great job at exposing all these POS MAGA crazies. And then Olivia with the $2 over on PayPal. And we are finally all caught up. That is great. Let's see if we have anybody else to just catch up on here in like the last 2 or so minutes over on Venmo. Yes, we do. Angel, thank you so much for the $25 over on Venmo. Angel didn't leave a message, only the love. Thank you so much for the love, Angel. Show some love to Angel down below for the 25. Then Maya, appreciate you so much for the $5. Hannah, thank you for the $10, saying a love from Texas. By the way, also fuck Steve, Hannah, appreciate you for the 10. Then Patsy, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo, who says listen to daily. Here's for dealing with those idiots. Thank you so much for the love, Patsy. Let's get 200 Patsy W's. And then 150 Elizabeth W's for the $15. Thank you, Elizabeth. Elizabeth says Michigan state government is considering covering SNAP benefits for our citizens given the lack of federal funding. Go Big Gretch. Dude, honestly, if Michigan does that, I'll be really surprised and really proud of them too.
Probably.
And then we still
Well,
got
getting
that
drunk. I don't blame her.
British toddler. Stephanie, thank you for the $5. Why are we like getting...
Ethan, please, I love you. Never get a beard.
Who is this toddler? Hey.
I know, I saw.
Hello, British toddler that just talked about a beard. Can you hear me?
Dalton's back.
Why the fuck is he back?
Because Ben agreed to add him to
Hey, Sarah.
British toddler that just said, hey Siri, can you hear me?
I'm gonna lose my shit.
Why?
My fucking phone.
God, okay. Yeah, hey Jordan, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear. I was just about to say, man, I was going to say, I was like, man, that was impressive. You got all the way through that. And she didn't show up, but she still ended up showing up there at the end. So
yeah, so here's the game plan, Jordan. I'm going to go pass you the mic. I'm going to let you tell us why you support Trump. If this British child comes back again, I'm just going to have to hit a restart, but I'll have you back on the live after the restart. But go ahead, man.
Okay, brother, I appreciate that. And by the way, I'm really looking forward to having this conversation. I think we both can agree that one of the things that we don't do enough of in our country is have open debates and conversations and just be genuine with each other. And just so you know, I'm willing to change my mind, and I hope that you are as well as we go through the conversation. So the reason why I primarily support Trump, and of course, like many others have said, I don't support him 100%. And I think if anybody supports any candidate 100%, you're starting to get into cultish behavior. But with that being said, I will say that the main things that I do support on him are some of his economic regulations. I do agree with his support on abortion. And I do think that when we're talking about national security, I do think that that is a beneficial, even though maybe not every single way that it's been handled has been effective or moral, maybe is the best way to put it. But I do think that those things are really major issues in our country that need to be addressed, and obviously have been in different ways. So,
well, how about we start off with that middle one there, abortion. Okay. So you're saying that you agree with him on abortion. Does this mean that like you're pro-life, meaning that you think that abortion should be banned, or like you're like pro-states' rights and you just think it should be legislated on by the state, thereby agreeing with him, advocating for overturning Roe v. Wade?
So that's a great question. So I have kind of two conflicting answers there. The first one is that I do believe that states should have their rights to make their decisions. But on the other hand, from a moral perspective, I don't think that abortion should be allowed. So that's my political thing, but that's also my personal thing. So my personal belief is that abortion should not be allowed across the board, because I do think that it's a moral injustice, especially with the 99% of abortions that actually occur in America.
Do you mean like the 99% of abortions that are elective?
Correct. Yeah, I mean, because you had brought up in the conversation before where you were saying that there was, things of such as like rape.
Yes.
But obviously in those particular situations, those are unique. And I would say if you just cut out that 1%, which is less than 1% for most victims in that scenario, then obviously we can at least focus on the 99. So if we put that to the side and say, hey, look, I'm willing to give that to you for now.
So you
but if we look at the 99%.
Exceptions. You believe in those exceptions. That's awesome. So it's not the 99, it's the 97. For the 97% of abortions that are elective, why do you think they should be banned?
Well, I think personally that there's no really good argument from the left or anybody that supports that would say that giving an abortion, especially out of convenience, should be allowed. I know that there have been many political people on the left-hand side.
I've got a great argument for you. I got a great argument for you. So, I mean, I just think unless we have good reason to determine that an action is wrong, then we can't assume that that action is wrong. And I'd say that there's no good reason to determine that the action of a woman getting an abortion is wrong. Thereby, I'd say that that woman should have the availability and the access to get that abortion unless we could identify any reason why she shouldn't, right? So that's kind of my position, right? That's what it boils down to.
Let me ask you this. So I think that's a great point that you brought up. So let me ask you this. In what scenario do you think that it would be wrong for a woman to get an abortion?
Like what scenario?
In a hypothetical situation.
So like I'd say it's like morally wrong for a woman to get like an elective lethal abortion per like my prescriptive moral judgments, like after the point of consciousness, which is around 20 through 24 gestational weeks. But like point number one, like elective late term lethal abortions don't happen really. And then point number two, that doesn't necessarily reflect my view on what I think should be legal or illegal for like other overriding considerations, such as like how the life of the mother could be on the line, and many practitioners may be unwilling to perform a life-saving abortion if abortion is banned at all. But yeah, like I would say it would be morally wrong for a woman to electively lethally abort a fetus after like the 20 through 20 week through 24 week point. However, before that point, I obviously don't think there's anything wrong about that abortion. And my question for you is, well, what is wrong about it? Why is it wrong? Why is it wrong for a woman to get an elective lethal abortion prior to that point of around 20 through 24 weeks?
Are we saying before 23 weeks? Because I just want to clarify. You're saying that after 23 weeks, we both agree that abortion is wrong.
I think that elective lethal abortions after that point are morally wrong per my moral judgments. So obviously, you think that it's like.
Well,
So why do you think it's wrong?
I do believe it's wrong to the full term. But if you're saying we can at least get to that, so that's cool. So pre 23 weeks, I think the number one. Yeah, so the first thing would be life begins at conception, right? That's not a religious claim, that's a biological one. So when we look at life begins at conception, who gives somebody the right to take the life of somebody else, especially when we're talking about the life of someone who is innocent, someone who has not made a decision to do one thing or another. You gave the example earlier on the abortion, if I'm not mistaken, where you were talking about if somebody was living inside their home and somebody came in and broke into their home to try to steal their food, to provide for themselves so that they would not, starve or be killed in that scenario. It's the same equivalent to the abortion, but I disagree there because that person is making a conscious decision to break into somebody else's home, which then in turns them into a thief, and that doesn't even get into a deeper hypothetical of what if they had to harm you in order to get your foods. So if we go back to that same argument, we would say, hey, look, you do not have the right to end a life, especially one that is innocent and has no say in that scenario. I mean, we basically are taking their rights away. I mean, we say let's give women the right. I also think for myself, who has a daughter myself at about the age of 7 and 8, one of the things I think about as well is like, what if somebody had made the decision in our family to say, hey, she does not have the right to live? I think that would be morally incorrect to do that because she's a beautiful young daughter, and I just don't think that's for all the women, because there are millions of fetus women that are basically killed through the abortion process, and I think that's morally wrong.
Okay, one moment. Sorry, I just got a text. Anyways,
you're good.
So back to you. So a fetus woman's not a thing. I mean, I thought we should start there, right? So, like,
well, you said. Well, I just want to distinguish that too.
I just let you speak for 4 minutes.
You're right. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Dean. Go ahead, brother.
Thank you so much. So, a fetus.
I was just going to clarify the woman thing.
So, a fetus woman's not a thing. So, regardless if you like define like what a woman is, like biologically or socially, like still yet, we could agree that like the terms man and woman would be in reference to adults 18 plus, and obviously fetus is not. So, a fetus woman is not a thing. And then, in response to your comments regarding my hypothetical that I'd used against an earlier guest surrounding like somebody breaking into your house, taking your resources, do you have an obligation to give them your resources in order to maintain their life? So that was specifically a hypothetical scenario that I was enacting to respond to his view, which is that he thinks abortion should be banned even in circumstances of rape. Now, if you hold that same view, right, we could talk about that hypothetical and how it could apply and inform us about the conclusion that victims of rape should be able to access abortion, but that is separate and distinct from a conversation surrounding elective abortions, okay? Now, surrounding elective abortions, I asked you why they were wrong, and you said it's because, well, they're an innocent human life. All right. So do you think that it's like morally wrong? Do you think that it's murder to like pull the plug on like a brain dead patient that is biologically alive, considering the fact that they're a human life and maybe they're innocent too?
Yeah, I think there's value into that as well. I think that to pull the plug on somebody who's, let's say, quote unquote, a vegetable or quote unquote in a coma, who has no viability for themselves. Or you could, okay, if we're going to say brain dead, but an infant's not brain dead, right?
An infant is not brain dead.
So that doesn't correlate with each other.
It does correlate because the reason you said.
Well, how can it correlate if they're not brain dead, but one is brain dead?
Of course,
two different scenarios.
But
if you take somebody that's in a coma who is
Jordan, Jordan, you asked me a question. You asked me how the two situations correlate. It's because you said the reasons why it's wrong to kill the fetus is because the fetus is human, alive, and innocent. Brain dead patients are also human, alive, and innocent. The brain dead patient would share the traits of the fetus in which you said made the fetus morally valuable. So although a fetus is not brain dead, the brain dead patient would share the traits that the fetus has that you said makes it wrong to kill the fetus. Therefore, because the brain dead patient has these traits too, does that also make it wrong to kill the brain dead patient? Feel free to unmute and respond to that. Hello? Jordan? I sent you an invite to unmute. It doesn't even show that you're muted on my screen.
It's can you hear me now?
Yeah. So
okay, perfect.
So now
I guess
do you
I got muted on
understand
my
that
own.
that a fetus isn't brain dead and a brain dead patient isn't a fetus, right? Still yet, this is a valid question for me to be asking you, considering the fact that the fetus shares traits with the brain dead patient, particularly the three traits of being innocent, human, and alive. And if you think it's the fact that the fetus is innocent, human, alive that makes it wrong to kill the fetus, that because the brain dead patient also shares those traits, therefore it would be wrong or murder to kill the brain dead patient too.
Well, I think there's one other distinction that you got to add there too, correct? Which is that when you're looking at, because you're correct, all three of those things mirror with each other, correct? But you're also looking at when you have the start of a life towards the end of the life, right? So if we're talking about somebody that's brain dead, we have no reason to believe, based on scientific studies, that someone who is brain dead will become unbrain dead. But when you have an infant that's in the womb, that individual, given enough time, will 100% come to fruition. Okay. So we're looking at a little bit of a different argument when we add that fourth factor in there.
Okay, so you're right. That is a huge difference between brain dead patient and fetuses. So now you're just changing your argument from saying, well, you think it's morally wrong to kill the fetus because it's human alive, to now you're saying that it's morally wrong to kill the fetus because it has a future like ours. So what in its future is morally relevant enough to give it the right to life now?
Well, just to clarify, my initial only comment I made was that life begins at conception. That was my first argument as to why it's valid. Now, that wasn't the only argument that I had to why it was valid.
I didn't take that as an argument at all, because that's not a moral argument. That's a scientific fact. Scientific facts just inform us on what is. They don't inform us on what should be. And right now we're having a conversation on what should be the case insofar as the moral permissibility or wrongness of the action of abortion. I thought that your moral argument insofar as why you think it's morally incorrect, wrong, so on and so forth, was that the fetus is innocent, human, and alive. And then to that I enacted the brain dead example. And to that example you then responded, well, the difference between the fetus and the brain dead patient is that the fetus has a future and the brain dead patient doesn't. Okay, all right, well, that's fine. Now you're just giving me a third argument here, which I'm
because I can add to that.
Listen, I'm totally fine with this, by the way. Right? We could go through multiple positions. So now that we've discarded the position of it being wrong to kill the fetus because the fetus is human alive, and now moved on to the new position, that position being that it's wrong to kill the fetus because the fetus has a future. So what is in the future of the fetus that you think is morally valuable enough to give it the right to life now?
Okay, let me ask you this. So nothing changes here. Let's say we have the person that's brain dead, and we say that the person that is brain dead, we have a treatment that will allow them in 9 months' time to have brain activity again and be functioning.
So they're no longer brain dead. That means that they're in a coma. Under my view, yes, they have the right to life if they're just in a coma.
No. They are brain dead right now. I'm saying they're brain dead right now, but we have developed a new treatment.
That's a contradiction.
I'm saying we have developed a new... Well, brain dead means that there's no...
The definition of brain death is a permanent and irreversible cessation of all cognitive function. If at some point in the next 9 months they can have cognitive function again, it would be contradictory to say that they're brain dead now, considering the definition of brain death. But I mean, if you're saying that we thought that they were brain dead, but then we discovered that they were actually in a coma, and in 9 months' time they're going to be awake again, right? That's in a coma. I give them the right to life. I could give you my reasons why after we're done investigating your view.
Sure.
But keep in mind the question that I asked you that you just haven't answered at all as well. You said the life of the fetus is morally valuable because of its future experiences. So what is in the future of that fetus? What in the future of that fetus do you think is morally valuable enough to give it the right to life now?
I guess it seems like it's inherent. So let me make sure I'm answering this properly for you, because it does seem to me that if we were to say like a child that is 1 year old has an inherent value to life, right? So that in itself, knowing that the child coming to full term in the future would mean that at the very minimum, I think everyone, I don't know if there's anyone, unless they're absolutely insane, would say after delivery, they're not valuable, right? So, your argument is that
I don't think that any human has an inherent right to life.
You don't? Okay.
No, because inherency.
Explain that for me.
Because inherency or inherent is defined as existing in something as permanent, essential, or characteristic attribute. And I don't think that an essential attribute of being a human, being a part of our species, is having the right to life. A good example of that would be the brain dead patients that we just discussed. Like if there's like a 1 year old brain dead patient, we wouldn't say that 1 year old brain dead patient would have the right to life. Thereby, if we pull the plug on that 1 year old brain dead patient, we wouldn't be doing anything wrong, right? I think that like the like moral value would be like inherent to like subjective experiences, to a conscious experience. My view gets a little bit more complicated than that, but I don't think that there'd be any inherent right to life that any human being would have just because they are a human being, and that's just like an obvious truth. That's like
so if that's
right, like so if you became brain dead tomorrow, you'd still be a human being. Would you possess the right to life? Would it be wrong to pull the plug on you? No.
Well, if you don't have an inherent right to life, then who's to say that if somebody was to, end somebody's life,
you don't have an inherent right.
Why would that be valid?
You don't have an inherent right to life because you're a human. I'd say that the inherency of the right to life would be derivative out of your subjective experiences and/or your consciousness. I don't think that our species classification is what makes us morally valuable. I don't think that within our species classification is where we can find any inherent right to life.
Okay. Well, I guess we just completely disagree fundamentally there. I believe that every single person has a inherent right to life. Now, survivability that can be separate or dependent on that can be a different question, which I know is a typical argument for the left on the pregnancy.
Therefore, if you think that all humans, all members of our species, have this inherent right to life, would you say that the brain dead patient has a right to life because they're human?
They have an inherent right to life. Yeah, they have an inherent right to life. So then it's murder
to pull the plug on a brain dead patient because you're violating and infringing on their right to life.
Okay, so they have an inherent right to.
So is it murder? No, is it murder? Is it murder to like pull the plug on a brain dead patient and kill them since you're infringing on their right to life? Like this is what disputes a view that there's an inherent right to life rooted within your species classification. Like I mean, a bunch of people in the chat were like spamming question marks and going, "Huh?" I mean, just like listen for more than a second, right? It's insane to say that like our moral value is rooted with some inherent right to life derivative of our species classification. That's obviously
okay,
not
but on that,
and even you agree with that. Like yes or no? Do you think that it is murder to pull the plug on a brain dead patient because you think all humans have an inherent right to life, and because that brain dead patient is a human, therefore they do too?
It would be murder to pull, like you said, but if your definition based on brain dead, then technically no, because there's no life viability for that individual either now or in the future.
Oh,
but despite
so then they don't have a right to life.
But
so
there
the right to life is not inherent to human beings.
Well, they have the right to, and I guess maybe I'm confused by your terms on that you're using on that, because when I say you have the inherent right to life, when I say you have the so let me explain. So when I say you have the inherent right to life, what I am saying there is that you have the right within your own realms that God's given you to be able to survive, right? And so if you're saying that within this situation where somebody is brain dead and you pull the plug, they cannot have any survivability because there is no way to resolve that for them, then they're not alive anymore. There's no brain activity. There's no documentation that would show that this person is even with us. And we, even from a religious claim, you can't even make the argument that the soul is still technically with the body at that point, because if the brain is actually dead, and again, that's a religious versus biological claim, but I'm just saying, I don't even know that from a religious standpoint.
So biologically speaking, brain dead patients, right, have biological life. That's true. There's cellular multiplication. The organs go on to live for some time, right? It's called life support. Life support is what maintains that brain dead patient's biological life. They're both human and alive. Okay? Right? And when you tell me that it's not wrong to kill them by pulling the plug on them, when you tell me that it's not murder to end their life, then what you're telling me is that not all humans have the right to life. Right? So therefore, the right to life is not derivative of our humanity, not derivative of our species classification. And this is where I believe my view comes in. Well, if our right to life is not derivative of our species classification, then what is it derivative of? And my answer is our ability to subjectively interact with the world around us, is our ability to be conscious, is our ability to possess a mind, is our ability to have subjective experiences. And of course, my view gets a little bit more complicated than that, but that's like the reduction of it, okay? Is that moral value, right to life, is not consequential of our species classification. The brain dead example proves it. What it is derivative of is probably our subjective experiences, but we know that those only start at around 20 through 24 gestational weeks within the womb. Therefore, prior to that point, right, we have no reason to give the fetus a right to life, and we have no reason to give the fetus any moral value. Thereby, when a woman gets an abortion and kills that fetus, she can't possibly be doing anything wrong because she's not terminating a life with significant moral value enough to give that life the right to life.
Okay, thank you for that. And I'll also share on this end so that way, because like we may just have differing opinions on this, but based on what I'm saying, just so that I can clarify that for that part of the process, but a brain dead adult to me is a biologically dead individual. So their brain has ceased all functioning permanently.
Do dead things
There's
grow?
no potential for recovery or consciousness. Do what?
Do dead things grow?
Do dead things grow?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, well then they're not dead because
But a baby grows.
cellular reproduction. The cellular reproduction occurs within the biological life of a brain dead patient. That's why they are biologically alive.
But you just gave the quote for brain dead, so that means is the brain dead or is the brain not dead? Because if the brain's dead and that's what we're classifying it, that means is the brain showing active waves of consciousness and life?
That means
because a fetus early. Let me finish my statement because I know you.
No, sorry, I'm muting you, man, because you just exhibited a contradiction. You said that brain dead patients are biologically dead, and then you said that dead things can't grow. But then you have to deal with the fact that brain dead patients experience cellular reproduction because of the life support that they're connected to, right? Brain death just means, right, like permanent lack of all cognitive function, right? And of course, like with a permanent lack of cognitive function on your own, right, you aren't going to be able to maintain biological life. But like when a brain dead patient has life support, right, pumping their heart, you know, keeping like nutrition going into the body, so on and so forth. I'm not a doctor, so I'm not sure about the specifics of life support. Then that brain dead patient is able to maintain biological life. So hopefully we could like clarify in the specifics now. Yes, a brain dead patient is biologically alive. And it's incredibly silly to say otherwise, because then you'd be implying that dead things can grow, right? Which of course you've already rejected, right? As something that you don't believe to be the case. Go ahead and unmute.
Okay. Perfect. Nice Pharaoh there as well. Okay, so I will end this part of it with just my final statement on that. Okay, which is, look, a brain dead person has lost the capacity for life. A fetus is gaining it every second.
Why are you abstracting
That's my
the
argument.
conversation now? Like you're saying that you're saying that they've lost the capacity to like live a life with conscious experiences in their future. I agree, but this isn't responding to my critiques of your statement that a brain dead patient is biologically dead.
Okay, but
could you please respond to my critiques of your statement that a brain dead patient is biologically dead?
Well, their brain is biologically gone, correct? Can they return?
So they can't return. That doesn't mean that they're biologically dead, though. I already like gave you.
Okay, then that's why I made that last caveat, which is that a brain dead person has lost the capacity for life, but a fetus is going to be gaining that every second, and that's the fundamental different morality.
I don't know like why I continue to repeat this. I understand that a brain dead patient will never be conscious again. I understand that a brain dead patient will never have full like cognitive function again. But these two facts, right, although they are true and we could agree on them, right, they don't change the third fact that brain dead patients are biologically alive.
But it does make a difference between a brain dead person and a fetus, which is the argument between we're making a comparison between the two. And a fetus is gaining.
But remember, the reason why you said that the fetus is morally valuable is because you think that all human lives have an inherent right to life. Therefore, in order to get this inherent right to life, you need to be a human, plus you need to be biologically alive, correct?
And that inherent right to life, the difference between, because you said, are we murdering?
Just answer my question. I just need to clarify on this point. You said that all human beings that are alive have the right to life, correct?
All human beings that are either capable. I mean, you want me to clarify, right? I mean, because it's not black and white, right? So I mean,
if it's not black and white, then it's not inherent, because inherent means essential, right? Inherent means always true given given the set, right? So earlier when you were arguing that like all humans that are alive have this inherent right to life, you are now actually contradicting that position.
Okay. I mean, I understand I do actually understand what the argument that you're making, but I feel like if we're looking at it from one sector but not the full picture, it gives an impractical view of what we're talking about here. Because again, when we're talking about,
you just said, but the fact of the matter is, right? Do all humans that are alive have this inherent right to life, as you already suggested, or do they not? Like, I'm confused on your view. I feel like you're really now muddying the waters because, like,
I think all
implications of your own statements.
I think that all people have the inherent right for the capacity of life. And what I'm saying is that a brain dead person does not have the capacity for life, but a fetus does. So all people have an inherent right to the capacity of life.
What does a right to the capacity of life mean?
The right to the capacity of life means the ability to grow and thrive and live your life. And if a brain dead person cannot live...
Wait. So if you're just saying that all humans...
In their natural settings.
So if you're just saying that all humans have the ability, right, to like grow and experience life, that's not true. Dead humans can't do that. Brain dead patients can't do that, so on and so forth. And then second point, you're no longer talking about the moral right to live that would make it morally wrong to ingress and terminate that life. Like all of a sudden we're shifting away from a moral argument to like some type of like attempt to make like a scientific like biological like statement. Okay? So like once again, I'm asking you about like moral value here, right? What do you think makes a fetus morally valuable? And you suggested that you think what makes a fetus morally valuable is the fact that the fetus is like a human and alive. Right? Right?
Well, the capacity for life. Yeah, they have the capacity for life.
Oh, okay. So now you're saying that they have the capacity for life. So are they alive?
That's what I just said. That they have a capacity. A capacity for life means that you could be living or.
What is capacity? So now I'm really confused on your view. You're saying that the fetus has the right to life because of a capacity for life. Is that fetus alive or dead?
The fetus is alive.
Okay, so then they don't have a capacity for life. They're already alive.
Correct. But if you in this scenario, right, you're correct.
Wait, so then what do you,
no argument there.
So then what do you mean by capacity for life when they already are alive?
Because the brain dead person, they're hooked up to ventilators, they're hooked up to medical equipment, right? And if you pull them off of that, natural process would happen, which means they would die. Okay, but if you let the baby and let the natural process happen, they would live.
I'm really confused. I'm not asking you about the brain dead patient right now. I'm just trying to identify what your view is, because I don't even know what your view. Like I'm asking you, like, why is the fetus morally valuable? And then it's like, because you think that the fetus has the capacity for life. And then I'm like, I'm really confused. I thought that it was already biologically alive. Therefore, it wouldn't have the capacity. It would just already be alive, right?
Correct.
Okay, so then you're saying that the fetus is morally valuable because it's alive.
Correct.
Okay, and then when we say alive, we just mean biologically alive, right?
And this is okay. I see where we're getting confused, because the reason why I'm having to add, because the reason why I'm having to add capacity is because you're given an argument that says in this scenario that if we pull the plug on a dead person, that's where you bring us back to every time.
Are you meaning
I'm saying
to
that
say like
person
capacity
has
for future experiences?
No, I'm saying capacity for life. If you pull the plug off that guy, he dies. Correct.
I'm trying to help you out here.
I just
right? if you're not saying like
trying to understand what you're saying, bro, because it doesn't make any sense. You're not,
sir. I'm not the one that's not making any sense. You're the one that's not making any sense. So
you agree then? So when just so I can clarify.
Just so I could clarify, when you're saying that the fetus is morally valuable, are you saying the fetus is morally valuable because it's human and alive? Or are you saying that the fetus is morally valuable because it has the capacity for future experiences, a future like ours?
There is value in life. Do you agree or disagree with that?
I don't think that life on its own is what gives us moral value, no.
Okay. You think that we gain moral value based on the actions that we take or the actions that we don't take?
I think that moral value is rooted within subjective experiences, as I've already repeated about 1 billion times. But like now,
which you don't. So that's right, because you don't believe in an objective. No, I'm not trying to change it. I'm just trying to have the conversation.
You are changing the topic now because you're shifting the goalposts into an attempt to investigate my view, which I'm fine with. I'll allow you time to investigate my view insofar as why I'm pro-choice. Right? Is like as soon as like we could just understand what your view is. Right? Like no, I don't understand what your view is insofar as why you're pro-life. I don't think anyone does. Is it because the fetus is human and alive? Is it because the fetus has like future experiences like ours? Right? Like just make it clear. Right? Why is it wrong to kill the fetus?
It's wrong to kill the fetus because it's alive.
Okay, if it's wrong to kill the fetus because it's alive, and so are brain dead patients, then in accordance with your view, it would be wrong to kill a brain dead patient. It doesn't matter if you take the brain dead patient off of life support, that the brain dead patient would die because the brain dead patient is still alive while on life support. It wouldn't matter that the brain dead patient would lack future subjective experiences like ours because that doesn't change the fact that it's still biologically alive. Okay, like when we're evaluating these moral principles, we are merely evaluating these moral principles. Okay, like. For instance, I'll just give you like a really clear example here, right? If you're saying fetus possesses biological life, therefore fetus has moral value, just replace fetus with brain dead patient, okay? Brain dead patient possesses biological life, therefore brain dead patient is morally valuable, Okay, but like in response to that comparison, you then go on to say, well, if you disconnected the brain dead patient from its life support, they die. Well, the brain dead patient doesn't have any like future experiences like ours. Okay, well, like those are differences for sure, but those aren't differences that are relevant to your reason why you think the fetus has moral value, which was just merely the fact that the fetus is alive.
Right. Because in the pulling of the plug situation, you're allowing natural death after all medical means have failed. In an abortion, you're actively causing the death.
Okay, so you're saying that you're actively causing the death by like kicking it out of the uterus, just like a doctor would be actively causing the death by pulling the life support. Now, regardless of that death is natural or unnatural, that doesn't change the fact that you're killing that life form, thereby depriving it of its life, thereby fulfilling your condition of infringing on one's right to life.
Well, there's a huge moral and legal difference between letting someone die who is already dead and killing somebody who is alive but inconvenient.
Okay, well, you already contradicted yourself because you just said letting somebody die that's already dead. You can't let somebody die that's already dead. That's a contradiction.
So if I pull the plug on that scenario, you said he's brain dead, right? We're saying he's brain dead. He has no.
Like very specifically respond to what you said. Letting somebody die that's already dead. You can't let somebody die that's already dead.
In reference to him being brain dead. In reference to his being brain dead. Because that was the scenario.
So letting somebody die that's brain dead. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so then what's the difference between killing somebody that's brain dead and killing a fetus insofar as infringing on the right to life that I guess both life forms possess because they're both biologically alive?
Because you're allowing natural death after medical means versus actively causing the death through medical means?
Okay, so you're actively, in one situation, you're actively causing that life form to die. In the other situation, you're not actively causing that life form to die.
Correct. One person is causing death, one person is...
What do you think cause means?
Well, just go ahead and tell me what your definition of cause is. Well, I mean, I don't have the Webster Dictionary of cause. Other than our common language.
So, I mean, I take like cause to mean...
The reaction of.
To like, yes, to create the reaction of.
Yeah.
Okay, so if cause means to create the reaction of, right, when a doctor pulls the plug off of a brain dead patient in the hospital, are they creating the reaction of that brain dead patient dying? The answer would be yes, meaning they're causing their death.
Yes. Yes, they would then die.
So therefore, when a doctor pulls a plug on a brain dead patient in the hospital, they're causing their death as that is the reaction in which they're creating.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so then in both circumstances, it's like actively causing the death, so that's not a symmetry breaker. Jesus.
Right, but you understand that's a semantic argument, right? Well, I mean, you're arguing the fact...
The semantics here are incredibly important because you said the difference was, as it relates to a fetus, you're actively causing its death. As it relates to a brain dead patient, you're not actively causing its death. So then we define what it means to actively cause something, and we just agree that the definition of that would be to create the reaction of, but it's actually like not true that in one scenario you are creating the reaction of, and the other scenario you aren't. In both scenarios of a woman getting an abortion, and in the scenario of a doctor pulling the plug on a brain dead patient, you are creating the reaction of the fetus dying, and you are creating the reaction of the brain dead patient dying, meaning that in both scenarios, you are actively causing the death of the fetus, and you are actively causing the death of the brain dead patient. So when you try to argue that the difference is, in one scenario you are actively causing the death of the fetus, and in the other scenario you are not actively causing the death of the brain dead patient, you are wrong.
Okay. I mean, I think because you did say, semantics are important, I do agree with you to several extents. Like whenever you said that we were talking about dead, and I was specifically talking about brain dead, I do agree with you that semantics do matter in the specific intentions of what we're saying here. But again, like I said, I think maybe we just have differences on this, and that's okay. But I do think that from a moral perspective, letting somebody die is one thing, and then also killing somebody is a completely other thing when it comes to these particular scenarios that we're talking about when we're talking about a brain dead patient.
You kill somebody by causing their death, right?
Correct, but that's a natural...
But you agreed that you're causing the death... Wait, but you agreed that you're causing the death of the brain dead patient, right?
You're letting nature take its course, right?
So do you agree or disagree that when a doctor pulls a plug on a brain dead patient, they're causing their death because we define causing as to incite said reaction, and when a doctor pulls a plug off a brain dead patient, they are inciting the reaction of that brain dead patient dying?
I disagree with the framing of that position that you made. Yeah, I do, actually. I don't disagree with the definition of what you're saying by cause, but I do disagree with the framing of the position there, which is to say that...
Then what specifically did I say that you think is incorrect? Do we need to break this down into premise by premise, sir?
No, brother, we're on the same page. I would say the biggest thing...
I just don't think we are, because you agreed that causing is defined as like inciting the reaction of, creating the reaction of, inciting the reaction of, okay, right? And when a doctor pulls a plug on the brain dead patient, by doing that, is that action inciting the reaction, right, of the brain dead patient dying?
No, brain dead. Oh my goodness, the brain dead patient. No.
So when a doctor pulls the plug when a doctor pulls the plug on a brain dead patient, they're not inciting the reaction of that brain dead patient, therefore dying.
That would have been a natural occurrence for that brain dead patient. Is it not? Is it
You're
not
basically
natural?
saying,
If we didn't
without
have
the
a
life
human
support-
intervention,
wait. So you're basically saying without the life support, right? The brain dead patient would die. Therefore, when we revoke its life support, you're not causing that death.
Correct.
So without the mother's bodily resources before viability, the fetus would die.
Which is part of
Therefore,
nature.
when we revoke access to those resources, we're not actively causing the death of the fetus.
Yeah. So like when a woman is pregnant, I mean, dude, when a woman is pregnant,
Do you agree or disagree? I just want to make clear, because you just agreed that because the brain dead patient would die without the life support, when we
Naturally.
take its life support away, we're not causing the death of the brain dead patient. Therefore, because a fetus would die without the mother's bodily resources, when we take those resources away, we're not causing the death of the fetus.
okay, so in that same argument that you're making there would be the same thing if I was to say if a parent decided not to feed their child that's 18 months old because they can't even feed for themselves, is that morally wrong?
Exactly. Actually, you're right, right? Oh, a 5-year-old child would die without food. Therefore, if a parent were to take food away from the child, therefore, according to your view, they're not causing their child's death, which is like another reason why you're
that's not true. That's not true. You said taking away food from the child. Was your argument?
Sir,
maybe I misunderstood.
You're forgetting that this isn't my argument. This is your argument. You're the one that said, right, that you're not causing the death of the brain dead patient because the brain dead patient can't survive without the life support. Therefore, if you take the life support away, you're not causing the death. This is your logic, sir. Your logic is now what is implying your own hypothetical here of a parent not causing the death of their child by taking their food away. That is your logic, not mine, dude. Oh my God, dude, come on.
So does a brain dead person have the ability to live? Like in terms of have a functioning life in the future?
Well, that's not what ability to live means. Are you saying like ability to live in the future?
That's my definition that I'm describing to you, though. I mean, again, your definition of life and my definition of life, that's what you're trying to understand is my definition of life.
Wait. If this was your definition of life, then you'd say that dead things can grow.
But can dead things grow? Because I don't think they can.
Wait, if dead things can't grow, then why does a brain dead patient experience cellular reproduction given that you think they're dead in accordance with your definition of life?
Say it one more time. You broke up.
If dead things can't grow, right, then why do brain dead patients experience cellular reproduction in accordance with your definition of life? Because when would they be dead?
Well, let me ask you that because that's, honestly, I don't know that, but let me ask you this. As far as the brain itself goes, does that itself gain cellular reproduction in the brain, or is it the total body? I don't know. I'm asking because I generally don't know.
The total body, right? So, I think that's why it's important to make sure that we're not equivocating on our terms here between like biological life and like life in the sense of living and experiencing, right? So I think that's going to be a huge difference, right? The brain dead patient is biologically alive, okay, right? But we don't attribute moral value to biological life, right? Thank God. So now that you've conceded to the claim that we do not attribute moral value to biological life, then it is not the biological life of the fetus that makes it morally valuable. So then what is it?
That's a good question. What is it? I'm asking what's your perspective?
I've already shared it with you 4 times, and remember, we're still trying to figure out what your view is. Your view here is.
Yeah,
so
like I said,
are you now conceding? Are you now conceding, and you're saying that you don't know what makes the fetus morally valuable?
No, I'm trying to be as non-religious as possible in that scenario,
but you can't say it's biological life anymore. So then, what is it? What about the fetus makes it morally valuable?
I must have missed
biological life.
And I'm so sorry, Dean. I must have missed something there. What part did not make it a biological life for the fetus?
Because you agreed that biological life isn't what gives us moral value. So if it's not its biological life, then what is it? Why are you pro-life? Why do you think the fetus has moral value?
Okay, so I guess if we're not going to say that it's the moral, like I said, I do think, just to clarify, I do think that we already talked about this, that there is a major difference between the two, but we've already gone through that. So
dude, the difference between fetuses and brain dead patients is completely irrelevant, because when we're talking about the brain dead patient, we concluded that you cannot say one's biological life is what gives it moral value, then you agree.
Well,
Okay, and
My
because
point
of
is
that
that you have to
agreement,
take-
so then, but going back to the fetus, because, right, you agreed we can't say, right, that it's the fetus's biological life that makes it morally valuable. Answer the question, what is it? By the way, I just want to let you know, you got some good fucking fanboys in that chat, because now I've gotten you to a point where you're literally saying, I have no clue what makes a fetus morally valuable, and you still got people spamming WGuess. Dude, good for you and your fanboys. That's fucking awesome. But listen, anyways. No,
But here's what I'll say this.
Tell me, what about the fetus
Yeah.
makes it morally valuable? Because you agreed it can't be biological life, therefore, what is it?
Well, let me ask you this. If we can't define life, should we have the power to end it?
If we can't define life, should we have the power to end it? I mean, I'm not really sure what that question is. Actually, yes, sure. Like, yeah. Like, I mean, like, for instance, like 5,000 years ago, like, I'm not sure that we had like a good definition of like biological life, but yet I would still say that we should have had the power to like end the lives of cows to eat. I mean, completely irrelevant to my question to you, but the answer is yes. Right. But anyways, my question to you is, for the last time, you agreed that we cannot give life forms moral value predicated on their biological life. So then why do you give moral value to a fetus now that we understand it's not because it's biologically alive?
Right. So I guess the biggest thing there for me, because like I said, I feel like we're kind of just beating a dead horse on that part.
No,
And
we're
like I
not
said,
beating a dead horse. You just have an inability to answer this question. You cannot answer the question, what makes the fetus morally valuable now that we understand we cannot give a moral value predicated on biological life? It's not that we're beating a dead horse. It's that you just can't answer.
Okay. I'm gonna try to do my best to answer it for you. Okay.
Awesome.
The reasons why is we said life begins at conception. It has the capacity to continue to grow and have a life. More value obviously doesn't depend on the location or the development, but by the natural course of nature, meaning that the child will continue to grow within the womb. A person that's in the hospital would die without medical intervention. Your body, your choice, that stops where another body begins, right? Because there's two bodies involved, the mother and the body.
Listen, in a sentence or less, because this is way too complicated. What makes a fetus morally valuable? Now that we understand it can't be that fetus is biological life, what is it?
God's given it moral rights.
God. Okay.
I know that's
Awesome.
what we're going to get to, but
awesome. So God just said, fetus, you're morally valuable. Okay. All right. Awesome. Well,
it's got as much. Let me put it like this: it's got as much value as me and you do. That's what I would say. It has as much value as me and you do. It should have the same amount of rights that me and you have. Which means that someone should not be.
Would you say that from the moment of conception?
From the moment of conception, it has as much rights as me and you do.
So you'd say that
it should have the same amount of opportunity to fight for its life.
So you'd say that a zygote is just as morally valuable as you?
Absolutely.
Okay, so if you had to choose
within the womb, it has as much right. Yeah.
So if some like lunatic, right, like put a gun to your head and said, listen, if you don't hit one of these two buttons, right, 100 people are going to die. If you hit button number 1, 15 people will die. And if you hit button number 2, 10 people will die. What button are you going to press given the fact, or given the consideration and assumption that all of these lives are just as morally valuable as one another? I'd press button number 2 that would kill 10 people, because that is better than the alternative of 15 people dying, or of 100 people dying if I don't click either button. What about you?
So 100 people die or 10 people die?
So yeah, sure. Hit button number 1, 100 people die. Hit button number 2, 10 people die. Which button are you pressing?
Well, if you had no other option, you'd have to do the 10, correct?
Okay, right. So I agree. So now that you've determined that you want to save as much valuable life as possible, and you think that the life of a zygote, which is a unicellular human organism, is just as valuable as your own, hit button number 1, 15 zygotes die. Hitting button number 2, 10 5-year-olds die. Which button are you hitting?
Are the zygotes within the womb?
The zygotes within the womb? Wait, I thought you said location doesn't matter. I thought you said location doesn't matter.
Okay, then I'll stand on it. Yeah, I think that they have, if they have the opportunity and viability to be able to grow, then yes.
So you would kill the 10 5-year-olds over the 15 zygotes?
Well, the thing is that the zygotes that are outside the womb that you're saying,
but you said location doesn't matter.
Okay, I got you. I mean, I then I'll concede that because I get what you're saying on that part. That part makes sense to me.
So you'd kill.
There's a flaw in that part of the argument. I agree with you, and I see that. So then, if we adjust that frame, and like I said, we're developing this as we go along. But the development on this part here that I would say would be that if we had the zygotes that are outside the womb, right, the moral obligation there would be: is it viable? Is it growing? Is it extending like a zygote that's within the womb? It's going to continue to grow, right? That would be my point of contention there. I guess
that would be the absurdity in your view. Okay, so all of a sudden, right now I've demonstrated a fatal flaw in your position where, like, given your position, it would, like, force you into, like, opting to save, like 15 unicellular organisms compared to saving, right, like 14, like, 7-year-olds.
Yeah. And I guess the thing is like, again, because that's kind of outside of nature, right? So that was kind of my argument again earlier too, when we were talking about the person that was in the hospital, is that we're kind of going outside the realms of nature and we're intervening to try to save the life. So like if we're talking about these zygotes that we're talking about, like that's not something that would have existed, right? 5,000 years ago, for example. So unless, and again, I don't think if we look at it in that frame of view, right, that it would be inconsistent with itself, because again, unless a person intervenes to save that life, it's not going to live with the person that is in the hospital. If you don't intervene with a child that is in the womb, it will live.
So are you going back to like the comparison to a brain dead patient? I'm confused.
No. Well, yes, I am, because I'm drawing the correlation between the two.
But the question that I asked you about, like saving like 14-year-old zygotes, or like, saving 14 zygotes or 13 7-year-olds, that question didn't include anything about brain dead patients. So I don't understand why you're dropping brain dead patients into it now.
Well, because the reason why I'm saying that is because medical intervention is what caused those zygotes to be outside the womb. The natural production of life would not allow us to carry zygotes outside the womb. And so if we're looking at it within a natural frame...
No one ever said anything about if those zygotes were in or outside of the womb.
I did. I asked you that. I said, were those in the womb or outside the womb?
And
you said
I didn't give you an answer. I just said, no, I didn't give you an answer. I just said, I thought that you said location doesn't matter. Which you did say, by the way, but apparently now it does.
Sure. Well, it doesn't matter in the sense of the natural world then.
So then if location doesn't matter, then it wouldn't matter if those zygotes were in the womb or out of the womb.
Well, because zygotes that are outside the womb do not have a natural production, correct?
I don't even know.
It's not a natural part of life.
Production. I'm confused.
Like it's not a natural. It's a natural product of life. It's not a like we are taking science and we are taking.
What do you even mean? Do you think that if something's natural, it makes it like morally okay, and if something's unnatural, it makes it morally bad? Do you think if something is natural has like any implications on if it's morally right or wrong?
I think. Do you not think that natural things of the world have a value difference versus something that we create that's unnatural?
I don't think that if something is natural, it informs us on if it's okay to do at all.
Well, I'm not okay to do. I don't know what we're talking about. I mean, it's okay to do. I don't understand what you mean by that.
Like
we're talking about a life in the womb. So,
like, I just don't understand why you keep on using the word natural. Like,
because define
nature.
Well, what I'm saying, the natural process of life.
Define
the natural process of life.
Define nature.
I mean, again, this is the same thing that we were talking about cause, but I guess the point that I'm making on nature would be...
So natural could be defined as existing in nature. Okay, I don't think that just because something exists in nature, that it's like morally like okay to do. Do you?
Just because something exists in nature is not morally okay to do?
Yeah, and just because something doesn't exist in nature is unnatural, that doesn't mean it's not. Like, that doesn't mean that it's morally wrong.
Why don't you give me an example of something that is natural that would not be okay to do?
Sure. Considering the fact that the definition of natural is existing in nature, and animals eating their own shit exists in nature, right? That would imply that it'd be okay to eat your own shit, but like obviously not. Right? And then also like
you also see like animals to eat their own crap.
You also see like animals like raping other animals in nature, meaning that that'd be natural, but that doesn't mean that it's morally okay. It's still morally wrong. Right? There's like many examples of this, right? Like, do you think that, one second, do you think that being gay is wrong?
So when we're talking about this as a natural sense, right? You're saying that
just real quick, can I just get an answer to the question? Do you think being gay is wrong?
I think being a homosexual is a sin, and I do think that being homosexual
we see it in over 3,000 non-human animal species. Oh, but now if it's natural, it's okay to do. I guess now you don't think it's a sin, and now you don't think it's wrong.
Okay, so again, going back to your point, you said it's natural for some animals to eat their own poop. Humans don't eat their own poop because it's unnatural for humans to eat their own poop. It's natural for humans to do some heinous things that you just said, but it's unnatural.
What do you mean it's unnatural for humans to eat their own shit? I don't even know what you mean by natural there.
Well, for one, we have a higher level of consciousness than animals.
Wait, no, I'm just asking you. Define what you mean when you say it's unnatural for humans to eat their own shit. What do you mean by the word unnatural?
I just explained that because we have a higher level of consciousness that determines what is...
No, higher level of consciousness is not the definition of unnatural. I'm asking you to define unnatural.
Unnatural means that it's not. I'm trying to explain to you. Unnatural means that is outside the nature of that specific species.
Outside of the nature of this species. Okay.
The species.
Okay.
Okay. So it's outside of our nature to eat our own poop. Correct.
What do you mean by nature there?
Just like it's outside of our nature to eat grass.
What do you
but cows
mean,
eat grass.
what
Does that mean we should all eat grass? It's outside the nature of us to jump on all four legs, but that's what frogs do. They jump on all four legs.
What do you mean by nature?
I mean by nature, by the way that God has designed the world.
Okay, so you're basically saying that God didn't design humans to eat their own shit. Okay, and that's what you mean by unnatural and natural. So are you just asking like me for an example of something that's like unnatural in the sense of the idea that it wasn't designed by God, that's like morally okay? All of medicine. Advil wasn't designed by God. Advil's like not morally wrong to take. Like what? Dude, I'm like trying my hardest. I'm like putting all my brain cells to like tracking like the shit that's spewing out of your mouth right now, and I'm like trying my best. But it's definitely difficult.
Brother, I keep getting muted. I'm not sure why, but that's okay.
So now that we've determined that you think that natural and unnatural means inner nature and not inner nature, then you just think that our nature is what is designed or not designed by God. Okay, well, now you actually have another contradiction, because you said that being gay is wrong, but being gay is like in the nature of many individuals. Right? And why I say that is because in accordance with your view, it was designed by God, as being gay is onset by natural biological predispositions. I mean, we see biological differences between gay men and straight men. Like, for instance, gay men have a larger anterior commissure in the context of their nerve lining between the two hemispheres of their brain compared to straight men. Gay men also have varying traits to the AINH3 subsection of the hypothalamus, different dendritic densities, and different levels of particular neurohormones, such as FSH. Okay, gay men also have various different associations along the genetic code, such as the XQ23 chromosome. Now, see, these are all biological facts that were designed into the neuroanatomy and biology of gay individuals in utero. And because you're a Christian and you think God designs us when like we were in our mother's wombs, therefore God designed these facts into the biology and neuroanatomy of gay individuals. And because you think what is in our nature is what God designs, therefore it would be in the nature of gay individuals to be gay. But yet you are still saying that being gay is wrong. So answer me this: why would God, right, make it the nature of gay individuals, design that nature, right, to be wrong?
So that's a great question. And the answer I would have to that is that we have a natural desire for things, right? And from a Christian perspective, my view on this would be that beyond our fleshly, hopefully this, and I know you're smart, so you understand some of the Christian theology on this, but the flesh is basically what I'm referring to there. So your flesh desires certain things, but God has also given us a consciousness to make moral obligation decisions of what is right and wrong, especially if in our case as a Christian believer, we would say that God has given us commandments of what is right and wrong, since we are the only species that I'm aware of that has that level of consciousness that can arguably make a moral judgment call on things where an animal does not. So like to your point on animals eating their own poop,
I'm
like
not
humans don't do it because
to my question here. So like
ask the question again so I can answer it better.
So like in response to like me describing, right, how in accordance with what you think one's own nature would be, and how in accordance with the Christian view here, God designed the nature of gay men to be gay men, right? Therefore, how could it be morally wrong given the fact that it's God's design and God's design is perfect, right? You just responded to that by saying, well, we have consciousness and we could determine what's right and wrong. That didn't answer the question. If God's design is perfect and God designed gay individuals to be gay, then how could you possibly say that being gay is imperfect, given that it was the design of God and God's design is perfect?
Right. And that's what I was trying to explain, which is that we're different from animals because we have a higher level of consciousness. So we have a instinctual desire. Like you said, your brain is wired. You said a homosexual's brain is wired for a specific reason, right?
From animals, but higher consciousness. Go ahead. See, I'm just like writing down all of the completely irrelevant answers that you're giving. Like none, like, okay, listen, the question was, how can you say that it's wrong to be gay, given the fact that God designed gay individuals to be gay, and God's design is perfect, therefore his design, and God's design is perfect, therefore you're calling something perfect imperfect, that is a contradiction. And then you're responding to this by saying, well, we're different from animals. Saying that we're different from animals doesn't address my argument, which is, if you think God's design is perfect, and God designed individuals to be gay, therefore being gay is as well, and can it possibly be a sin? Your second response was to say, we have higher levels of consciousness. consciousness. Saying that we have higher levels of consciousness doesn't address the contradiction rooted within the fact that you're calling God a perfect designer while in turn calling his design imperfect. Like, this isn't answering the question that I'm asking you. Can you actually try to give like a dead-on answer to what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, because I mean, can you hear me?
Yes, I just wanted an answer to the question. Perfect. Once again, I'll make it clear in what the question is. If God's design is perfect, which you affirm, right, and God designed gay individuals to be gay, right, which is proven through the scientific research into the biological predispositions in which make somebody gay, then how could it be imperfect to be gay, considering the fact it was God's perfect design?
Okay, so the problem with your position there is that you're not influencing the book of Genesis, where it talks about the fall of man. When we talk about when they ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, which is again part of the consciousness part that we're talking about there, the whole thing is that when we ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, the scales fell from our eyes, and it even said that Adam and Eve knew that they were naked upon themselves, and so now they have an instinctual sense of themselves, and now they can be even found guilty of quote unquote sins beyond eating from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, because they now know right from wrong, and to do wrong and know right, and to do and not to do right when you know it are both sins. So like that's the underlying argument, is that we're different.
You already proved that it's not wrong to be gay, because you just said you can only do wrong. You can't do gay. Being gay is just a fact of your existence. Being gay is not a decision. Being gay is not an action. Being gay is a fact of your person. You can do wrong, but you can't do being gay, right? You just are gay, right? That's like saying you can do blue eyes. No, I just have blue eyes. I can do blonde hair. No, I just have blonde hair. I can do being 5'9". No, I just am 5'9". I could do being gay. No, I can't. I'm straight, but if I wasn't straight, I would just be gay.
No. Actually, I totally agree with that, in the sense that as a heterosexual male, I am attracted to women, but it's the action of acting upon that attraction where the sin comes through. So just because somebody has the sexual attraction to the same sex does not mean that they are acting in sin. It is only acting in sin when they actually act upon that homosexual action.
So then earlier when you told us it was a sin to be gay, you were wrong.
No, I said, well, again, this is semantics, because when I say it's a sin to be gay, I'm assuming that you're acting upon those gay tendencies.
You just said, right, that it is not a sin to be attracted to an individual. It's only sin to act on that attraction. Okay, define being gay. It's just having same-sex attractions, meaning that it's not a sin to be gay. So earlier when you said it was a sin to be gay, you were wrong. Own it up. At the beginning of this conversation, you said that you'd be willing to admit when you're wrong. I fucking gotcha. Admit that you're wrong.
All right. You ready?
Yes.
I misunderstood your terminology, so I was wrong by saying what I said. What I'm saying here, so I can clarify for everybody that's listening, okay, is that by having the inclination or the brain components that make you desire the same sex does not make you sin by you're not sinning. Just say, dude, okay,
you're complicating everything that you're saying. Just say, I was wrong when I said it was a sin to be gay. That's all.
It is a sin to act upon your homosexual or heterosexual tendencies that are sexually outside the confines that God has given us. So if God says marriage is between one person, one woman, one man, then that's what it's meant to be. But at the same time, if I see a beautiful woman and I act upon that, I am equally as a sinner as someone that has the desire to be with the same sex, and they also don't act on that. We are the same. If they don't act on it and I don't act on it, then there's no sin there.
Okay, so now you're saying that you do not think that it's a sin to be gay. I just want to hear you say it, so then we can move on to the next argument. You don't think it's a sin to be gay, right?
I don't like the framing of what you're putting that, because
Why?
Again, I think most of the
Why? You don't like the framing, dude. Hey, listen, is it a sin to be straight?
Is it a sin? Okay, I get what. Okay, I see you. So no, it's not. It's not a sin to have the.
Is it disingenuous to say that it's not a sin to be straight? Yes or no? Is it disingenuous to say that it's not a sin to be straight?
No, I guess it's not.
Is it disingenuous to say it's not a sin to be gay?
I guess it's not. And the only thing I'm just saying here is because I think most of your audience, when they see, and this is the same thing for most people, right? When they hear that somebody is gay.
Dude, hop out, bro. Oh my God. Dude, I'm so sorry. That was the same guy that was like coming up in here being like, oh, I'm going to be intellectually honest. Next thing you know, right, because he's homophobic, right, he can't even bring himself to saying that it's not a sin to be gay. Right? After like, I like proved it in accordance with his own religion, in accordance with his own values, his own scripture, his own Bible, okay? Right? That there's nothing wrong with being gay in Christianity. He was still saying, oh, I can't say it. I can't say that it's not a sin to be gay. Jesus Christ. What's up? How old are you?
How tall are you?
5'9". How old are you?
No, how tall are you?
I just said 5'9". How old are you? You have 5 seconds.
Can you hear me?
Okay, we're going to move on to the next guest. Let's go to get the next guest loaded up into the stream. Here we go, guys. Hop inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. Dude, I fucking love the MAGA rage baiters in the comment section. No, dude, I fucking love them. A Trump supporter could come up here and say anything. Say, I'm going to eat my own shit, okay? I love eating my own shit. And I'm a Trump supporter, but I love eating my own shit. And like, we'll still have like billion people in the chat going, W guess, right? Or like that last guy, you know, you have somebody come up here and say, it's wrong to be gay, okay? Oh, I don't know why it's wrong to be gay. And I love eating my own shit. And squares are circles. But it's wrong to be, and then they'll be, WCS, WC. What's up, D-Sport Trump?
What's up, Dean? Not everything, but yeah, overall.
All right, man, I've been fighting war for the last 30 minutes or so. I have quite a couple people I'd like to thank here. Caden, thank you so much for the $5 over on Vim. I appreciate you for that love. Jared, thank you for the $5 as well. Rebecca, thank you for the $5. Dante with a 5. Jared with a 5. Thank you so much for the love. Austin with a 5, thank you so much. And then Morgan, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. I appreciate you for the for that love. Thank you so much, Morgan. Morgan with the $20. Let's get 200. Morgan W says, if a woman doesn't want to be pregnant, then why are you wasting your time, men? Don't force somebody to become pregnant if they don't want to be a mother. Kids deserve to be in loving homes, not broken ones. I couldn't agree more. Thank you for the $20, Morgan. And then Amber, thank you for the $10. Baxter with the $10. Appreciate you for that love, Baxter. Ivy, thank you so much for the $5 over on Venmo a while ago. Same thing with you, Lindsay. Thank you for the 5. And Sarah, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo, who says, I could listen to you talk all day. Keep doing what you're doing. Thank you so much for the love, Sarah. That is SARA. Show some love to Sarah down below in that chat for the 25. And then another Sarah with the $10, quote unquote, for speaking to MAGA with poison intelligence, hopefully educating some of them in the process. Thank you for the love. You are awesome. We are all caught up over on Venmo. Let's go to catch up on PayPal. The Little Dog Shop. Appreciate you so much for the $25 over on PayPal. He says SCOTUS will vote on reconsidering gay marriage on November 7th. Breaks my heart. I heard about that. I'm really hoping that gay marriage doesn't get overturned. Obviously, shocker that I hope gay marriage doesn't get overturned. I really appreciate you so much for the $25. That is incredibly kind of you. Show some love to the Little Dog Shop down below, as well as Cariza. Thank you for the $5 over on PayPal. Aaron with the $2. And then Michael, thank you so much for the $11 over on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love, Michael. Show some love to Michael down below in that chat for the $11. George with the $10 over on PayPal, who says, keep owning the Trump supporters. Appreciate you for that love, George. And then Olivia with the 2. Appreciate you guys. We're all caught up. By the way, my name Dean is like blocked in the TikTok comment section. I don't know. It's like considered like a hate word. It's like a slur or something on TikTok now. You just can't comment it. Don't know why. Anyways, the ammo shop. Go ahead and take it away. Tell us why you support Trump.
Hey, what's up? Well, I mean, a number of reasons. But I mean, like most of his policies, not all of them. I think economically things are going to improve. I think that the way he has historically thrown things down to states' rights is a positive, net positive for the country.
Okay, all right. So to your first point, saying that this country is going to get better off economically speaking, every single fact of the American economy has gotten significantly worse in the last 10 months, ranging from inflation, ranging to unemployment, to long-term unemployment at an all-time high, excluding the pandemic since 2017, to investment in American manufacturing, which is now on a downtrend after 3 years of going boom, 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 boom under the Biden-Harris administration, according to the Federal Reserve, or even GDP growth. It was at 2.5% last year, then in the first quarter actually went down and is now annualized and projected to be around 1.3%. Okay, how could you possibly say that the American economy is going to get better when Donald Trump has only made it worse in the last 10 months?
Yeah, well, I mean, generally speaking, it takes economic policies between 6 months and a year to actually fully have their impact on the economy. Most of the negatives we're seeing, I think, are probably in response to tariffs, which I think in the long term will be a good thing. And the way he's playing them out to negotiate with other countries economically, I think, is also a good thing. But we are going to feel some of the pains of it temporarily. I mean, that's a reality. And also, I'm hoping to see some other economic policies come alongside the tariffs.
Okay, so you're just saying that you support Trump because of his tariffs, and you think that his tariffs are good?
Yeah, I mean, I think his negotiating and the tariffs, I think those are all good things.
Okay, yeah. Specifically, which ones?
Well, I like that he's being aggressive with China right now because yeah, and it's in response to some of the things that they're doing. I mean, we're in a trade war with China. We've been in a trade war with China for a long time.
So, like, how are the 300% tariffs that we have on China right now going to benefit us in the long term?
Well, we're either going to force them to the table to negotiate terms.
Go ahead and look at the comment section right now. It's filled with Trump supporters saying that they want to rape me. So if you ever want to if you ever curious to look into political violence and what we see from the right, look no further than the mounds of Trump supporters spamming my TikTok comment section right now, saying that they are literally going to grape me. Anyways. So now you told us that you think it'll be good in the long term because we'd be able to stop trade or wean off a trade with China as a whole. So I actually don't think that stopping trade with China, our third largest importer, would be good for the American economy in the long term.
Well, I mean, I can understand what you're saying about them being our third largest importer. But there's kind of a trade-off with that. Because, yeah, sure, they're buying a lot of our stuff that we make, but we're also buying a lot of their stuff that we make. So I think we could become more economically independent.
That's what trade is, right? Well, yeah. Listen, I think that a globalization of commerce is a good thing because then it allows us to focus on producing the things that we're good at making, right? Instead of having to create inefficiencies in our market by forcing us to produce the things that we're bad at making because of the tariffs. Not to mention that I think imposing tariffs on other countries is really bad for the performance of the American economy on the global stage because it reduces our own ability to innovate, right? Because what drives innovation?
Well, I mean, there's lots of things that drive innovation, but
summed up into one word, it is competition. Okay, under capitalism, right? An Econ 101 course will teach you that competition drives innovation. Now, when we're imposing like 300% tariffs on China, 75% tariffs on India, 50% tariffs on country Argentina, there we go. We are limiting the competition of goods produced in other countries in the American marketplace, which in turn will limit the innovation seen in the American economy. And if you're America first, then you should not support any policy that would limit the amount of innovation seen in the American economy.
Yeah, I can understand what you're saying. An ally.
No, I wouldn't, but I more so am speaking on the way that he's used that with, let's say, Canada, right? I mean, being overly sensitive to an ad that was ran on TV. But the problem that I have with Trump is he could have easily used the tariffs along with our allies because the biggest point, more than just tariffs, you understand this is about intellectual property, right?
Yeah.
So why wouldn't he actually strategically work with our allies to target China and put pressure on them versus just, scattershotting tariffs everywhere? That's a bad idea.
Well, this is where I do kind of agree with you because one of the things I've never understood about policies like this when we're talking about foreign economics is that we have South America right here. And I think you could kind of kill two birds, one stone if you were to work on creating an economic ally with Mexico. You could improve their economic status, reduce the immigration because now they have more opportunity there. Yeah, I mean, I think there's things that could be done better.
But that's what happened in his first term, right? That's literally after NAFTA sunset and he created the USMCA, but then he came back in office and then immediately said whoever negotiated this deal negotiated a horrible deal, and it was literally him. He has the inability to have consistency, and that's a problem on his part. but that speaks to the actual, taco nature of Trump, and even more so why our allies worry about just dealing with him on a normal basis.
Yeah, and by the way, so after the guest responds to this point, I want to go ahead and switch it up and start bringing up some things myself. I don't know. I've been live for 3 hours. I'm not gonna lie, guys. I've really not liked this stream today at all. Not at all. I haven't been enjoying the stream. I kind of wish that the last 3 hours of my life were not wasted the way that they were. It's been super unenjoyable for about 1,000,000,001 reasons. So what I'm hoping here is that I could start bringing up some things that maybe I'd like to talk about so I can enjoy the stream a little bit more. But just like the spam of slurs, the violent Trump supporters in the chat saying they want to rape me, the 10 children coming up here spamming the N-word, so on and so forth. It's been a lot. I've been watching. It's been a lot. Right. So
can I say something super quick?
We could try to switch it up here a little bit. Go ahead.
I just I don't know. Are you switching it up by getting rid of me? Is that what you're saying?
No, we could keep you up here. I'm just want to ask you something.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, absolutely. Let's go for it. I've been listening to you for a while, Dean. I try to stay as middle of the road as I can. I try not to be super partisan. So.
Yeah, well, that's nice. Here, real quick, before I ask you something, let me thank a handful of donors here. Austin, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. I appreciate you for that love. Show some love to Austin in that chat, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get 200 Austin W's. Austin says you can spam slurs in chat, but you can't say Dean. Why is TikTok censorship so backwards? Who knows? As well as Angel, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo as well. In a response to your comments there, Angel, you're partially right. No, you are. Thank you so much for the love. As well as, let's see here, Adam, appreciate you for the $5 over on PayPal, and no worries at all. No worries at all. Don't worry about it. And then London, thank you so much for the $10 over on Super Chat, saying props to Dean for calling that out. That's disgusting. Well, I mean, it's just, it's very ironic that in one breath, MAGA will say that the leftists are the violent ones. Then in another breath, will start a copy and paste chain of saying that they want to rape me. But anyways, just to, go back to the conversation with the guest here. My question for you is, do you think that Donald Trump is a patriot?
Generally speaking, I would say yeah.
Anti-American. Well, then how could you possibly call Donald Trump a patriot considering he's done all of these things and more?
Yeah. Two of those things very specifically are why I wouldn't consider myself to be MAGA. The 22nd Amendment, if he does run for third term, I'm pretty sure I'm going to go full switch to the other side on this one.
Respect.
On the First Amendment one, that one really bothers me because I criticized Democrats for the same thing when they tried to push a bill to ban the burning of the Israeli flag.
Oh, criticize the fuck out of them for that. Whoever pushed that bill, we need to primary them immediately.
I'd actually love to know who did that.
Right. But anyways, no, go ahead and continue.
Yeah. Yeah, because why would we ban the burning of any flag, right? That's First Amendment protected speech. And I disagree with the Second Amendment thing as well. But I see the argument that's made on that side, and I can kind of understand where it's coming from. But I think any infringement on the Second Amendment is a slippery slope. So,
okay, well, I mean, so given that you see that Donald Trump has indeed infringed on the First, Second, 14th, and 22nd Amendment, all in the last 8 months, how could you possibly still defend him as president?
Well, I mean, first of all, these things play out in the Supreme Court. I haven't seen him do anything.
Well, many of them already have. Burning the American flag played out in SCOTUS in '89, and 14th Amendment protections being given to undocumented immigrants played out in the Supreme Court in 1898 and in 1978 in Plyer v. Doe. Let's see here. We don't need, the third term to play out in the Supreme Court. We just need to read the clear text of the 22nd Amendment. It says if you've served as president twice, you can't serve a third time. I mean, I think that's obvious. Then even NRA agrees that banning gun ownership for all trans Americans is unconstitutional. So it seems like even the far right's on board with attempting to prevent him from doing that. So do you understand now how it's not a sufficient answer to say that you still support him even though he's done these things, because we got to wait for them to play out in the Supreme Court, because either they already have or they're just obvious infringements?
Yeah, well, infringements that get played out through the Supreme Court like this are not new to Donald Trump. I mean, Obama got tested in the Supreme Court 10 separate times. Bush blatantly violated our constitutional rights through allowing the Patriot Act to go through.
Yeah.
I mean, there's what I'm saying is this isn't a new thing. He's not doing anything that's so
I'd say what is a new thing is like
outside the realm.
I'd say what is a new thing is like intentionally violating the Constitution, right? Like when Biden, tried to forgive student loans, and the first way he attempted to achieve that goal was inevitably ruled as unconstitutional by SCOTUS. It was because of an unknown technicality. But like, there's no like unknown technicality to argue that Donald Trump didn't intentionally infringe on the 14th Amendment when he tried to take birthright citizenship away from the children of undocumented immigrants born on American soil. And there's certainly no unknown technicality for like Donald Trump saying that we're quote unquote taking your free speech away, or that it's now illegal to criticize him in the media. Right? So I'd say that he's like intentionally infringing on the Constitution, which proves that he's not a president that wants to try to play by the rules that's maybe imperfect and sometimes violates them, right? Like Biden or Obama, but rather wants to be an all-powerful leader that wants to rewrite the rules, understanding, acknowledging, and intentionally infringing on the rules that already exist.
Well, and that's where I would disagree with you, because like, for instance, Biden with vaccine mandates intentionally circumvented the constitutional process for doing something like that and went straight to a regulatory agency to try to push vaccine mandates in the workplace. And it got tested out and tried and failed because it was unconstitutional. And Obama did the same thing with the ACA.
Give an argument that Biden like intentionally infringed on the Constitution with OSHA vaccine mandates, which by the way, like weren't from him, they were from OSHA.
Right. Well, it was his administration that pushed OSHA to try to come up with that type of a mandate.
Just out of curiosity, do we have evidence of that?
I don't have a source on hand right now for that. No.
Okay. All right. So I mean, the point's kind of dead there.
Mm-hmm. I just want to hop in really quick and mention one other thing that's different, because you said it's nothing different than what we've seen in the past, but the thing that we haven't seen is such a biased Supreme Court, right? We understand that, yes, the conservative judges have the 6-3 majority, but even more than that, did you know there's been 23 emergency case hearings that Donald Trump has requested in front of the Supreme Court? And out of 23 emergency case hearings, they've ruled with Donald Trump 21 times. And out of that 21 times, 14 times, they haven't even written a decision. They've just done a shadow docket. So I disagree. The thing that is different this time is you obviously have a Supreme Court that's willing to actually just acquiesce to Donald Trump, versus in the past, the Supreme Courts, no matter if they had a certain lean, they were a lot less biased.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a little bit anecdotal, but I mean, like, one of the things about that specifically is something that I'm watching and I'm a little worried about.
Wait, so you think the Supreme Court 21 out of 23 times Donald Trump and his administration has requested an emergency hearing, 21 times out of 23 they've ruled in favor of Donald Trump, and you're saying that's anecdotal?
Well, I mean, without looking into each of those specific cases to find out how biased those decisions were, I mean, there's not really a way to know if that's just, were those cases was he just right in a lot of those instances? And I know a few of them he was. So, I mean, that's the thing.
Listen, I think that there's one specific of those cases that proves bias. This is what I think really proved a strong pro-Trump bias in SCOTUS to me. It was on the executive order where he tried to take birthright citizenship away from the children of undocumented immigrants. Like, he had federal judges all around America rule it as unconstitutional. SCOTUS then looked at it, didn't decide to take it, but then just issued an order saying that federal courts cannot make nationwide injunctions, allowing his unconstitutional EO to remain in effect in some parts of our country without actually ruling on the constitutionality of the EO. Because they know that if they ruled in favor of the Trump administration, they would be upsetting precedent, literally, from 1865 and 1898 with U.S. versus Wong Kim Ark. They cannot rule that the 14th Amendment does not apply to the children of undocumented immigrants born in the soil without causing a massive upset of this case law and a massive upset of American history, right? So instead, they reserved that ruling. They didn't say it was constitutional or unconstitutional, right? And then instead just said, well, these federal courts, they don't actually possess full authority to make these rulings that will then apply nationwide.
Yeah, which, I mean, again, I don't disagree with the ruling there. I wish they would have picked it up and made an actual decision, but that's not unprecedented. You know, they get, I forget the exact number on average, but it's hundreds of cases on their dockets every year, and they only pick a handful of them out to actually try and push. And some of them they will issue bench decisions where they don't really try out the case. They just kind of say, hey, send it back down to the district or the federal judge.
What I think is like specific about this circumstance was their ability to make a ruling surrounding the EO by saying that federal courts can't issue nationwide injunctions without ruling on the EO in of itself. I don't know. To me, that proves a little bit of bias. Are you driving?
I am now. Yeah, I was sitting before we started, but now I've got to get some.
Unfortunately, can't be driving on TikTok Live. You have a good rest of your day, bro. Go ahead and hop in that queue, and only if you are an American adult that supports Trump as president. I'm not gonna lie, guys. I kind of want to end a little bit early today, but I'm gonna, we're just gonna try to see it through. Let's go to bring this guy up. He's just been spamming like W guests in the comment section for the last hour straight.
Can I just tell you this really quick? Someone went in my comments on one of my videos and just said, Dean's gonna cook you. I was like, wait, what?
They probably clicked on the wrong person.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, we kind of cook almost every guest we have up here, right? So
yeah.
Now some of the viewership's starting to get starting to taunt with it. Like they'll go into the comment sections of whoever's up here. Yo, Sky Keys, Sly Keys, that's your name. My prediction is like you're 14. Am I wrong?
No, I'm 12, and I'm Australian. Bye.
They're all trolls.
Dude, they've been spamming W-Cast in the comment section for like the last hour. If you guys have seen like that new Superman movie, like Lex Luthor's like I forget what he calls them, like rage monkeys or whatever the hell, who he just like Yo, dude.
Oh, man.
That was one of Lex Luthor's rage monkeys.
No, did you see the what was it, the farm that they busted or whatever that had like it was like 49 million Twitter accounts that was pumping out like pro-Trump propaganda?
No, I didn't.
And they made
a
bust.
Yeah. I didn't see it. I just wonder how many like fake bot accounts on the internet have like pissed me off.
It's so many.
I don't know.
I
don't know. Yo, yeah. Royd, thank you so much for the $50 over on Super Chat, Royd. Dude, show some love to Royd down below in that comment section for the $50. Thank you so much for the love, Royd. Royd says, time to go get some rest. Dude, man, I don't know what it is. This stream today has just been tiring as hell, but I really appreciate you so much for the $50, Royd. Let's get 500 Royd W's and 1,000 Nate W's. Holy shit, Nate just donated $100 over on Venmo. Nate, that is so incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much for the love, bro. Jesus Christ. Nate says, Advil was designed by humanity, but Tylenol was made by God. JK, sorry, you probably need both. You probably need both for the migraine you're getting today. It's been rough, but appreciate you for sticking with it in this dystopian walking nightmare. Listen, Nate, good to see you again. Nate's he works in a pharmacy. I love this guy, Nate, right here. I appreciate you for the $100. As well as Austin. Thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. Show some love to Austin, too. Austin with the $20 says, do you play any video games? And if so, what's your favorite right now? I actually don't. I just don't have enough time. I like work so much. It is ridiculous, but I love what I do, but it definitely doesn't leave me with enough time to like play video games. And then Elise, thank you so much for the $5 over on PayPal. And then Van and Definus with $1 each. Appreciate you guys so much. If you want to support me, if you want to support what we do here, before we hop off here in around 50 minutes, you can find my PayPal and my Venmo in the link tree in my bio on TikTok and in the pinned message of that YouTube stream. You could even attach a message and then I'll get a notification of your donation on my phone, where I could read it off to everyone watching. But anyways, Callie, welcome, and how old are you? Callie? It's not here. I'm going to go ahead and kick Callie, and we're going to go ahead and move on to the next guest. Right now, quite frankly, only hop in that queue if and only if you are an American adult that supports Trump as president. What's up? Are you MAGA?
Dean.
Hi, do you support Trump?
Do you like Abraham Lincoln?
Your bio says, I love Abraham Lincoln, in case you couldn't tell. Dean Withers, Team Cole, Jess, and Conrad. You know what? Just for you.
Do you like Abraham Lincoln?
I assume that you want me to say yes here. So yes, I love Dean, Abraham Lincoln. I hope that makes her happy. We're going to move on to the next guest. Everyone give us a minute. We got Ava loading up into the stream. Hey, what's
Charlie
up?
Kirk mogs you. Charlie Kirk mogs you.
Mogged would be the correct word there. Have a good rest of your day. You can't laugh at that. You can't laugh at that. We're gonna go.
I ate a pumpkin seed.
Okay.
That was.
Okay, I mean, I'm really sorry to hear about that. We're gonna go to move on to the next guest. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the stream here, guys. Just in proper grammar. It's wanted to clarify there. We're gonna go to get that next guest loaded up into the box. We got Amanda Joy, G80 connecting. Guys, stop laughing at that. I was just trying to be accurate. I was just
choking on a pumpkin seed.
Yeah. I mean, there's a couple people in the chat saying like laughing emojis. That's not something to laugh at. That wasn't supposed to be a joke. Just simply fixing the grammatical structure of a sentence stated. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded up into the live, guys. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded up into the live. What's up? How old are you?
Hi.
Oh.
Hi.
Hey.
Can you debate my mom?
Yeah, is she with you right now?
Yeah, she's with me.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, of course.
Mom, so this is Dean Withers, okay? You know how you support Trump, right? So he's going to convince you because you support that orange man or whatever. Just talk to him. She's MAGA. Okay, talk.
Hi, good afternoon.
Hi. So, I think your daughter kind of said it best. Yeah, we just debate Trump supporters here. Are you interested in having a conversation with me and my buddy Santana down here about why you support Trump?
Okay, she surprised me, to be honest.
Hey, listen, if you don't want to do it, it's fine. If you don't want to do it, it's fine.
No, it's okay. It just, I felt that Donald Trump is better than Kamala because she, I felt like he's more to the Bible, more Christian, more keeping the values and principles of the Christians. He rejected the LGBTQ. What else? He's more to Christian. This is what
for sure. How about this? We're going to start with a very, very, very simple question because you just said that rejecting the LGBTQ is Christian. Did Jesus reject the Jewish Pharisees that were literally trying to kill him?
No.
So then why should Trump reject the LGBTQ?
It's a point of LGBTQ because the Bible rejected. The Bible in itself rejected. Well, because remember Sodom and Amorah, they were, if you read in the Bible, they were doing the same sin as LGBTQ. They were doing boys by boys and girls by girls, and that's why God allowed a fire to come from heaven and burn the two cities.
No. So do you know where the story of Sodom and Gomorrah is found in the Christian Bible?
Yes, in the New Testament, St. Paul mentioned it in his messengers, in his messages. But I'm not sure which one.
Listen, no, I'm asking literally what verse. So the story of Sodom and Gomorrah can be found in Genesis 19. All right. And if you actually read the story of Sodom and Gomorrah, you find something very different from what you just described. No, God did not destroy the cities of Sodom and Gomorrah because of same-sex consensual intercourse. God destroyed the cities of Sodom and Gomorrah because one, right, they were at war. Right. And way back when, right, the losing side, more so, sorry, let me reframe myself here. The winning side would have their men, their fighters, literally grape, right, the losing side's men as a show of demasculization, as a show of victory and power. Right? They'd have the winning side soldiers grape the soldiers of the losing side. So sure, it was same sex, but it wasn't wrong because it was same sex. God didn't destroy the cities because it was same sex. God destroyed the cities because it was rape. Not to mention, if you read Genesis 19, the real big motivation for why God destroyed these cities is not only were these soldiers raping the men from the losing side, but they were also raping the angels. Literally raping angels. God didn't destroy the cities because some
they
people
were
possess
so
same-sex
evil.
attractions. God destroyed the cities because people were literally abusing and raping his angels.
Yeah, but they were so evil that they went to the point they were raping angels. But actually, it's said in the Bible. If Mariam give me time, my daughter, I will, and didn't surprise me, I will be able to get it, the verse from St. Paul messages, because he said it specific. He said they were sinning, boys to boys, girls to girls, in Sodom and Amorah, and that's why God put the fire from heaven and destroy the two cities.
No, I don't think so. So Paul talked about homosexuality twice, once in Corinthians, and then another in Thomas, I believe, right? And neither of those two books of the Bible where Paul discussed this. Honestly, did Paul write Thomas? That doesn't make any sense.
He said this verse: boys by boys and girls by girls and boys by boys.
No, Paul didn't write the Gospel of Thomas. No.
I didn't say.
Inside of Corinthians, which is the only place Paul talked about homosexuality in the Bible, he doesn't mention Sodom and Gomorrah, so I don't know where you're pointing to.
Maybe I will get the verse and share it with you.
Right, and then you're also just saying that you support Trump because you think he's a good Christian man, right? Because he condemns the gay people. All right. So let me ask you this question: would you ever vote for a gay person to be president?
Who?
Would you ever make a gay person president?
I'm not going to support him.
You would never support a gay person as president because you think that being gay is a sin, but you will support an adjudicated rapist as president even though you think a rape is a sin. You will support somebody that has committed 34 felonies even though you think that breaking the law of the land is a sin per Jesus' own teachings. You will support somebody that went on Howard Stern's radio show and boasted about sexually exploiting the naked bodies of kids and the naked bodies of adults even though you think that sexual exploitation is a sin. You will support Trump as president even though he's cheated on all three of his wives, one with a porn star, even though you think that sleeping with somebody that's not your wife is a sin. You will support Trump as president even though he told over 30,000 confirmed lies during his first administration, even though you think lying is a sin. The fact of the matter is, you want to sit here and tell me that you're a good Christian just merely following the scripture, but then when we read Romans and it says all sins fall short of the glory of God, not even granting that being gay is a sin, right? All of a sudden, according to you, being gay is not just a sin when we have no clear justification of that found in the scripture, but it is a sin worthy and deserving of more condemnation than rape, worthy and deserving of more condemnation than sexual assault, than sexual exploitation, than lying 1,000 times, than being best friends with Jeffrey Epstein, than sleeping with somebody that wasn't your wife and cheating on 3 of them. Like, do you understand how your feelings here?
Yes,
being gay is wrong.
yes.
This isn't something that's rooted or found in the scripture.
No. I'm
this is
gonna
something
tell
that
you.
just relates to your own prejudice, your own bigotry, and your own homophobia.
I want to tell you that some of this stuff I didn't know when I, when I choose to, support Trump. Some of those stuff I didn't know at all. I start to hear it when he became a president, and I wasn't, I wasn't happy with it when I know it. But when he get out and said, after he became president, and said he get the Bible and he said, this is the best book ever. I recommend every Christian in America to read it and live with it. This is my favorite book. So what came to my mind that maybe he repented from the past that he did. And
yeah, that's all it takes. Oh, if you rape a woman, just say, I'm sorry, God. Funny enough, he hasn't even done that. He said in a sit-down interview that he's never asked God for forgiveness for any of the things he's ever done wrong in his life, which, by the way, doesn't just mean he's not repented for rape, sexual exploitation, 30,000 lies, or 3 accounts of cheating, but it also means that he's not even Christian, because if you read the book of Starts with an R. One second.
You cannot. Revelation.
No.
Revelation.
One second. James, not even an R, a J. If you read
I was
James
just about to say, are you
14
sure?
There we go. There we
R?
go. If you read James 14, it says explicitly that faith without works is dead, and one of the necessary works that you need to engage in order to be a Christian is to repent to God for your sins, or you can't have a relationship with God because of the distance created by your unrepented sins.
Yeah.
Right? So just to recap, right?
Right.
Trump's not
It's
even
one
a
of the
Christian.
things.
And no, he hasn't repented for rape. He hasn't repented for sexual exploitation.
It's one of the things that when you recognize you have you did the sin, that you ask for forgiveness. It's like
Trump said he's never done that before. I'm going to go to let Santana speak, and then I want to add on a little bit here how Donald Trump's platform, Donald Trump's policy is just so antithetical to Christian values. It is insane. I'm going to let Santana go though first. Go ahead.
I just want to, and I know this is taking like a half a step back, but I just want to shoot a hole in your whole idea as far as like homosexuality being like a issue in the Bible, and even more. You do understand like earlier translations of the Bible never listed when they talked about, you know, man shall not lie with man. It was talking about like being a pedophile. They were literally talking about lying with boys. And if you look at earlier translation, different Bibles, like they talk about it. The word homosexuality wasn't used until 1892 in Germany. The Germans created the word homosexual. And then starting in 1946, they started to be integrated into the into the U.S. versions of the Bible. And then in 1983, Biblica, who pays for updates, officially updated all Bibles that were being printed in the United States and officially changed it to homosexuality from the previous translation of boy molester. So the idea of like homosexuality being in the Bible, it's not. Like literally it was added. And you've been propagandized. Anyway, Donald Trump's not a Christian. So you can just keep going. Sorry, go ahead, Dean.
Do you agree with Trump's mass deportation?
Deporting immigrants. Like, do you agree with deporting immigrants?
Like, I'm not. I agree that the immigration people supposed to be staying and give them another chance to take the papers, you know, of being the green card and stuff. But at the same time, if it's gonna be again like coming over the veterans that they already was in the army of America and defeat America, and some of them are homeless and they don't have any kind of source to live. No, I'm gonna prefer to choose the veterans, because they supposed to be getting all the money that the other immigrations come and take, whatever food stamps and, you know, some other stuff that they gain benefits from the government. Those veterans they deserve it more than the immigration people.
Yeah, you know, honestly, I'm just gonna try to like be super genuine with you here. Not gonna like go for a clip or anything. I mean, I don't think I do that too much anyways, but I'm just gonna like talk person to person for the sake of your daughter and actually try to change your mind. Undocumented immigrants, they don't take resources from our government that if they weren't here would have been given to veterans. Undocumented immigrants actually contribute their resources, right? So that we have more money, more funding, more available means to take care of our veterans, by not only promoting a better economy as a whole, making contributions in the tune of $1.1 through $1.7 trillion every year to the GDP, but also paying more in taxes to the likes of $100 billion per year on the federal, state, and local level. In fact, undocumented immigrants, per the Personal Work Order and Responsibility Act of 1996, cannot qualify for any federal system of benefit. And they only qualify for limited social safety nets in 10 of our 50 states that are democratically ran, meaning that they actually receive less benefits when compared to citizens. On the taxation side, yes, undocumented immigrants have to pay taxes, but they can't file for a tax return, meaning that they pay higher proportionate tax rates, higher effective tax rates than citizens. So they disproportionately pay more in taxes and they disproportionately receive less in benefits. Meaning you're not subsidizing them, they're subsidizing you.
Okay. So it doesn't affect the veterans in any way, being the immigrations in the United States?
If anything, it just gives our government more money to hopefully spend on the homeless vets. But our government will certainly never do that under a Republican MAGA Trump administration. He likes taking more away from the homeless. He likes taking more away from the low income. He likes taking more away from those that are worse off. On November 1st, less than a week from now, 41,000, 41 million, right, Americans are going to lose access to their SNAP benefits because SNAP no longer has any funding, okay, because of the government shutdown. The Trump administration was asked to spend emergency funding on these SNAP benefits the same way they are on ICE. They responded to that by saying, nope, we're not going to give SNAP emergency funding. And then when asked, well, if states pick up the burden and make those payments for now, will you reimburse them once the shutdown is over? Which, by the way, just seems like such a common sense solution to me, okay? Right? Even if it would be hard for a government to approve emergency funding for that, I'm so totally happy and okay with just the federal government saying, states, you have a guarantee that if you pay for these systems now, we'll reimburse you when the shutdown is over. Perfect. If Trump did that, which I honestly thought he might just for like the social support, I would have said, Trump, thank you for making this good decision. But he couldn't even bring himself to do that for low-income Americans. He said, states, if you pick up the bill during the shutdown, we are not going to reimburse you once the shutdown is over. All right? So he doesn't care about Americans. He doesn't care about low-income Americans. And that is yet another fault of the Trump administration that is actually contradictory to the Christian scripture. Because if you read Matthew, right, it says the way that you treat the less among you is the way that you're treating the Lord your God. Well, the way that the way that Donald Trump is treating those with the littlest among us is absolutely terrible. He's given the big middle finger to them, therefore, according to Matthew, given the big middle finger to God.
Okay.
Also, I just want to call out really quick, like to Dean's point, this administration literally not only has cut benefits to veterans in multiple ways, including like mental health access for veterans. They've cut staff at the VA, and they've also Donald Trump signed an EO to basically make it illegal to be unhoused in the United States. So when you talk about like helping veterans that are unhoused, this administration doesn't care about that at all. W's in the chat for the chat.
So, do you want me to continue or what?
This is just a conversation.
Yeah, so for abortion, I am with him that it's not supposed to be abortion, but not in the case of rape. Like in the case of rape, no, they're supposed to make abortion because the girl not supposed to go through all this stuff if it's not her mistake to get pregnant. You know?
I don't know how we got an abortion. Hey, listen, does God think that women and girls should have the free will and ability to choose if they want to access abortion?
No, God will create the baby inside the woman, so she doesn't have the authority to, to kill the baby. But
just a question. Does God think women and girls should have the free will and ability to access abortion?
I don't think so.
If God doesn't think women should have the free will to access abortion, then why do they? It's because God gave it to them, which means God thinks they should have it. All right, free will. God thinks we should have free will.
Yes, yes,
okay. So God thinks women should have the free will over accessing abortion. And if God didn't think women and girls should have the free will and ability to make that choice, then He wouldn't give them the ability to make that choice. But if God exists, and because women and girls do have that choice, and God is all powerful, and the ultimate designer of everything. He designed it to be the way, and so they do have that choice, and he could take it away if he wanted to.
As Christians, we know that you cannot. No one allowed to take his soul away without.
That's not what I'm asking you. I'm just
God.
Asking, can we agree now that God thinks women and girls should have the free will and ability to access abortion, even if abortion's morally wrong?
Yeah.
So then why don't you?
Okay, the access, it's like it's still a sin if you kill a baby.
Yeah, sure.
Because
whatever. But we're talking about the access here. That's what we're talking about, right? I think the Christian perspective.
Yeah,
would
the
be,
access.
would be
Yeah,
say,
they can access.
Oh, so then you say that like women and girls should have access to abortion, and in fact, legislation to encourage
not should,
access.
not should. It's a will. If they choose, they can. They do it. But when they do it, it's gonna be wrong because the God who put the baby in her uterus, and if she did anything to this baby, she did.
You're just not listening to me.
Okay.
What I'm saying is that God thinks women and girls should have the free will and ability to make that choice. We're not saying if they make that choice, are they doing something wrong? We're just saying, should they have the ability to make that choice to begin with? God says
I don't think so. God knows they have the ability, but I don't think so. It's right.
Who gave him that ability? Who gave him that ability? Who gave them that free will?
Okay, God give us a free will to do the sin or do the virtue.
So why would God want us to have something that he doesn't want us to have?
I will tell you an example. If you see in the online in YouTube for people who whatever, they died and they have near-death experiences, they said some of them, they said even the babies that get abortion in the uterus of their mom, they saw them in heaven and they have a nursery there and they are living in heaven. Mom. That means whatever, Mom. If you...
That's insane.
No.
Well, listen, is it preferable to live in heaven or to live on earth? Is heaven better than earth or is earth better than heaven?
Absolutely heaven.
Wait, so when women get abortions, they're just sending their newborns to go live in a perfect nursery in the most preferable plane of existence, to live in a perfect nursery in the most preferable plane of existence?
I'm saying that... No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that
you saw these visions of like these aborted fetuses living in
I'm
the
saying,
best nursery ever and the most preferable plane of existence. Right, so
I'm saying,
seemingly here, like women that get abortions,
I'm saying because they're
literally giving like their baby the best fucking treatment that baby could ever possibly get. Like they're literally being raised by God in a perfect nursery in heaven. I didn't
mean that. I meant that some of the people, they think if you are in in the first months, 2 months or 3 months, you still think that, when you make the abortion, it's going to go, die and go whatever to the dust. But if it has a soul inside it, it's still, this baby, many people, so the people who get abortion, their babies are in heaven. So that means it's a soul. When you kill a soul, you are gonna get, consequence for that. So
yeah, listen, I'm gonna move on to the next guest. Is there anything else you want to talk about?
No, thank you.
You have a good one.
Thank you, Dean.
Bye.
Okay, to the daughter, you take care. Appreciate you for getting your mom up. Oh, Santana, motherfucker!
Listen, I'm glad that you gave the cue to gentle parent because I was about to shift gears. So,
dude, I'm just over here. I'm kind of over it. If it makes any sense.
Yeah. No, it does. It does.
I'm pretty ready to end. We're gonna keep on going though. Hit that 4 hours.
I'm gonna send you something. It's something that I did today, and maybe think about it. It's like a change of pace. I think it would help break up what you're doing if you checked it out. But it worked out pretty well for me today. It was interesting. It was way different. So
oh, cool. I'll have to check it out. Thank you, man. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's like the debates that are weighing on me. It's just like the people that we've had up today. It's just like all 4 hours.
No, but that's what I'm saying. Yeah, like they're insufferable.
Yeah, especially today. I don't know what it's been. Bro, I'm looking for like trying to get this very like one specific person up from the queue. Their name is Ohio Family, but the queue
and it keeps you jumping.
It's like jumping like every 3 seconds.
Fucking jumps.
Oh God, I got him. Okay, Ohio Family's coming up here. By the way, if you're watching and you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal on the top of the phone screen. You could also find it in the link tree in my bio on TikTok and in the pinned message on YouTube. What's up, Ohio Family? Are you MAGA?
Hey, Dean, how are you?
Yeah, I'm doing all right. How about you?
I am doing really well. And I'm like, listen, yes, I did vote. But after I voted, I did vote for Trump. I have changed my mind completely. But I have one giant question for you, and it's all respect if you don't mind.
Why not?
You do so much good. Like, I had a conversation with somebody about politics, and some of the points they were giving me were things they heard from you. Okay? So I respect that. My question to you is somebody who's bringing this debate platform to the mainstream and bringing this ideology, what I call community, where we can debate and then agree to disagree at the end of the day. As good as you are, why is it always just the Trump thing? Just curious. Like, why aren't you going into other debates like, should NIL be in college? Should this, you're so intelligent and you have a very good way with words. I just think you could do so much more good personally if you expanded the topic. So I'm just curious, and it's no disrespect. I hope you don't take it as that. I'm just curious why it's always the Trump and the politics.
Well, I mean, I think that it's focused on politics right now because I find the most pressing and immediate harm in this country to be politics, to be the Trump administration. Like you said, NIL. What is NIL?
Name, image, and likeness.
NIL,
how they pay college players.
They're paying college athletes right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
I think athletes are millionaires.
I think a debate like around, like, for instance, NIL in college, right, could be one to have, could be a good one, right? That impact lives for sure, 110%, right? But what I'm focused more on right now is, come November 1st, 42 million Americans are losing food stamps. Right? If everybody was on the same page last November and voted for Kamala Harris, that wouldn't be happening. Right? And the way that we get on that same page, right, in my mind, is by having these conversations, inspiring a center focus around critical thought and the fleshed out examination of what we believe in and why. I think it's more than just a debate topic. It's a goddamn national crisis. All right? The well-being of millions of Americans have been on the line, are on the line, and will continue to be on the line, right, until we as an American people can get together and reject this administration. And quite frankly, until we've achieved that goal, I feel like every day I'm in fucking crisis mode, right? I never stop thinking about the harm that this administration is causing. And I don't know if I will wean off of my goal on trying to get more people against that harm, the harm that this administration is causing by being vocal, by being outspoken, and by having these conversations. But, honestly, the day that we have boring ass politics again is the day I might have a conversation about NIL, for college athletes on live. And I can't wait. I can't wait until the most pressing issue for me to talk about is, should college athletes be paid or not?
And I respect that. And again, the NIL is just the first thing that popped in my head. It's just, I see like a youth movement and I see people who have used your name. My daughter's an educator, and she teaches youth, and and I'll come on and listen. And after a while, like you just said, I just don't have it in me because sometimes your guests just seem like they want to argue. And I just really like how you do it, how you articulate it. Santana's the same way. There's three or four others. And it's just, to me, it's just like, sometimes I'm just like, and I'm with you, man. I worry every day. I'm putting 2 kids through college and both graduate this year. Yeah. I've got an autistic son who they've took my, insurance, and I'm with you. I worry every day, but sometimes just like, man, it would be nice just to hear Dean's view on this or Dean's view on that. Because I love the way he articulates. So I didn't mean any disrespect. I appreciate you bringing me up here to let you ask. I didn't want to switch topics, but I want you to know there are people. I'm an old man. I just turned 48 the other day. I'm an old man, but I respect what you're doing. I think you're doing great. If my child or my son had half the articulation and the education and the drive you do, I'd be a proud dad. So keep doing what you're doing. But just every once in a while, shoot me a message and be like, hey, I'm going to talk about something else today.
Well, listen, man, before I move on to the next guest here, you said that you're 48 years old, you're a father of multiple children, and still yet you've been able to change your mind from last November until now about the Trump administration.
Yeah.
Dude, if I saw my dad do that, I would think that the sky's falling, pigs could fly, and fucking the end days are upon us. Based upon the very low level of confidence that I have in him ever doing that. But if he did do that, God damn it, I'd be so proud of him. I'd be the proudest son.
Do you want to know?
I just want to let you know it's really fucking cool that you've been able to change your mind being 48.
And I selfishly have one reason that you may have never heard that I didn't vote for Harris. It's going to blow your mind. It's kind of crazy.
Why not? Let's hear it.
One of the reasons I didn't vote for her, because the way that society is and the way other people are, I truly in my heart of hearts believe that if she would have been president, she would have been our next assassinated president. And that would have killed my heart, knowing that my vote put somebody in office that I could not see get through office their whole life. I even wrote a book on it. I didn't publish it or anything. Wow. But I truly, my heart of hearts, I think would be guilt. But I truly believe, and I say it again, the first woman, black, white, whatever, I think there will be assassination, and I hate that. But that's just what I sadly see from my world today.
Well, I'm going to be honest with you, man. I just don't see that happening at all, and I completely disagree with you there. But what I will say is that even though we use different math, we still drew, at some point, one point or another, we both drew the same conclusion, that conclusion being that Trump is a bad president. So, hey, I'll take that as a win.
Absolutely.
You have a good rest of your day, Ohio family.
Hey, you too.
All right, we're going to go ahead and move on to the next guest. All right. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up in here. Completely different math there, but same answer. Trump's bad president.
Yeah.
Take that when I can. Take the W's when they're presented to me.
You say a win is a win?
Yeah, I guess so in this circumstance. Listen, I mean, I think another thing I could say here, maybe he's still listening, and I don't mean to hurt your feelings here. I hope that it doesn't. Right? I would objectively say that is a really bad way to think about politics. Right?
I agree.
I'm not going to vote for Kamala Harris because I'm scared she might be assassinated. That is, there's a fundamental issue being made there in your thought processes surrounding American politics. Big one, big time. Okay, but the fact that we still have so many people, right, like that last guy, that have and can make such grave errors in their thought processes when kind of discovering and learning more about American politics, still hate fucking Trump so much is great. Mm-hmm. It's great. It's just so awesome. But we're going to move on to the next guest here. Go ahead and hop in that queue. This is probably going to be the very last guest of the night. Go ahead.
I'll just call out the fact that the people that actually run for office, especially the highest office in the land, have an understanding that they're literally putting their lives on the line. So I think that's a risk that they're willing to take. Yeah. I don't think that anyone who's running for office is unaware of that.
What's up, MTC? Do you support Trump?
Oh, no. Was I supposed to only be Trump supporter right now?
Yeah, it's okay, though, because of that last guest. It was a little bit confusing. Yeah, his bio said liquidate the billionaires. Definitely not a Trump guy. There's a couple people I need to thank here. Royd, thank you so much for the $50 again over on Super Chat, who says losing Bible verses in reference to that conversation that we're having about the Bible, the last guest. Thank you for the $50, Royd. That is so kind of you. Let's get 500 Roy W's. That is ROYD. As well as Carlos, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. Carlos, are you MAGA? As well as Kate, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo, who says, I've listened to your streams for months and I've been waiting for this topic. I'm queer and went no contact with my parents after the election. They're Catholic MAGA and degrade anybody that has opposing views. Thank you for all that you do. Listen, Kat, I'm really sorry to hear that. I understand how hard it could be having Catholic MAGA parents. Mine are too, but I just can't understand how that'd be even more difficult given that you are queer. Yeah, thank you so much for the $20, Kat, and I'm really sorry to hear that. Thank you for being here as well. As well as Jennifer, thank you so much for the $60 donation over on Venmo as well. Thank you so much for the love, Jennifer. Dude, show some love to Jennifer down below in that comment section for the 60 big ones. Holy fuck. Jennifer says, Love listening in. You are incredible. I can't put myself away. I can listen to you all day long. I admire you so very much for what you do. You're one amazing human being, my friend. Well, thank you so much, Jennifer. I don't know. More recently, I feel like I haven't been performing at like my peak ability because I've just been more tired and more fed up. But I'm happy to hear that what we're doing here is still appreciated and is still working. So Jennifer, thank you so much for your incredibly kind words and your $60 donation. I want everybody watching to show some love to Jennifer in that chat, as well as Audrey. Thank you for the 5 and Elizabeth with the $10 over on Venmo. Let's go ahead and check out PayPal here. Before we do that, we got somebody in. What's going on, JT? Do you support Trump?
Oh, I did not know. I did not mean to join. I'm so sorry, but I love.
No worries, JT. You take care, man. All right, we're going to go.
I have 3 really quick, if you don't mind.
Yeah, go
ahead. Karen, thank you so much for the 2. Yes, fuck Steve. Jeffrey, thank you so much for the 20. I appreciate you. And again, we don't talk about tamales. And Bridget, thank you so much for the 15. I appreciate you more.
Dude, fuck Steve. That's crazy. That's crazy. Dude, Steve was a real piece of work.
I have to go back and watch it because I missed it.
He was a crazy motherfucker, Santana. He was not a good guy. Let's see here. Elise, thank you for the $5 over on PayPal. Thank you, Elise. And then Valerie, thank you for the $5 as well in PayPal, saying you do not need to read this out loud. Okay, you got it, Valerie. I'll keep your message to myself. And then Matthew, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. Matthew actually says, please read on live. Matthew says, I'm so thankful for you, Parker, Santana, and Good Trouble. You guys have opened my eyes and educated me so much. My stepmother, father, and brothers are MAGA, and they are racist as they come, and I'm so happy to be free from that. Dude, Matthew, thank you so much for your kind words and the $20. Listen, we got a nice community over here, okay? We excel to not be racist as fuck, such as your grandmother. So I'm happy that you found a little corner on the internet to hang out with like. You're a Trump supporter?
Yeah.
Big time, big as they come?
Yup.
Can I get a W Alex from you?
No.
Say it.
I don't know who.
Come on.
Say W Alex right fucking now.
Come on, Creed.
Say it, Creed.
I don't know who that is.
Say W Alex.
I don't know who that is.
Do it. Do it or I'm going to kick you.
Who is that?
Just say it.
Just say it.
I don't know who that is. So.
All right. You know
Come
what?
on now.
You know what? I'll just say it. W Alex for the $500 donation over on PayPal. What the fuck, dude? Alex, with the $500, we need just to take a second here. Alex, dude, you've been supporting me. You've been supporting me for a while. Okay, you come in here. You drop some massive fucking donations. Listen, man. Thank you so much for your kindness. That is like. I just don't deserve that. I'm not sure anybody does. That is so much money. Thank you for the love, Alex. I want to see, you know what? It's actually, I'm pretty sure it's Dr. Alex. Let's get 500. Dr. Alex is here. Dr. Alex with a $500 says, Dean, don't get discouraged. Keep up the good work. Thank you so much for the love, Alex. I see it says MD in your name. So you're Dr. Alex, like literally, like no joke. Whatever you do, I bet it's cool as shit. I appreciate you for working in the medical field. I know that can be hard sometimes. And thank you so much for the $500 donation. That is just seriously like, holy fucking shit. It is insane. It's just absolutely insane. So thank you so much for your kindness, Alex. Dude, I want to see like nothing but W Alex spam in the chat for at least the next 10 minutes. As well as Mark. I'm pretty sure it's Mark. Marku. Yeah, that's it. Marku. Thank you for the $10 on PayPal, who says thank you for the good fight. Thank you so much for the love, Marku. Kimberly with the $10 says, please don't stop speaking. I appreciate you for the love, Kimberly. Thank you for the 10 and the kind message. And then another big one here, Ida. Thank you so much for the $100 on PayPal. That is IDA. Ida, it is so good to see you. Just like Alex, you were like another name. You just like drop in, you watch, you donate. I appreciate you for the love, Ida. Show some love to Ida down below in that comment section for the $100 on top of all the W's. For fucking Dr. Alex with a 500. What the fuck is going on? This is absolutely insane. I really appreciate you both so fucking much. We'll go to recenter this debate. Just seriously, guys, thank you so much for your kindness, Creed. Why the fuck do you support the worst president of your goddamn diddly darn life?
Do you mean the best president of my life, actually?
No, the worst, Mr. Trump. I didn't know that the best president of your life was an adjudicated rapist that doesn't want to allow any emergency funding.
No.
He is, quite frankly.
Quite frankly, he is not.
Quite frankly.
Why do you impersonate him then?
Quite,
You always, I always hear
frankly,
you.
I could
using
prove
his
it.
voice and stuff, Dean.
Yeah, it's mocking him.
I think you want to beat him, Dean.
Wait,
it's okay. I mean,
wait, you think that I want to be like a bumbling 80-year-old that thinks that I won the last federal election, then tried to rig it, even though no evidence indicated that to be the case? It was also like sued for rape.
I appreciate
and then held civilly liable, and is now denying emergency funding to 42 million Americans on SNAP, so they might starve. No, that's never going to be me. I also never want to be the guy that sat down on Howard Stern interview and said that I like to sexually exploit children.
Clear about that as far as what he wanted to do. He explicitly talked about how he liked to walk into the changing room. And,
he didn't mean it like
expect
that, but
what did he did not feel.
Wait.
Will you stop?
Wait. I'm actually
like, please already. I'm
actually
trying to have a debate with Dean.
No. Santana can hop in here as he pleases. He's my co-host. Okay, as in partner, as in we're both debating the guest.
No, but he calls me Phil, and my name is not Phil.
Okay.
I said not Phil. Yes.
You're already trying to rage bait me. That's not going to work.
I'm not sure what you're talking about.
I want you to go ahead and listen to this clip, and then I want you to interpret it for us, okay?
Okay.
I don't see it as a conflict.
It could be a conflict of interest, but, it's the kind of thing you worry about later.
Oh, I see.
You tend to think about the conflict a little bit later on.
The
question
is,
how can it not be construed?
No, I mean, some of these foreign girls, Mr. Trump, in my country, we say hello with vagina. And,
well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. Right, I want to make sure that
you're like
everything is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
He didn't mean it like that.
So what do you think?
I think it was just a... I mean, I'm not Trump, but I know he didn't mean it like that, because why would he say that on live? I mean... Like there's something wrong in their head. I mean,
okay, so when you say that they are quote unquote mentally handicapped, what you're saying is that there's something wrong in their head, and that's why they feel like okay.
No, I'm not justifying it. I'm just saying, like.
Oh, okay. So we're just gonna reword your sentence then. What you meant to say is that there's something wrong in their head, and like that's why they're okay with saying those things.
Yeah. That's
okay. So who's to say there's not something wrong with Trump's head?
Exactly. And I think that would actually be an accurate statement if you actually listen to some of the stuff that Donald Trump says, including the fact that he wrote a letter about Osama bin Laden a year ago, warning everyone about him a year before he attacked the Twin Towers for 9/11. So obviously there's something wrong with Donald Trump's head, right?
Wait, what's wrong with... Wait, repeat what you just said for me.
There's something wrong with Donald Trump's head.
Okay, because of something about Osama bin Laden?
Donald Trump said he wrote a letter a year ago about Osama bin Laden, warning people a year before he attacked the Twin Towers. He said that he told Pete Hegseth about it. And this, I don't know what timeline he's living in, but that didn't happen a year ago.
No, he probably meant to say that he said a year ago that he wrote that letter or something. I don't know. The way you're wording it also sounds stupid too, so...
Why do we have to interpret Trump for what? Why can't we just hear what the president of the United States says?
I also just have another question. So you said that Donald Trump didn't mean what he said in the Howard Stern interview. So then why do we have contestants of those beauty pageants come forward and say that what he described in that interview is things that he's done to them?
Because they don't like Donald Trump, so they're going to use anything against him that they can.
Well, how do you know that he didn't just actually do this to them?
Like what? Why would Donald Trump do that and then go on live and say it?
Because that's like a lot of like predators and pervy men do that.
No.
Can you deny that? Can you deny that a lot of like pervy predator older men will do that? No, you can't deny that at all. So who's to say, right, that he didn't actually do this to them? And then he just went on Howard Stern's radio show, sat down with him for 6 hours, right? Howard Stern is disgusting, primed him to feel comfortable into admitting that. And then he did, right? Thinking that everyone would just kind of play it off and laugh, which by the way, was the exact reaction to the people on live when he was having this conversation with them. But instead you're deciding to deny his own words and deny the testimony of these victims. Really?
What year was it when he said that?
2005.
So you don't, like, even if he did mean it how he said it, you don't think people can change in 20 years?
Yeah, no, I don't think that predators can. No, I don't. Because I think in order to be a predator like that, you have to lack core fundamental values of like caring about other people. And I think if you lack those, you just do. That's not something you could change or work on. Once a predator, always a predator. Because you can't like, like you can't have an epiphany that all of a sudden it's, wow, now it's wrong to sexually exploit naked children, right? I don't think that epiphany exists.
Yeah. Also, in the best actual proof of any type of change is change behavior, and Donald Trump hasn't shown any change behavior in 20 years.
Yes, he has. I mean, I guarantee. Like, has anybody ever, asked him about what he said then, or like anybody brought that up to him?
Unaware.
Okay, well, like. He probably, yeah.
Chase,
he didn't mean
sorry, Chase, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. Chase with the $20 says, I would also think pigs could fly if my MAGA dad changed any of his views. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, Chase. It's just the way it is. Thank you for the $20. Let's show some love to Chase down below this, CHAYCE, as well as Allie. Thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo. Holy fuck. Allie with the $50 says, thank you for speaking up about the less fortunate and spreading facts. This may be my last donation for a while. Me and my husband are trying to rent a new house, which is more expensive than our current studio apartment. Much love. Yo, dude, Allie, dude, no worries at all. I mean, you don't have to donate at all. The fact that you do at all is like just so incredibly kind and generous of you. You don't even need to explain yourself. Allie, just thank you. Thank you so much for the time that you spend watching the live. Thank you for the $50 donation, and I think that you're awesome. Show some love to Allie down below in that chat, guys, as well as Maya. Thank you for the $10. And Mr. fucking Peter, dude, good to see you again with the $100 donation over on Venmo. Jesus fucking Christ, Peter. Peter with $100 says, for being the fucking man, a leader and a role model, never change. Peter, dude, you are literally always hanging out with us in here. I think that you're the fucking man yourself, all right? Show some love to the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Peter, down below in that comment section. Shut up. Stop yawning. For the $100.
Just really quick. I mean, if we're going to say that, I just have to say, holy fucking shit. Show some love to Ida Louise for the $100 donation as well. So fucking thank you. W's in the chat for Ida Louise. I'm sorry, Dean.
No, dude, you're good, dude. Huge love to Ida. And then one last one here. Cameron, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal, who says, hey, Dean, my partner and I listen to you every day. We're Australian, but we are terrified of America. Now it won't load the rest of your message, so I can't read the rest. I don't know why. PayPal's acting weird, but thank you for the love, Cameron. Now back to Mr. He didn't mean it that way. Yeah, shut the fuck up. You lack a spine. The fact that Donald Trump could sit down, say to your face, hey, I've sexually exploited kids. Okay, right? And then you'll still be like, no, he hasn't. Even when those kids come out and testify that he has, right? You still say, well, they were lying and they just hated him. You're a goddamn member of a cult, right? You can't see the light because you don't build your beliefs off of reality. You attempt to build reality off of your beliefs, and it's goddamn pathetic, okay? Right? And I'm going to make this even more pathetic for you because your next challenge is to tell us, well, if he didn't mean what he said in the way that we all interpreted it, what did he mean? What did he mean? Tell me what he could have possibly meant. Like, literally, just like, shut up. Just listening to this clip.
Go back anywhere.
Listening to this clip.
Yeah. So you have done that. Well, I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Oh, so he says, I'll tell you the funniest is I go backstage before the show.
He never said anything about kids,
did he mean to say that I'll go backstage before the show? Is that one of the things he meant to say?
Okay, yeah, no, he meant to say.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere.
Oh, did he mean to say that no men were anywhere and people are getting dressed, so it's in a woman's dressing room? Is that what he meant to say?
I mean, he probably meant to say that, yeah.
What did he mean to say? So what did he mean to say? Can you repeat that?
That women were getting dressed.
So did he mean to say that he would go backstage into the woman's dressing room? Did he mean to say that?
I mean, he may have worded it wrong. I don't know.
Oh, so you don't know if he meant to say that he'd go into the woman's dressing room. So, okay, so what did he mean to say?
Before a show. Yes. And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
like
everything is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no... Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
What did he mean to say right there?
And he said incredibly looking women. What's wrong with saying that there's incredibly looking women?
Yeah, what's wrong with that is like when you look at a woman naked without consent and then you like turn around and you say, "Oh, she looks so incredible." What's wrong with that is that it's sexual exploitation, Phil.
Okay, but he never said nothing about that. What? My name's not Phil, but I appreciate the offer. Anyway,
you're right. It's not Phil, but not Phil. That doesn't make sense. Like he's literally laying out what he said.
Stop.
So
like, can you guys be respectful?
Hey, little shitface! Did you just fucking piss eater? Did you just ask me what's wrong with unconsensually looking at the body of a naked woman and then like saying
that's never what I said? Never what I said.
So what did you mean to say?
He meant. What did I mean to say, or what did Donald Trump
what did you mean to say? Because you said, "Oh, he just likes to look at naked women." What's wrong with that? Oh, maybe the fact that it's unconsensual.
I never said naked women. Actually, thank you very much, but you can stop talking.
Well, what did you say? Not Phil, because that's what I heard as well.
And also earlier, you said children. He was and saying that he's a pedophile or whatever. But I vividly heard him multiple times say women, not children.
Yes,
so thank you very much.
Well, the evidence that he did this to children is the fact that the children competed at Miss Teen USA said he did it to them.
Okay,
now if you want to deny that, now if you want to deny their testimony, now
say you did something to me.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I own a pageant that you were a contestant at, and did I sit down on live and say that I'd walk in and look at the beauty pageant contestants naked? Oh no, well, then it's not the same, right? But now, even if you want to deny the testimony, right, of those girls that competed at Miss Teen USA, well, then all of a sudden, sure, okay, you got me. I guess he hasn't sexually exploited and perved on naked girls. And he's only sexually exploited and perved on naked adults, right?
I don't think he ever
makes a whole world to change, whole host. All of a sudden it was wrong. Now it's not wrong. If they're underage and you sexually exploit them, totally terrible. If they're an adult and you sexually exploit them, according to you, it's permissible? Is that what you're trying to get at? I'm not sure.
I never said that. There's no proof other than what he said. Which I don't even think he...
Wait, not Phil. You need more proof than him actually saying that? That doesn't make sense.
Not even courts
need more proof. Not Phil. He said it himself.
Why do you
exactly?
That's an
more proof than a court of law? I don't think he meant it like that, actually. But
then tell us. What did he mean to say?
Okay, but
tell us. Hey, Phil, what did he mean to say?
Well,
no, Dean, that's not Phil.
I'm asking. You guys call me Phil. Please stop. I'm asking nicely. Phil. Dean. Like, I've already went through this with your friend. I've already went through this with your stupid friend over here. I went on his live, and all he wanted to do is call me that name and all of his stupid freaking fans. So please, just can we get back to the
question? What did he mean to say, Phil?
Okay.
Why is it so easy
just
to
answer the question, Phil? Not Phil?
Dude, please. I'm asking nicely.
You have like a grave you have like a very like terrible issue with like, you know, yourself here. You're so easily angered.
No, okay, let's get back to the day. Even if he said that and he meant that, yes, that's wrong and that's terrible. But what does what he said affect him being the president of the United States?
Well, the role is the presidency is a role of public service where you want to do good by others. Now, obviously, if you sexually exploit people, you can't do good by others, and you're more so centered around yourself rather than the public.
Okay, but he could change.
So, I mean, I would argue... Oh, and what's the evidence of change?
There is no evidence. But
so you believe in things
without
evidence. So you just... Do you typically assume that, like, predators and sexual exploiters change?
He's not a predator, and...
yeah, I'd say if you sexually exploit somebody, then you are a predator. Do you disagree?
No, I agree.
No, okay. And I think that he did sexually exploit the women or girls he did this to. I mean, you just accepted it yourself.
That's what you think, though. No, but that's what you think.
Well, I mean, that's what he said, and that's what I could prove. I mean, a fair definition of sexual...
You can't prove it, actually. All you can do is go off of what he said, and I think he...
I can't prove it. I can just go off the proof.
No, I think
that's literally the proof. That's firsthand testimony from him directly. That's literally the proof.
Yeah.
No, I think he misworded it.
Dude. This guy has to be rage baiting. Are you trolling? Is this a really bad troll?
He's not. Dean, he's really not. Like, he's really not. This is a real person.
What the fuck is the problem with this guy, then?
There's nothing wrong. What are you talking about?
Yeah, you got a big fucking problem.
I don't have a problem.
Like, how does one become so fucking delusional?
I'm not delusional.
Oh, dude, you're objectively... I hate to be the one to tell you. You're so delusional. Oh my God, you're so delusional.
That's your opinion.
No, that's a fact, my friend.
No, that's your
Nina,
opinion.
thank you so much for the $20.
And I'm not your friend, actually. So.
Thank you for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. I know you would only consider yourself to be the friends of sexual exploiters like Trump. No, I get it.
Actually,
Whatever.
I'm not.
Whatever, Nina. I
Okay.
appreciate you for the $20. Nina with the $20 says, haven't been active in a few days. ICE has been unlawfully tear gassing Chicago communities on a daily basis without impunity. And it's crazy that not a lot of people are talking about it because of like the other terrible shit that the Trump administration is doing. I'm really sorry to hear that, Nina. And thank you for the $20. Oh, Maya, thank you for the $5 on Venmo, who says, here's my last $5 to say fuck this guy. Would you like to respond to Maya?
I don't care what Maya has to say. Like,
well, I mean, she says fuck you. W
That's
Maya,
good for
listen,
her.
as well as Shane. Thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo. Appreciate you so much for the love. Thank you so much. Show some love to Shane down below in that comment section for the $50. Let's get 500 Shane W's, as well as 500
Can you
Nate
say W
W's.
Shane Phil?
Yeah, could you say W Shane or W Nate, who also donated $50, saying if my sons grew up to be like you, I know I raised them right. Thank you so much for the kind compliment, Nate. And if you are a dad, I bet your kids are going to grow up to be just fine. Thank you so much for the love. Could you say W Shane and W Nate for the $50 each over on Venmo?
You can do that yourself.
Oh, I just
You
did. So did the chat.
Yeah.
Silver, thank you for the $20 as well over on Venmo. Appreciate you for the love, as well as I just read your message there. I'm really sorry to hear that you guys are scared, but I'm happy that this live could help, make you feel a little bit better. Thank you. Thank you so much for the $20 Silver. You are awesome. Show some love to Silver down below in that box. As well as Sophie with the $10 in Super Chat. I'm actually going to read Sophie's message, so then I want you to respond to it. Sophie says, it makes me so fucking sick that people like this will be given proof yet still defend sexual exploitation. I love you, and watching your debates, you educate me so much. Now can you debate my mom's MAGA boyfriend? You could get him on the live. I'd happily talk to him. But I'm inclined to agree with Sophie, and I want to hear what Creed's response is. It makes me, Sophie, and a lot of other people very sick that people like you will be given damning certain proof of sexual exploitation.
I didn't see no actual proof. I didn't see no actual proof.
Oh, okay. So if you were a dad of a daughter, and your daughter came to you and she said, "Dad, one of my teachers at school sexually exploited me, walked into my stall while I was in the bathroom." Hey, listen to me. Okay, wait. And then that teacher that did that to your daughter came to you and he said, yeah, I did that. Would you believe that? Would you believe your daughter?
Yeah.
Okay, so if, I don't know, right, we have a 17-year-old that competed at Miss Teen USA, come out to the media and say, well, when I was a beauty pageant contestant here, right, Donald Trump would walk into our dressing rooms and sexually exploit us by looking at us without consent. And then Donald Trump, obviously went on the Howard Stern show and said that this is exactly what I did. Why won't you believe that this happened to them?
Well, there's a big difference because that would be... Yeah. Also, I think Trump may have...
Whoa, what's the big difference?
You didn't even finish the sentence.
What are you talking about? I think that there's a difference between that and then... what Trump did. I think what Trump did was he was just trying to fit in with the sick people that was on that podcast. I don't know.
Okay, so you actually can't name a difference.
leader.
You can only say that they're different.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Awesome. So then you don't have an argument.
Okay, I guess. But
Okay.
we still haven't even got to the
So now
debate.
you're defending sexual exploitation with no reason.
No, I'm not.
Oh, so then you do have reason to defend the sexual exploitation, but you actually can't point out a symmetry breaker between the analogy that I just gave you.
No, yes, I can.
Okay, so then what is it?
We haven't even got to the debate yet. Can we just...
Well, exactly. This isn't a debate. It's a fucking steamroll of common sense
it's
versus
not.
evilness. It's a steamroll of reality versus fiction. It's a steamroll of benevolency and empathy versus apathy in support of sexual violence.
Okay, anyway, can we get to the actual debate and stop talking about what Trump
Delaney,
said?
thank you for the $3 over on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love. George, thank you for the 10, saying kudos for spending 4 hours debating with terribly dumb people like Phil. Appreciate you for the love, George.
Can you please, whenever somebody says Phil, can you word it differently, please?
No, dude, George just donated, man. I'm going to read off the donations.
That's what Santana was doing that one time.
I didn't do anything, not Phil.
I'm going to read. I'm just going to read off the donation.
No,
Christy,
it's just
listen.
reading.
Listen, it's just reading. Does reading offend you, you fucking snowflake?
No, because you're calling me Phil. My name's not
Christy,
Phil.
thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Who says, ask Phil if he supports gay frogs, please.
Will you stop?
Alexandria with a $5 says, Phil Nye, the delusional guy.
Stop, please. Can we just get back to the debate, please?
Yo, why with a $1 says, Dean, fuck Phil?
Oh my God.
Abby, thank you for the $5. I appreciate you for the love, Abby. That is so incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much for your guidance. Huge shout out to Abby. By the way, if you want to find my Venmo or my PayPal, you can find it in the link tree in my bio or right there. Thank you guys so much for the love. Oh, Jennifer with a $10 saying to tell Phil
stop.
To go. Whoa.
Kylie, thank you for the 32. Christina, thank you for the 5. You're good. And also, Joyce, Ja, thank you so much for the 6. You're awesome. So you were defending a sexual predator that pervs on kids and women.
No, he doesn't. But
you're literally telling us about it.
Santana, are you telling me that this guy's being for real?
He's dead ass, Dean.
Like you promised?
Like dead ass.
I'm
dead ass.
I'm finding that hard to believe. Like
No. This Dean, I would not if he was not, I would have not brought him up. Promise you. I promise you. Okay. Also, W's in the chat for Amy. Amy, thank you so much for the 50. Said you and not Phil are the best part of my day. Thank you so much, Amy.
Will you stop reading?
Shut up, Phil. Daniel with the this is real, Santana?
This is really real. I have the whole YouTube on. I have the whole YouTube on my page. It was a whole thing.
Unbelievable. I'm really struggling to believe that. Danielle, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal. He says Phil is fucking pissed.
Oh my.
Dude, he's a legend.
Allie and Jess, appreciate you for the $5 as well. Allie says,
calling
fuck
you Phil right now.
Jess says, fuck you, Phil. Jacqueline with a $10 says, check Phil's search history. Lauren with a $20 says, fuck you, Phil. Appreciate you guys for the love.
Stop reading.
Jordan, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo who says, fuck you, Phil. Shelly, thank you for the $10. Here says, all 60 years of me / here to say, fuck you, Phil. Appreciate you for the $10, Shelly. That is incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much for the kindness and love. Jade with the $10 says, crazy how Phil is demanding respect for his name, but when a gold medal mental gymnastics when it comes to defending literal rape and sexual exploitation. Yo, Forrest with the $2 says, yo, this Phil guy sounds pretty mad. I'm inclined to agree with you. Evo with the $5 says, Phil's getting a little bit angry. And Phil's getting a valuable lesson in preferred names and pronouns.
Please, will you stop?
That was a good one.
That's where it stemmed from, Dean.
Really?
Literally, that's exactly where it stemmed from. W's in the chat for Nancy for the 11. Yeah, he had an issue with respecting, other people's pronouns.
Yeah, Bailey, thank you for the $1 saying crash out Phil. Brandon with the $5 saying fuck
Nobody's
Phil and
crashing
Steve.
out.
Vanessa
Please.
with the $5 says Phil's about to punch another hole in his wall. Shauna with the $5 says Phil is big sensitive. Brian with the $10 says ask.
No, I'm not. Dude, would you stop?
Would you stop, bro? You sound like a fucking whiny baby. Is this serious?
No, I'm not.
Are you trolling? Are you trolling right now?
No. Can we get to the freaking debate?
This seems so like scripted and fake. I don't know.
It's not. It's Dean. I swear it's not. Amber, thank you so much for the 10. Said fuck you, not Phil. Also, Marsha, thank you so much for the 3. Oh, it's Phil with an F again. At least he won't wake up anyone in his home again. Yeah, he woke up his entire family last time.
Oh yeah,
yes, because you wouldn't shut up.
Oh wait, you live with your mommy and your daddy, and you're whining in the basement about defending a sexual exploiter. It's very Zach, thank you so much for the $20 over on Super Chat. Zach says, "Oh Phil, thank you so much for the love, Zach. Thank you so much for the kindness." As well as like everybody with like the $5 donations, the $10 donations. Chloe with the 5 saying ask Phil. Jennifer with the $10 saying fuck you, Phil. Thank you so much for the love. Trey, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. Appreciate you for the love. Oh, Jaden with the $10 saying Phil. Deandra with the $5 saying, guys, their name is not Phil. Don't make them mad.
It's not Phil.
It's not. Yes, it's not Phil. It's Creed.
Wait, Brooke with the $5 says pedophile. Why do you get more upset with people calling you Phil than pedophile?
Well, Gannon just said 10. Gil said tell him he called him pedophile.
Wait.
He said pedophile.
Wait. Why are you getting more upset with people calling you Phil than people calling you P3DO?
I'm mad about all of it.
Okay. I'm literally surprised that, dude.
It's Samantha, just I'm telling you.
Samantha,
I'm not even mad.
The $5 says Phil needs to take a chill pill. Thank you so much for the love. Shut up,
buddy. You guys
buddy.
not know respect around here?
Pipe down, buddy. Paige with $1.50. Dev, thank you. Yeah, you tell Dev with the $10. Wait, who am I talking to? I'm talking to this guy named Phil, and he's pretty sick.
My name's not Phil.
My name's not Phil. Shut the fuck up, bro. You're just a fucking whiny baby. No. Holy shit.
No,
dude.
And I'm not a baby.
You're not a baby, really.
Yes. So can we get to the debate and stop reading stupid chats and
dude, I swear to God, if you say you're not a baby 5 times in a row, it'll make it true.
That's not how it works. Can we just go?
Amy, thank you for the $5 on Venmo saying fuck
Nobody
you, Phil. I'm
wants
inclined to agree
hear
with Amy.
Phil. Nobody wants to hear
Kayla
it.
with the $5 saying low-key feel bad for Phil, but here. Oh, yo, Kirstine, thank you so much for the $15 on PayPal saying Big L for Phil. Appreciate you for the love, Kirstine.
Is this your job?
Dennis
just
with
to
a
call people
$5.
Phil?
Yes, this is my job. Yes. Dennis with a $5 on PayPal says fuck Phil.
It's not that hard.
Danielle, thank you so much for the
my
tip.
name is
not Phil. Megan with the $5 saying you hurt his feelings.
This is the exact type of crap that I heard the last time. Stantana was reading all the same stupid little comments for 2 hours straight and wouldn't get to a debate because you guys don't know respect. And all you guys know how to do is call people Phil and not debate because you're stupid. You have no IQ, buddy.
Did I hurt your feelings?
You're giggling like this is funny. Like,
yeah, meanwhile, you're fucking punching holes in your wall and like slamming your fist down, right?
No, I'm not.
Have you shit your diaper yet?
I don't wear diapers, so it's okay.
I sounded very defensive to me. Anyways, Amber, thank you so much for the $20 and the 26 cents over on PayPal. Holy shit. Thank you so much for the love, Amber. Let's show some love to Amber down below in the chat for the $20.
Freaking out like $20 is a lot of money.
$20 is a lot of money. What the fuck are you talking about?
No, it's not. That's like freaking 3 Big Macs.
I'm sorry, but like $20.
Literally the same thing you said last time.
$20 is like
yes. Last time,
like
all you, Santana, Dean, and these other bums, all you guys do is beg for money. Please send me money. I need money. All you guys do is just beg for money all the time, and then read all the chats and have no respect and won't debate me.
Okay, yeah, Santana, I'm gonna let you talk to him for a second. Girlfriend's texting me saying, "Call me. It's important."
Yep, I got it. Listen, I seriously. Can you? I'll give you a chance. I'll give you a chance.
Yes.
I'll give you a chance. Can you admit now that at least respecting people's preferred name is a good thing?
Yes.
And so you should no longer have an issue with transgender people when they simply ask you to respect their pronouns, correct?
No, I don't necessarily like. I won't call them like if they identify as an a mouse. I'm not gonna call it a
no. We're not talking about a mouse. If someone says that I am a he him or a she her, you can respect that, right?
But I don't agree with it. But okay, I'm not gonna go around saying hi he or hi she. No.
So wait. So if someone says, "Hey, can you respect me?" and my name is, or I would like to be called.
I want to associate myself with them. So. But I want to disrespect them.
But do you see how hypocritical that is in this situation where you get you're literally getting upset?
I'm not upset. I'm not upset.
Okay. How can you actually put any type of debate out when you can't even engage in just a simple understanding? Like you literally switch places and you don't like someone not respecting your actual name.
Disrespecting me. You're disrespecting me.
Brian, thank you so much for the $25 over on Venmo. Saying, Phil, thank you for the love, Brian. Brian says, you ask for respect, but pieces of shit like you don't deserve respect. Fuck you,
I
Phil.
deserve respect.
Yo, Peter.
Would you tell your chat
Yo,
to
Peter.
Stop?
I got to read Peter's. Peter sent $30.
No.
Thank you for the love, Peter. Peter with the $30 says, dude needs to take a chill, Phil.
Not fun. I've literally heard all of this whenever I was debating Santana.
Dude, Phil's getting his feelings hurt so bad. He needs to take a chill, Phil.
That's not fun.
Right now.
Like, ha ha ha. I guess
it's kind of funny. It's kind of funny.
It's not funny.
It's kind of funny. Come on, it's kind of funny.
You just like disrespecting people.
No, it's kind of funny. It's kind of funny. George, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal saying Phil is dumb. Oh, yo, Rebecca, thank you so much for the $5 over on PayPal. Rachel says, ask Phil if he fills the burn. You motherfuckers are funny. Appreciate you guys.
It's not funny.
It is so fucking funny.
Oh, okay, then start.
Yo! Oh my God, Zach! Thank you so much for the $100 super chat over on YouTube. One moment, buddy. Zach with $100.
I'm not your buddy.
Holy fucking shit. Zach says, "Now, how many Big Macs is this worth, Phil?" Oh my. What? Holy shit! Thank you so
turn
much
off
for the
donations, you
$100,
beggar.
Zach. Wait, do you just call
All
me?
you do is beg for money, buddy.
You just call me a beggar?
Yes.
Okay, why do
you
you
might
think-
as well get your change cup out and start going on dancing around on the street for your money.
Whoa! Why are you being so? Why are you so disrespectful? Don't.
Why am I disrespectful?
Why are you being so disrespectful, buddy?
Dean, why am I disrespectful?
Wait, do you think
Why
I'm
am
like?
I?
Do you think I'm a grifter? Why do you think I'm a grifter?
Because you're sitting here begging for money. You got your damn PayPal and
how am I
Venmo
begging for
pinned
money?
at the top of your damn thing.
Yeah. Well, the same way when you go through like a McDonald's drive-through, they have the prices pinned to each item. But see, the thing is they don't have to pay in order to watch the stream. It's just simply an option that they can choose to engage in willingly and consensually.
Yeah,
but they
just
do
like
want
a
to
homeless
support
person
me.
with a sign, they can have a sign.
Wait, one second. Oh, dude, Taryn, thank you for the $5 over at PayPal. I appreciate you for supporting the grift. Simona, thank you for the $10 over at PayPal. Thank you so much for supporting the GRIFT, as well as Brandon with a 5 and Samantha with a 1. Appreciate you guys so much for supporting the grift. Let's fucking go. Nia, thank you for the $5 over on PayPal as well. W Grift. Michael with the $5. Riley with the $3. Jasmine with the $5. And then Lewis with a $1 on PayPal. And Casey, thank you so much for the $5 on PayPal. He says, "Fuck you, Phil. Appreciate you for the love, Casey. You were awesome."
Just like
Let's
I
go.
said.
One second. I'm still grifting, buddy. Pipe the fuck down.
Yeah, I'm
Grace,
not
thank you
poor
for
like
the
you. At least
$5
I don't
over on
beg for
Venmo.
money like you.
Whoa, you're saying you're not poor? Like, I think that you're just getting quite upset, buddy. I think you need to tone down the
Then
rhetoric.
how do I turn stupid donations off? I don't need your chump change that.
Well,
whoever
speaking
sent
of chump change, Gannon, thank you so much for the 10 for the grift. Bridget, thank you for the 15. Shane, holy fuck, thank you so much for the 50. Forrest, thank you for the 2. Jennifer, thank you for the 15. Amy, thank you so much for the 50. Courtney, thank you for the 1. Holy shit. Amy, thank you for the 5. Danny, thank you so much for the 20. Amber, thank you for the 20. Sarah, thank you for the 5. Jody, thank you for the 4. Darlene, thank you for the 2. And Corey, thank you so much for the 2. That doesn't sound like chump change to me, Creed. Like that sounds like it's really not.
Oh wow,
that's really not. That's really not. And also, Gannon, thank you so much for the 10. Yes, he is very jealous.
I'm not jealous of what? I don't beg for money like you, and I don't want none of your stupid fans' money.
Wait, just because like I have like the option available for individuals that are viewing the stream to
Option,
support
yeah, no,
me,
you're a beggar.
that doesn't mean that it's like begging.
Yeah, it is.
Well, okay, define begging.
You're begging for what? Okay, maybe not begging, but you still got it pinned up there.
It just took one question for you to back off the claim. You're fucking spineless, Phil.
Dude, like I thought you were just reading chats. Now you're calling me Phil. Like you're actually, like you're disrespectful.
Oh God, I don't know. Cry about it. Who cares? Not
and
me.
now, like I can, Joe. Oh, so you don't care that you're disrespectful?
No, not to you. Not really. Especially like because
why to me? I've been respectful.
Is just me calling you Phil.
Yes, knowing it's not my name.
What is your name?
What does it say right there? Do you not know how to read, buddy?
So if I look at your birth certificate, it'll say Creed.
Yes.
Your name's not Creed.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, my name's not Creed. Okay, cool.
Why are you so fucking emotional? Jesus Christ.
Dude, I'm not you, and you and your stupid fan base has been calling me, and Santana started all this stupid Phil crap.
Okay. All right. We need to get to the actual debates again. I think that we're getting a little
Okay, yeah, we need to get back to it.
We're just gonna finish off reading the donations that we got in.
No.
Yeah, I'm gonna thank people that support me. Fucking suck it up, buddy. Anthony, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal for the philanthropy. That's a good one. Thank you for the love, Anthony. Marionette, thank you so much for the $5 on PayPal. Matthew with the $15 saying, as a person in the military, fuck people like Phil who voted for a perv to be my boss. Appreciate you for the $15, Matthew. And then Ida, thank you so much for the $50 donation over at PayPal. Holy shit, Ida, thank you so much for your kindness. I want to see 500 Ida W's. Ida says, Phil is...
Stop!
Whoa! She donated $50. I feel like the least you could do is let me read off her message.
No.
Ida with a $50 for the last time says, Phil is mad.
Stop!
Appreciate you for the love, Ida. As well as Neil. Thank you so much for the $5 over on PayPal. Saying, bit of a Republican strategy to attack Phil personally or get under his skin, wreck him with knowledge. It's funny because in that message they called him Phil. that had to be a part of the joke, right? Appreciate you for the love, as well as Jacqueline. Thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal, and Jessica with it. Logan, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you so much for the love, Logan. Mackenzie with a 3. Mocha, thank you so much for the $10 saying to check Phil's hard drive. Amy with a $6.
Will you
thank you so much for the love.
right now?
Echo, thank you for the $10. Appreciate you for the love. I'm almost done. Brian with the $25 over on PayPal. Thank you for the love, Brian. Brian with the $25 says Phil doesn't need to beg for money. His mom gives him.
My name's not Phil.
Baby Phil's crashing out hard. One moment. Sarah, thank you for the 5. Zandria, thank you for the 5. Ehab, thank you for the 5. And I believe that we are all caught up. Listen, we could finally get back into the debate. Where were we at?
Finally.
So we left off on you just denying that Donald Trump meant what he said.
Yeah, we'll move on
you
to
a compelling
something
argument
else.
to believe what he said, and then you couldn't rebuttal it.
I can rebuttal whatever.
Okay, so how about this? Is Trump a patriot?
Yes.
Do patriots typically infringe on the Constitution?
He didn't.
Yeah, he did. Executive Order number 14160, signed into law first day in office, infringed on the first section of the 14th Amendment when he tried to repeal birthright citizenship for the children of undocumented immigrants born on the soil.
Okay, then I guess he's not a patriot, okay?
Then he's not a patriot. Are you a patriot?
Will you? Okay. No, I'm not a patriot.
Okay, so you hate America?
No, I don't hate America.
Oh, but I thought that being a patriot means that you love America. So if you don't hate America, then you love America, meaning that you're a patriot.
I like America, but
I'm literally just like pulling out the Republican one-liners now. Okay, so you're not a patriot either. Name one way that Donald Trump has materially made this country better in the last 10 months.
Easy. Deporting immigrants.
And how's that made this country better?
Because he's getting rid of the illegal people who are harming and taking up jobs.
Harming people?
Yep.
Undocumented immigrants are 2.5 times less likely to commit a violent crime compared to the average U.S. citizen. Donald Trump actually has committed a violent crime. He was held civilly liable for raping a woman 2 years ago.
But that was in a civil court, so.
Right. And?
Either way, okay, so
Okay. So do you want him to go back to the call? I feel like you honestly looked a little bit better when I was just calling you Phil and you were crashing out. It seems like you don't really have any arguments on like the knowledge.
I do have an argument. Immigrants are taking up all of the jobs.
I feel like I've heard Trump say
what
that.
jobs?
Yeah, that's like a one-liner for sure, but it's not an argument.
That's why they should be deported.
Okay, so you think that we'll have more jobs in the country if we deport them?
There'll be more open ones to U.S. citizens, yeah.
I actually think that there'll be less open job opportunities because the economy as a whole will be significantly less productive because we're losing the 1.1 through 1.7 trillion dollars that undocumented immigrants contribute to the GDP per year. Right?
Okay, but they should have never been here in the first place.
Okay, well now you're just shifting the goalposts away from saying that the economy will be better off if we deport them into saying, well, I agree.
The economy will go down a little bit. Right, it'll go down, but then it'll go back up once more U.S. citizens can get the jobs that were.
Well, I mean, there's not just an issue on like the supply side of the market, but the demand side of the market. I mean, like what creates jobs? Okay, demand for a good, and then the demand for the jobs to produce that good. But we'll have a total lower level of demand in this country for American-produced goods from American manufacturers because we're deporting and removing 11 million of our consumers, meaning that we'll actually still have total less job opportunities.
Also, do you think
lower demand for those jobs as we wouldn't have as many consumers consuming?
Right. Also, do you think it's okay to eat cats and dogs?
What?
I mean,
do you think it's okay to eat cats and dogs?
No, I don't think it's well, I mean, like for me, I'd never eat a cat or a dog.
Yeah, well, Trump said that the immigrants were eating cats and dogs, so that's
you're right.
You know
Trump did
that's
say that.
absolute.
Go ahead, Santan. I'm just saying, yeah. Trump said he also said that human caused climate change didn't exist, that coal is clean, and windmills cause cancer. What's the point?
How do you know that windmills don't cause cancer, bro?
Because what is carcinogenic about a windmill?
I mean, there could be something coming out of it that gives people cancer. I don't know. Trump
coming out of
the
what?
wind coming out of the windmill?
What?
Oh, no. He said it causes cancer, which means it most likely causes cancer.
So if Donald Trump says something, then it's most likely true.
Yes, more
Get
likely.
the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here.
Talking about?
Royd, thank you so much for the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat. I appreciate you for that love, Royd. Show some love to Royd down below. Can
we go back to this? Can we just...
As well as Zach, thank you for the $20. She says, come on, Phil. Chill, Phil, chill. You're being very Phil. Thank you for the love, Zach. Thank you for the $20. And then Michael, thank you so much for the $20 as well on Super Chat, who says, at this point, I've had my fill of this guy. Appreciate you guys for the love. I'm just thanking my donors. As well as B, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. Sheldon with the 5, Isaac with the 2, Gannon, thank you so much for the 8, and Echo with the 10. Appreciate you so much for the love. Megan, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. I'm really happy that I help you feel not alone. Thank you so much for the love, Megan. And then Danielle, thank you so much for the $25 on PayPal, who says my wager is that Big Philly is just upset about his little Philly. Appreciate you for the love, Danielle.
The hell is
as well
that
as Ryan and Sydney, thank you for the 5, and Elise with a 5, and Amelia, thank you for the $20 over on PayPal, who says keep slaying. Appreciate you for the love, Amelia. Now hopping back into the debate. Okay, so you think if Donald Trump says something, then it's more likely than not to be true. So you think that Donald Trump is like a divine standard of knowledge, and if he says something, then it is true. Why is that?
No, but I think it's more likely for whatever he says to be true than not to be true.
Do you think if I say something that it's more likely to be true than not true?
No, I'd say it's more likely to be false.
Okay, so then like what's like your argument here in order to justify that when Trump speaks, he's more likely to be accurate than when Dean speaks?
Because he's the president of the United States of America.
Okay, so when Biden spoke, when he was the president and said that Donald Trump is a bad candidate, he was more likely to be accurate than Trump, the non-president, saying he'd make a better candidate than Kamala Harris.
Well, that's just opinion based.
Well, I mean, no, it's off of the likelihoods of these things being true. Once again, set forth with your standard of the president saying things being more likely to be true than false. So I just want to clarify, when Donald Trump wasn't the president, was he still like likely to say things that were true?
I mean, yeah, I'd say it's more likely for him to say something that is true.
The standard has nothing to do with that, but I'm actually just going to kick him. I've had my fill, funny enough, of
see what you did there.
I didn't even mean to do that. Of the terrible Trump supporters. I'm done. I'm done. Sophie, thank you for the $15 over on Venmo, who says, thank you so much for cooking the shit out of these Trump supporters every day. You are an amazing person. Love you, Dean. Love you too, Sophie. Thank you for your kindness. Thank you so much for your kind words. Very, very seriously. Joe with the $6, just spamming the word Phil like a billion times. Ashley, thank you for the $5. Badia, thank you for the $5 as well. And Sheldon with the 5, and Phil, and then Isaac with the 2. Appreciate you guys. I'd also like to thank Megan for the $10 on PayPal, who says, as a person with morals in Arkansas, you help me feel like I'm not alone, and your passion is contagious. That is awesome. Thank you so much for your kind words. As well as Taylor and Jacqueline. Thank you both for the $10 over on PayPal. Thank you guys so much. Show some love to Taylor and Jacqueline down below, and then Nicholas with the 5. Now, unfortunately, I am going to be ending the stream, as it is time for me now to go eat dinner and go to the gym. If you're curious what my girlfriend was calling me about, I wanted to share this with you guys. Apparently in my town right now, there's a pro-Trump trucker rally taking place where there's long lines of truckers with Trump flags flying off of their cars going down the highway. But the cops are actually closing the highway and then like leading them and escorting them to do their rally. So it's like a city endorsed road closure, protest, riot, or whatever the fuck. Like that's pro-Trump. So if you're ever curious about how Republican the area is that I live in, there you go.
That is fucking insane.
That is pretty wild.
Shit. Yeah. I'll just say this really quick. One, thank you for having me up. I appreciate you. And two, there's 15 people that I have to thank you, but I'm not going to hold up the live for that. For the people that sent me a donation, watch out for a reply from me. I'll shoot you a message to say thank you, because I want to tell you all that I appreciate you, and I know it's way too many to call out here now, especially because
if you want to, feel free.
No. I don't want to hold you up. It's fine. I'll just send everybody a personal thank you. But I appreciate everyone that donated, and I appreciate you.
Okay, well, Santana, I really appreciate you for joining.
Absolutely.
You take care. All right, for everybody hanging out with us on TikTok, hanging out with us on YouTube, I bet you could look at me and just see I'm kind of tired, so I'm going to get off here. I'll see you tomorrow. Peace and love, everyone. Today was a little bit of a wild ride. Hopefully tomorrow will be a little bit cooler. Bye, guys.